You and I are starting under a pitch-black sky, where torrential rain beats down on a lonely school cabin. Dozens of zombies stumble through the pouring rain, their mouths stretched wide in a terrifying, horrific screech. One zombie slams wildly on the door, banging desperately as if begging the people inside to open up, while a panic scream echoes from outside. "It is me, Jong-hung here. They are closing in. Please save me." That desperate, blood-curdling cry sends a wave of terror straight through the girls cowering under the desks. Some hold their heads trembling in fear, while others stare anxiously at the door, their hearts pounding wildly. 3 terrified boys use all their strength to block the door. Ye Bei grits his teeth, sweat dripping down his forehead, wondering what on earth they should do. Lee Ruoxi, looking deeply worried and compassionate, clutches her chest and speaks up. "Please, just let him in. Jong-hung is our classmate. We cannot just abandon him like this. Hurry up and open the door." But her words only spark instant panic, as another classmate, pale with fear, turns and screams right at Lee Ruoxi. "What the hell are you saying? The zombies are right out there. Jong-hang has definitely been bitten. We absolutely cannot let him in." Frowning in frustration, Lee Ruoxi snaps back. "As the class president, I refuse to turn my back on a classmate when they need us most. Everyone, let him in right now. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility," she demands, pointing fiercely at the crowd. Jong-hang can still talk, and screaming like that proves he is not bitten. How can you just watch your friend die and not feel any guilt at all? One guy clicks his tongue in sheer frustration. He turns to Ye Bei and snaps. "Ye Bei, I will count to 3. Open the door for Jong-hung and shut it. Now, watch closely, because this is where everything falls apart. 1, 2, 3. He pulls it open. Jong-hung rushes in like a gust of wind, but his eyes gleam with a sinister green light, sending the class into absolute terror. Ye Bei turns pale as paper, staring at Jong-hung, who bears a rotting, gaping mouth filled with pure madness. He screams out, "Jang-hang is infected." Lee Ruoxi and the others scatter instantly in a state of absolute panic. "Save me," she shrieks, grabbing a classmate nearby and brutally pulling them in front of her to act as a shield. Meanwhile, Ye Bei is pinned to the floor, desperately fighting the monster off. But the creature sinks its horrific teeth deep into his arm, spraying fresh blood everywhere. Ye Bei screams in agony, his entire body convulsing. Suddenly, a flood of broken memories flashes in his mind, an image of himself hacking off his own infected arm, blood dripping as he drenches in sweat. He sees zombies flooding the room, snarling fiercely. Meanwhile, Lee Ruoxi, the one who swore to take responsibility, flees for her life, screaming at everyone to get out of the way. Blood splatters everywhere as the entire city is engulfed in massive flames, thick black smoke completely blotting out the sky. Those scattered memories shift from a blazing crimson to an eerie green, condensing into a tiny, pitch-black sphere. A dark figure with white hair and a staff stands before him, whispering in a deep, gravelly voice, "Do you know what you are doing?" Nearby, a blonde girl stands with other cloaked figures, while the image of an elderly man lying on a bizarre machine appears. "Remember 2 things. The old man whispers as a lever is pulled. Thunder rumbles, and the final words echo in Ye Bei's ears. Survive and take revenge." The lifetime of memories suddenly fuses into his high school self. His eyes snap open, and he gasps, waking up with a start. A familiar voice begs nearby, "Please, let me in." And just like in his past life, Lee Ruoxi urges frantically, "Hurry up, let him in. As the class president, I cannot just abandon my friends in danger. You and I both know this feeling of utter disbelief." Ye Bei realizes that Lee Ruoxi is still just a student here. She snaps in annoyance, "Are you all deaf? Let him in now. How can you just watch him die without feeling any guilt?" Ye Bei smirks, a devious grin spreading across his face as he thinks, "How could I ever forget this exact day? I am finally back. The time machine actually worked, and this time, I will change everything." His eyes turn cold, his voice calm yet dripping with pure mockery. "Oh, class president, I am afraid Jang-hung has already been bitten. If you let him in, are you sure you can handle the consequences?" Thumping her chest, Lee Ruoxi asserts, "Did you see him get bitten with your own eyes? As class president, if anything happens, I will take responsibility." Ye Bei smiles coldly. "Very well." He takes a few steps forward, sweeping his arm out in a welcoming gesture. "Then, class president, go ahead and open this door yourself." Lee Ruoxi stands frozen in disbelief, shrieking, "What did you say?" The girls hiding under the desks raise their heads, staring at her with wide eyes. Pointing directly at Ye Bei's face, Li Ruoxi snaps sharply. Ye Bei, are you even a man? I am just a girl, and you want me to open the door? Ye Bei smirks, glancing at her as if she is a complete fool. A girl? Why should I be the one opening the door for you? You only know how to boss everyone around like slaves, while basking in all the glory. He glares at her with a sharp, cold look, filled with determination and resentment. I am really starting to wonder if you are just a massive hypocrite. Li Ruoxi. Furious, Li Ruoxi pushes Ye Bei aside, shouting, Fine, I will do it. And trust me, you and I are about to watch her make a massive mistake. Trust me, you do not want to be near this girl. Fuming with rage, she shoves a brown-haired classmate aside and screams, Get the hell out of my way. She violently grabs the handle and pulls the door down. Instantly, Zhang Heng lunges inside, slamming the door with a loud crash that sends Li Ruoxi flying. The entire class screams in terror as the wooden door crashes to the floor with a deafening boom. Li Ruoxi clutches her head, groaning in sheer agony. In pure panic, she looks up at Zhang Heng standing in the doorway, arms dangling, his torn mouth exposing horrific teeth and glowing green eyes. He is clearly infected. Zhang Heng roars, revealing a disgusting, long tongue as the trembling class screams in unison. It's a zombie. Zhang Heng is infected. Panicking, Li Ruoxi grabs a nearby classmate's shirt, screaming, Run, run now. But the student replies with a trembling voice. The exit is completely blocked. Without hesitation, she shoves her classmate forward to use as a human shield, making him yell, What the hell are you doing? Don't push me. Ye Bei rushes forward, unleashing a kick that sends Li Ruoxi stumbling right toward the zombie. Zhang Hong immediately grabs her, locking her in a deadly embrace. The beast opens its massive jaws, ready to bite her head off. Right then, Ye Bei tightly grips a glowing red rod flying through the air. With a powerful swing, he decapitates the zombie, spraying black blood everywhere. Here is where it gets interesting. Ye Bei just smirks coldly, while the headless corpse still tightly hugs a terrified, pale Li Ruoxi, refusing to let go. Li Ruoxi collapses to the ground with the corpse, screaming for help. Ye Bei, save me, but he only glares down at her with pure disgust. Humph. White Lotus Li Ruoxi, you oppressed me my entire life, but today the tables have turned. Completely ignoring her pathetic screams of agony, Ye Bei lifts the heavy wooden door, decisively shuts it, and pushes it hard to seal it tightly. The classmates stare in absolute shock, stammering. Ye Bei turns to glare at them, his voice icy. Why are you just standing there? Block the door. Though terrified, everyone scrambles to gather things. Dongqing, let me help you. Me too. They rush forward to help Ye Bei block the entrance, determined to keep the zombies out. Even with hands covered in dirt, the students frantically drag heavy furniture, desks, and massive bookshelves to completely barricade the doorway. Outside, a panicked Li Ruoxi slams heavily against the door, screaming at the top of her lungs. What are you doing? Please let me in. Save me. I'm your class president. How could you do this to me? Her piercing shrieks echo, but the tense class completely ignores her, using all their strength to secure the barricade even tighter. Li Ruoxi's desperate cries for help outside only terrify the students inside even more. No, stay away. Ah! Hearing her screams, they push even harder, drenched in sweat. Suddenly, absolute silence falls over the room as bright white light pours through the windows, illuminating their pale, terrified faces. Catching their breath, two of Ye Bei's classmates anxiously ask about the president. I don't hear her anymore. Did she manage to escape? Whispers break out across the room. I can't believe Ye Bei actually pushed the class president out there. He even killed Zhang Heng. Those zombies are terrifying. They stare at Ye Bei's resolute back, a blood-stained red rod resting on his shoulder, looking incredibly imposing. Someone whispers, Wasn't he usually so nice? But you and I can see he's a completely different person now. Ye Bei suddenly spins around, his icy glare sweeping over two girls trembling in the corner. He smiles, asking in a low voice, Are you afraid of me? The black-haired girl quickly shakes her head, stammering, No, no. The blonde boy, having finished securing the door, looks at Ye Bei with deep gratitude. Thanks, Ye Bei. The president almost pushed me to the zombies. I'd be dead without you. Two other classmates chime in, their voices filled with deep resentment. She totally deserved to die. Li Ruoxi only saw us as zombie bait. Thankfully, Ye Bei stopped her in time, or we all would have turned into monsters by now. She really thought she was some holy saint. Ye Bei smirks with a cold smile. How lucky. I'm glad you guys aren't afraid of me. He glances at them, calmly stating, Open the door. I'm going out to check the situation. The entire class freezes, pale with shock. What? What did you say? Going outside? Ye Bei explains slowly, his voice full of sarcasm. I just think kicking our president out to suffer alone isn't very nice of us. I want to see if she's still doing okay. They desperately try to stop him, trembling. That's not a funny joke. It's crawling with zombies out there. It's too dangerous. But Ye Bei barks, "Get back," and they instantly shrink away. Ye Bei calmly removes the barricades one by one, gripping his red rod tightly, and steps outside with supreme confidence. Standing behind, his classmates watch in anxious awe as his silhouette gradually disappears into the blinding light outside. Standing before the small wooden cabin, Ye Bei says calmly, "The president and Zhang Hong are both gone." He shields his eyes, scanning the empty schoolyard, whispering to himself, "The sun is up, so the zombies must be hiding." The wooden door behind him slams shut with a dry, heavy thud, as if delaying for a single second would let the zombies swarm in. Yet, the thing terrifying his classmates inside isn't the zombies, but Ye Bei himself, the very person who just saved them all from certain death. Panicked whispers rise inside. "Quick, block the door. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next." Let's dive into the story of Ye Bei, a guy so dangerously crazy, his classmates think he'll feed them all to the zombies. Look, he's basically a murderer. Overhearing their whispers, Ye Bei turns around, casting a razor-sharp glare right back at their wooden cabin. Peering through the window, they expect him to beg to come inside. Instead, Ye Bei just smirks, turning his back and calmly walking away. Stunned, they break into frantic chatter, wondering if Ye Bei really has no intention of returning. "Where on earth is he going?" a blonde boy asks, his face twisting in panic. "Look out there." They watch in utter horror as Ye Bei walks straight toward a bloody, rotting corpse. A girl screams, asking what he could possibly be doing with a zombie. Has he completely lost his mind? The female zombie screeches, but her weak growls mean nothing to a hardened survivor from a past life. Showing zero fear, he takes another step forward, a cold, mocking smirk playing on his lips. Just a pest, he thinks. Gripping his red bat, he dashes forward like lightning, making his watching classmates shriek in terror. What? He's charging right at it. The zombie snarls, but without a word. Ye Bei swings his bat, smashing its skull apart in a spray of black blood. Raising his weapon with a wild yell, he delivers another brutal blow to its face, popping its eyeball right out onto the dirt. Driven by adrenaline, he repeatedly batters the monster's head, completely ignoring the dark blood splattering all over him. His classmates watch this horror, whispering in terror. Honestly, we can both see why they think he is insane. Finally, he plants his bat in the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. Yet, with sharp eyes, he reaches deep into the shattered skull, pulling out a glowing green crystal. Holding it high, Ye Bei stares at the stone with a massive grin. Aha, found it. The energy crystal, the core source of this apocalypse. It emits a faint green glow, holding the mysterious power that fuels the end of the world. Suddenly, a pair of rotting legs stumbles through the dirt, dragging itself toward him. Heavy, dragging footsteps echo ominously through the silent air. Ye Bei turns around. His cold gaze lands on an elderly, white-bearded zombie glaring at him with cloudy eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he grips his weapon and charges like the wind. With a single, precise strike, the old zombie's skull splits open, spraying dark blood everywhere. Inside the cabin, the students stare with jaws dropped, stammering. What on earth? Ye Bei is actually butchering these monsters like it's nothing. The blonde boy suddenly gasps as if figuring something out. He used to be so timid and shy, right? How is he doing this? They exchange disbelieving looks. He hit it so well. Nobody knew. Not even his parents. Another trembling voice chimes in. Terrifying. He just kicked the class president out. Who knew he was capable of this? A brown-haired kid says, eyes glued to Ye Bei, smashing the old zombie's head. Now, I know what you are thinking. They actually whisper about letting this monster back in to protect them. A curly-haired kid immediately objects. Are you insane? How could we let that madman back in? The brown-haired boy fires back. Then what else do we do? We have no food. We will starve. Suddenly, crash. Ye Bei's red bat shatters the window glass, sending everyone inside into a screaming panic. He glares at them, eyes sharp, his voice dropping low. Hey classmates, why are you still hiding in there? Come out and slaughter some zombies. It is actually pretty fun. Pale with fear, they tremble until one shrieks, Ye Bei, look out behind you. He spins around to find a zombie lunging at him. Completely unfazed, Ye Bei plants his foot and delivers a brutal kick right to the monster's crotch, sending it flying. He swings his red bat, crushing the monster's skull with a brutal blow. Black blood splatters everywhere as the zombie collapses dead. Wiping the blood off his face, Ye Bei spits and jokingly complains about the disgusting black slime. Gross. Do you think I am infected now? He glances at his classmates, dripping with sarcasm. I thought we could stick together, but since I might turn, I guess it is time to say goodbye. Waving as he walks away, Ye Bei calls out with a gentle laugh. I hope we all survive this mess. If we can, let us meet again. Sweating bullets. The boys in the cabin stammer in shock. Is Ye Bei seriously just leaving us behind? They stare at each other in silence as harsh sunlight bakes the schoolyard. Walking up the stairs, Ye Bei stares at the distant high-rises. The apocalypse, he whispers. This is the official beginning of the end of humanity. Below him, brainless monsters wander around. A terrifying virus has swept the globe, turning 50% of the human population into zombies. Governments, economies, everything collapsed instantly. With the zombie horde growing daily, survivors live in sheer terror, desperately fighting each other for basic food and shelter. Resources are plunged into total chaos. Stepping out of the school gates, Ye Bei surveys this grim, dark new world. He quietly mutters that all of this started with Professor Zhang Han's zombie research, and Li Ruoxi, that class president, threw me straight to the horde to save her own skin. I survived, but had to chop off my own arm. For 15 years, he endured starvation, torture, and hid inside filthy trash heaps just to stay alive, until a mechanic uses his last breath to build a time machine, sending him back. Trust me, we are in for a wild ride. You and I are about to watch Ye Bei, who stands frozen, touching a cold watch on his wrist. He walks down a deserted street where hidden survivors are watching him closely from the shadows. Seeing Ye Bei walking openly in the street, they whisper, asking if he is even human anymore. Why is he walking around like nothing is wrong? Is he not afraid to die? Maybe he is out of food and going crazy. Watching Ye Bei carry a red rod on his shoulder and walk away, someone suggests calling him back because it is too dangerous out there. The other person immediately objects, asking if he is crazy, since the streets are full of zombies and he might be infected. Ye Bei slips past the zombies, calmly moving forward as the undead raise their heads and let out bone-chilling, terrifying screeches. Suddenly, one monster spots him, and the pack immediately charges like predators. A blonde kid watching from his hiding spot screams out in sheer panic. Zombies are rushing straight at him. The person next to him sneers, saying that is what he gets for looking for food now. How stupid. But Ye Bei does not even flinch, a cold smile appearing on his face. He swings his red rod, shattering a zombie head in one strike. The second strike crushes its skull, sending black blood flying. Without stopping, he delivers one more powerful, decisive blow to finish the job. Two men hiding nearby whisper in shock, amazed that he just handled 3 zombies all by himself. Watch closely here, because from a high floor, someone is gripping the curtains, staring down at Ye Bei with pure hatred. It is Li Ruoxi, growling in anger. She swears she will kill him. After the brutal battle, the dead zombies finally lie defeated at Ye Bei's feet. Gasping for breath and covered in black blood, he freezes before he can even leave, terrified by a sudden sound behind him. For 5 agonizing seconds, shuffling footsteps echo again as 3 more stiff-limbed zombies stagger forward to attack. With glowing green eyes and gray skin, they are completely mindless monsters, jaws wide open, ready to tear him apart. Pale from exhaustion, Ye Bei mutters about how tired he is, but as the 3 zombies charge, he quickly reacts and starts running for his life. He curses himself, realizing his loud fighting attracted the whole horde. Now, he is in deep trouble. Ye Bei sprints away at insane speed, his feet barely touching the ground, but the tireless monsters chase him relentlessly, like they are made of steel. Watching through the broken glass, the people inside the building see him rushing toward them and whisper that they need to save him. Despite his extreme speed, Ye Bei leaves a strange trail on the ground from something stuck to his shoe, guiding the zombies right to him. Stopping outside a small store, Ye Bei bangs on the door, his scraped hands leaving smears of fresh blood all over it. He screams hoarsely, begging them to open the door and let him inside. The security camera is active, showing someone is inside, but nobody answers. Ye Bei uses his last bit of strength to cry out for help. Inside the security room, a man with a cigarette smirks coldly at him. You and I know nobody would be stupid enough to open up for him. A blonde guy in a cap pretends to see nothing, while the shutter door barely lifts a few inches. mockingly staying almost closed. Left speechless, Ye Bei stands frozen, knowing that any delay will cost his life. Just then, a zombie looms over him, reaching out with a hideous, three-fingered hand. Its mouth is wide open, drool dripping as it prepares to strike. Without hesitation, Ye Bei unleashes a lightning-fast punch to drop it, but before he can breathe, two more rush him. Moving quickly, he throws his red rod straight at the leading zombie's head, knocking it down on top of the other one. Unable to wait any longer, Ye Bei drops flat onto the ground and slides through the tiny gap under the metal shutter. Fortunately, he slips inside just as the door slams shut, cutting off the terrifying shrieks of the horde outside. Despite the loud banging, Ye Bei collapses, gasping for air and ignoring the noise. Sore all over, he pushes himself up, thinking this loud racket is still better than dying. The pale survivors inside watch him through the glass, completely unable to believe the insane stunt he just pulled off. Covered in dark blood, Ye Bei stands tall with a sharp gaze that seems to challenge the entire chaotic world outside. Right before him is a literal goldmine of a grocery store, packed with shelves of food to fill his empty stomach and recharge him for the next fight. A girl hiding under a desk curiously peeks out to see who had been screaming for help. She sees Ye Bei, a completely fearless young man standing tall in the bright sunlight that streams past the neon sign of a nightclub. The boss's underlings, who witnessed the entire fight, cannot help but marvel at him. A blonde guy exclaims, asking if they saw that kid easily handle the entire group of zombies. He runs to report to his boss that a school kid just killed 5 or 6 zombies alone before rushing into the store. The scarred boss scoffs, muttering that the kid acts as relaxed in this apocalypse as if he is holding a beautiful woman. He is too arrogant. Let's see what he can really do. Maybe those zombies are not as strong as we thought. And as more zombies gather outside, you and I know his struggle is far from over. Let's dive into this wild apocalypse, where Slayer laughs, boasting that if a mere student can do it, so can they. Watching them closely, Ye Bei just smirks with eerie calmness. Hearing a faint rustle, he glances under the desk and mutters in a low voice, "Hey, I know you are down there." Startled, the girl lowers her head, but her hands tightly grip the desk's edge, completely giving her away. The tension in the air becomes suffocating. Ye Bei sighs, wishing he did not have to resort to this. Acting like a true professional, he clutches his stomach, feigning intense pain. "My wound. There is so much blood. Save me." Her eyes flicker with hesitation, torn between paralyzing fear and her natural compassion. Ultimately, kindness wins. She rushes out like a whirlwind with medicine, her thin shirt revealing numerous bandages wrapped tightly around her legs. But in her panic, she drops the bottle right in front of Ye Bei. Watch closely as he snatches her hand, dragging her away. Yue struggles, her face flushing red as she screams to let her go, but her weak strength is no match for him. Her wide eyes are filled with embarrassment and panic. She awkwardly holds her shirt closed while her other hand desperately tries to break free. The onlookers in the store whisper among themselves, asking what on earth is happening, noting that holding a girl's hand like that will surely cause a misunderstanding. Ye Bei chuckles, telling her not to worry because he won't eat her, then demands the rolling door remote control. Yor just stares at him in confusion, her trembling hands clutching her shirt, completely lost in this bizarre situation. With teary, innocent eyes, Yor pretends to be completely clueless, softly asking, "What remote control?" Even though she is clearly gripping it tight, refusing to let go. Ye Bei uses his overwhelming male strength to snatch it away, demanding she hand it over. With a sharp shout, he finally wrestles the device away. Losing her grip, Yor tumbles to the floor, quickly scrambling behind a cabinet to hide, though she still peeks out curiously, wondering why he is climbing the shelves. Making such loud noises will easily attract zombies, she whispers, tears welling up in worry. Ye Bei glances at her with a dismissive, mocking smirk. "I know what you are thinking," but Ye Bei laughed, saying, "You actually believe that? I am not dumb enough to get us chased by zombies." Outside, the heavy apocalyptic atmosphere settles in, as thick, dark clouds blanket the sky in a dull shade of gray. Rain begins to fall, starting as a light drizzle before turning into a heavy downpour that blankets the familiar little neighborhood. The 3-story building sinks into the gloomy rain, filled with a bone-chilling cold. Inside a small bedroom, Yue kneels by the bed, wearing only an oversized thin shirt, with small bandages scattered across her body. She quietly opens the medical kit, carefully treating and bandaging Ye Bei's injuries. His arm is partially severed, blood soaking through the cloth, but Yue patiently wraps another clean layer, forming a neat little bandage. Ye Bei lies on the bed, his face pale and cold sweat dripping down from the intense agony. He grits his teeth, refusing to make a sound out of fear it might attract zombies. Seeing him tremble, Yor nervously whispers that she is all finished. Ye Bei offers a weak smile, his voice trembling. "Thank you for saving me." Hearing this, Yor's small face lights up with a pure, innocent smile. Her hands and sleeves are stained with his blood, but she ignores it, quickly closing the medical kit and mentioning that her father ordered her to stay inside the safe shop. Clutching the medical box, she turns around, telling him to rest while she gets some food. Ye Bei watches her leave, his eyes filled with genuine gratitude. He whispers his thanks once more as her petite figure slowly disappears behind the bedroom door. His gaze remains fixed on the doorway until the door gently clicks shut. Ye Bei closes his eyes with a bitter smile, realizing how incredibly kind she is. Without her opening that door, he would have bled out or been torn apart by zombies. He drifts into sleep amid the pain, feeling a rare warmth in this brutal apocalypse. Suddenly, a piercing scream from Yuziu echoes from downstairs. Shattering the silence, she cries out, "What do you want?" Lying on the second-floor bed, Ye Bei is startled by the shocking scream. He strains his ears to listen, his heart pounding wildly. Heavy footsteps echo as two pairs of large boots, covered in mud, rainwater, and fresh blood, drag across the floor. A muscular man appears, his rugged face marked by a long scar running from his ear to his collarbone, wearing a hideous grin. "Thanks for opening the door for us," he sneers. Yuziu turns pale, her eyes wide with terror as she stammers. "Didn't you say you were starving?" The leader, wearing a tank top and covered in scars, is none other than Slayer. He and his two scrawny lackeys block the entrance, cutting off the light. As Yuziu falls to the ground in panic, he gives a sinister laugh. "All of your food belongs to us now," they sneer. The lackeys behind him smirk, their eyes filled with pure malice. In absolute despair, Yuziu screams for them to get out, claiming her father will be back soon, but her words carry no weight. Slayer steps forward, brutally grabbing her chin with a sneer, telling her they already used her father as bait for the zombies. Staring at her innocent face with lustful eyes, he licks his lips, whispering that they are finally alone to start their little game. With that hideous face closing in, Yuziu cries out in pure terror, "And trust me, you and I are praying she gets saved." Let's dive into a story that starts with a nightmare, where thugs laugh over crashing thunder. The main door is kicked down, plunging the room into darkness, until lightning flashes to reveal the horrifying shadows of human beasts, brutally attacking a helpless little girl. Hiding in the corridor, Ye Bei helplessly watches the bloodbath. He shakes violently, biting his lip and covering his mouth with his hand, desperately trying not to make a single sound. Yuziu screams in sheer, absolute agony, and her tiny body collapses onto the freezing tiles. Her weak arm goes limp as blood pools around her, a kind, innocent girl brutally slaughtered by these heartless monsters. Ye Bei stays hidden in the shadows, paralyzed with fear, unable to speak. That horrific scene burns into his mind, becoming an eternal nightmare that will haunt him forever. Back to the present, under the freezing shower, Ye Bei stands motionless, water soaking his body as his wet hair hides a face twisted with rage. "This time, I will save her," he whispers with dark, burning determination. A plan takes shape in his mind. First, he must force her to face the brutal reality of the apocalypse, even if she ends up seeing him as a cold-hearted villain. The cold water keeps running, but the fire of revenge inside him burns brighter than ever. Lost in his chaotic thoughts, Ye Bei is suddenly startled by a frantic, gentle knocking on the bathroom door. He instantly snaps in a harsh, cold voice. "What are you knocking for? Do not disturb me while I am bathing." You're still so innocent in this life, flinches in fear at his sudden anger, almost dropping the clean white shirt she brought. She stammers a soft apology, explaining that she brought fresh clothes because his were dirty. Hearing her sweet, trembling voice, Ye Bei almost softens, but he grits his teeth and forces himself to stay cold. Tuh! He glares at the door, barking out a fake shout. "Just leave them outside and get lost." Yor stands outside, looking deeply hurt and confused by his sudden attitude. She quietly whispers, "All right, then," and gently puts the shirt down. Inside, Ye Bei bows his head as water runs down his face, sighing in frustration. How can a girl this fragile ever survive the apocalypse? He looks up, brushing his wet hair back with a muscular arm. Closing his eyes, he fully enjoys the pure, clean water washing away the grime and horrors of the apocalypse. So relaxing, he mutters, "It has been ages since I had a real shower." With the zombie horde growing, the water supply will soon be contaminated, and the pipes will run dry in a few days. With that, he shuts off the valve. Ye Bei steps out of the bathroom, wrapping a thin towel around himself to dry his hair. Water droplets glisten on his toned skin, showing off the peak physical form of a young survivor. Now pay attention, because while this store has plenty of food and water to last them a while, Ye Bei knows his next urgent priority is securing weapons. He stops in front of the mirror, staring at his youthful, energetic reflection. Ye Bei rubs his chin smugly, admiring his young body. Flexing his fully intact arms unlike his shattered ones in his past life, he feels his solid muscles and chuckles. No back pain, smooth skin, youth is absolute gold. But looking down at his stomach, he sighs in disappointment. Where did my six-pack go? Guess I need to train. Ye Bei throws the door open, his playful attitude turning serious once again. He glances at the women's clothing hanging on the wall, picks up the clean white shirt, and stands there utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Yor is prepping food in the warehouse when she is suddenly startled by his angry yell. You silly girl, why did you bring me female clothes? How on earth am I supposed to fight off zombies wearing this? Yor turns bright red, standing there awkwardly, completely lost on how to respond to Ye Bei's sudden outburst of anger. Let's pause here and look at a dark alley nearby, where a two-story building stands closed, its crooked sign dangling precariously. Inside a dim room, two schoolgirls in thin cheongsam dresses cower on the floor, their faces pale with absolute terror. In the center stands a muscular, fierce-looking thug wearing sunglasses and a tank top that exposes a long scar. This is Boss Killer, the ruthless bastard who murdered Yuziyu in the previous life. With a massive blade resting on his shoulder, he grins wickedly and gathers his messy-haired thugs. He looks up as the light from the window illuminates his scarred face, highlighting a jagged red mark and his savage, cruel eyes. He speaks with cold authority, telling his crew that while they have food and alcohol, it will not last forever. We need to build a secure stronghold to survive this apocalypse, he suddenly roars, pointing his blade out the window. So we are moving out, clearing the zombies, and taking over that convenience store across the street for a massive stash of food. His men look in the direction he points, spotting the brain-dead zombies stumbling around. Boss Killer smirks, adding with a twisted grin, if I remember correctly, there is only that weak kid and a cute little girl hiding inside. His words spark instant greed. Their eyes light up and they drool with excitement, cheering like wild beasts. He swings his blade forward, shouting, let's go kill those zombies, raid their food, and grab that little girl. With hyped-up spirits, they grab their weapons and charge out. And trust me, you and I are going to love this showdown. All right, let's jump into this wild apocalypse story, where a convenience store is completely locked down. Outside, zombies are slamming against the doors, desperate for fresh meat. But inside, we hear the heavy, steady footsteps of someone wearing pristine, clean shoes. Yuziyu is curled up in a spinning chair, munching on snacks. Hearing the noise, she slowly looks up. Ye Bei walks over, looking incredibly sharp, in a fresh new suit, with his jacket slung over his shoulder, his face cold as he starts lecturing her. Hey, dummy, come here. I need to ask you something. Yor pokes her head out from under the desk, completely dazed by how handsome Ye Bei looks. But his expression instantly darkens as he sternly asks her if she lives all alone here. Where is your family? Yor looks up with timid eyes, explaining that her father went out to find food and fuel but never returned. Suddenly, Ye Bei slams his hand on the desk, playing the bad guy. Why would a naive girl like her open the door for a total stranger while being all alone at home? Aren't you afraid of what I might do? Yor turns pale, falling back into her chair and stammering in fear. But you said you were hurt and covered in blood. Ye Bei scowls, yelling back, did you not see the zombies chasing me? Do you even know what is happening out there? Terrified by his shouting, Yor instinctually covers her head, bracing for a blow. She stammers, I know, I saw them on television. Ye Bei softens slightly but still brushes his hair back with a cold sigh, warning her that a naive girl like her will eventually be taken advantage of. I have my reasons for keeping you alive. He squints with a playful smirk, adding that being alone is boring without anyone to serve him. Pointing right at her face, he barks, listen up, do exactly as I say, talk back, and I will end you. Outside, the apocalyptic sky remains dark and gloomy. Fortunately, the old bar and repair shop signs have gone dark, since the power grid is completely dead. Massive hordes of zombies gather, showing their blood-stained fangs and roaring with glowing green eyes that shine eerily in the dark. From the elderly to young kids, men and women alike, everyone is completely out of their minds. A drenched thug is suddenly spotted by the horde, instantly turning into their next meal. He lets out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing, instantly torn to pieces by the ravaging beasts. Watching their ally get ripped apart leaves the other thugs frozen in sheer terror. One of them stammers, "What on earth is happening? Stick with me, why are these zombies suddenly so aggressive?" The lackeys think they're different from the ones that student killed. Seeing his men panic, Boss Giat senses trouble and roars, "Shut your mouths and focus, or we're all going to die right now." But right as he yells, a skinny, pale, red-haired thug completely panics and bolts. "This is too terrifying. Run." Before he gets far, Boss Giat grabs him by the hair and jerks him back. The others watch in shock as Giat grinds his teeth and throws the red-haired guy like trash toward the zombies. Smelling blood, the monsters tear him apart as he screams helplessly, "Brother Giat, how could you do this to me?" But Giat ignores him, standing back to back with his remaining men to fight the surrounding horde. He chops off a head. Gritting his teeth, this horde keeps growing, and we can see he's in trouble. Behind his sunglasses, his dead eyes shrink. He curses loudly and screams for everyone to fall back immediately. His last two thugs turn and run, with the relentless zombie wave hot on their heels. Meanwhile, over at the convenience store, the undead have all been drawn away, leaving the entire area in an eerie, peaceful silence. Inside the shop, Yue slips her bare feet into sandals and quietly walks upstairs. She carries a freshly brewed, steaming cup of noodles that smells absolutely delicious. Yu Ziyu gathers up her courage and steps inside, finding Ye Bei sitting in the manager's chair, rolling a green orb in his hand, deep in serious thought. She speaks softly, "Brother, here are your noodles." When he doesn't reply, she sets them down. Let's watch carefully as she holds up a thermos of hot water. Ye Bei glares at her, his expression instantly turning hostile as he frowns and tightens his grip on the green gem. He coldly commands, "All right, I don't need you here anymore. Get out, and don't disturb me unless I call." Hearing this, Yue softly nods, quietly backs out, and carefully shuts the door. The door clicks shut, sealing the quiet room and leaving Ye Bei completely alone. He quickly peels back the lid, revealing golden noodles drenched in rich sauce. The dried veggies and seasoning float on top, smelling insanely good. Steam fills the room, making his mouth water. Ye Bei snaps the plastic spoon in half, turning it into a makeshift utensil. Unable to resist, he drops his tough act and starts inhaling the noodles like a starving beast, ignoring the hot steam. The noodles melt in his mouth, the rich sauce exploding on his tongue. Trust me, in this brutal apocalypse, a warm meal like this is truly priceless. Let's dive into a wild apocalypse, where a simple cup of noodles becomes the ultimate luxury. Slurping them down, Ye Bei leans back, holding his warm cup and shouting with pure joy at how amazing it feels. "This familiar taste is absolutely incredible," he says. But just outside the window, hordes of growling zombies are already lining up. You and I are diving right in as Ye Bei enjoys his meal, but gets interrupted by noise. It has been like that for a while when suddenly, bam! A rock smashes through the window, sending glass flying everywhere. Startled, Ye Bei turns around to see a massive, rough hand grabbing the broken window frame, trying to climb inside. It is Boss Shaw, the guy who broke the glass, wearing his signature gold chain on his head. Hanging halfway up to the second floor, his muscular body struggles as he screams, "Damn it, those zombies are tracking me." Seeing Ye Bei sitting there with his cup of noodles, he barks, "Hey kid, get over here and pull me up. Did you hear me? If you do not come right now, I will kill you." This arrogant attitude from his past life enemy makes Ye Bei frown, his face darkening with rage. Tuh! He glares back with icy eyes, casually grabbing the kettle of boiling water from the table and stepping closer. Boss Shaw, watch closely now, as Boss Shaw shivers with unease. Why? Why are you holding that kettle? Before he can process it, Ye Bei pops the lid and pours the scalding hot water straight onto him. The blistering heat and searing pain explode instantly, turning his hands red hot as agony shoots straight to his brain. Boss Shaw screams in absolute agony, instinctively wanting to pull his hands back, but they are on the second floor. If he lets go, he will drop straight into the horde of flesh-eating zombies waiting below. His massive body teeters on the windowsill, on the verge of falling into the zombie-infested abyss below. Showing absolutely no mercy, Ye Bei, radiating pure killer intent, empties the rest of the boiling water onto him. A sadistic smirk plays on his lips, his eyes gleaming like a demon's. "Want to kill me? Did you think you stood a chance? I will finish you off first." Right then, a small force tugs at Ye Bei's arm as two tiny hands, hidden inside an oversized shirt, desperately try to pull him back. It is Yue, who had rushed into the room without him noticing. Despite being utterly terrified, She still trembles and begs, "Stop, please stop. Let the mister come inside. Do not hurt him." Her eyes glisten, looking both pitiful and absolutely resolute. Hanging outside, Boss Shaw freezes in shock at the little girl's kindness. A strange feeling washes over him, mixed with a hint of regret for his original plan to hurt her. Seeing Yu innocently trying to save their enemy, Ye Bei glares in frustration, his eyes freezing over as all warmth drains from his voice. "Move aside. I told you never to come near me without permission. You do not even know who this guy is." Refusing to back down, Yu-er's eyes fill with tears as she holds back a sob. "My dad said we should never harm others." Her innocent words suddenly plunge the entire room into a heavy, awkward silence. Both of these ruthless men, who had killed without blinking, find themselves staring blankly at the tiny girl. Losing patience, Ye Bei snaps, "Are you stupid? If we let him in, are you not afraid he will kill you?" Before he can say more, Boss Shaw desperately forces his friendliest smile from outside the window, squinting his eyes to look harmless. He tries to appease them. "No way. I would never do that. I was just looking for food, got chased by zombies, and climbed up." He laughs and grins to calm Ye Bei down. But while they are both distracted, he secretly sneaks one leg over the sill, getting half his massive body inside. Outside, the howling zombies reach up, trying to drag him down and tear him to pieces. Seeing their numbers grow, Boss Shaw lowers his voice, acting pitiful. "Please let me stay. I will leave the moment the zombies disperse." Overwhelmed with pity, Yu looks at Ye Bei with pleading eyes, begging him not to hurt the man. Internally cursing Boss Shaw's entire bloodline, Ye Bei quickly steps forward to block her view. He should have pushed him down to the zombies earlier. But glancing out the window, he realizes he cannot do it right now. But then, a sharp utility knife on the desk catches his eye. "Oh, you and I know a dark plan is brewing." Taking advantage of their brief distraction, Boss Shaw climbs completely into the room. His heavy leather shoes thud against the tile floor as he stands tall. A wicked smirk spreads across his face as he sneers. "Thanks for letting me in." With a savage face, Boss Shaw glares down at the two small figures. His hulking frame blocks the window's light, and though one hand is covered in blisters from the boiling water, his eyes reveal a brutal urge to devour his prey. He lets out a terrifying, menacing growl. "Wherever I stand, that becomes my own territory. Anyone who resists will die." His brutal display terrifies little Yu to her core. She never expected the giant man she just saved to betray them so fast. Outside, the gray sky grows darker as heavy clouds roll in. The crooked technician's sign outside rattles, as if about to collapse. Below, a massive crowd of zombies blocks the entire street, screaming to get inside. Meanwhile, at the entrance, two of Boss Shaw's lackeys struggle to hold the wooden door shut against the overwhelming pressure of the zombies. But the pressure is too immense, and they cannot hold on much longer. One of them screams in panic. "The zombies are breaking through. We cannot hold them off. What do we do?" The bald guy growls, his eyes filled with hatred. "This is all Boss Shaw's fault. If not for his crazy idea, we would have been safe here for months." The other lackey replies helplessly, "But Boss Shaw, after the zombies split us up, I have no clue where he went." Furious, the bald guy sneers, "I saw him climbing to the convenience store's second floor. Screw him. Let him die. Their current situation is absolutely miserable. They can barely protect themselves. And trust me, you and I know these terrified girls stand no chance." All right, let's dive into a world where zombies are turning savage, their green eyes glowing as they bash against a wooden door that is about to splinter. The bald thug turns pale. Damn it, the horde is growing and the door is giving way. Glaring at two shivering girls, he barks, "Hey, stop crying and hold this door." His shout startles the two girls, forcing them to jump up and hold the door. Seeing her gorgeous figure, in a wine-red cheongsam, desperately holding the door, makes the bald thug grit his teeth, his eyes flashing with raw lust. "I wanted to enjoy them before Boss Shaw got here. What a waste." Glancing at the window, he plans to abandon them here, to block the door, while he slips out through the balcony. Under the dim light, Boss Shaw flashes a wicked grin, his cunning eyes scanning the cramped room. Outside the convenience store, it is eerily quiet because the zombie horde has been lured into the bar across the street, leaving the entrance completely empty. But on the second floor, his massive frame blocks the window light, casting a terrifying shadow across the room. Stepping inside, he chuckles with dark delight, looking ready to swallow the two small figures right in front of him. Licking his lips, his smooth voice, "I said I do not kill, but did you think I actually would not?" He sneers, stepping forward with his rough hands to grab Yor, staring at the girl, cowering in fear. His eyes narrow as a sickening smile spreads across his face. "I will spare your life and turn you into my personal toy," he whispers. Then, his red eyes bulge with rage as he snaps his gaze toward Ye Bei. "You bastard. You actually dared to throw hot water on my hand. You must be tired of living. Now, watch this psycho grin." He grits his teeth, his heavily scarred face twisting with rage as he promises a slow, agonizing death. "I will rip you apart, limb by limb, and toss you to the zombies so you feel every single ounce of pain." Faced with this absolute psycho, Ye Bei stays completely calm, his fingers gently tracing the cold, sharp blade of his box cutter as he readies himself to fight. Right as the tension reaches a boiling point, Yor suddenly speaks up, her voice trembling but full of unexpected courage. "Mister, my family actually owns this shop," she says, looking up with wide, round eyes, trying to stay calm. "There is plenty of food downstairs for everyone. Chocolate, instant noodles, and even Jine's favorite bear cookies. Do you see the absolute greed in his eyes right now?" He looks like a starving wolf spotting the perfect prey. Hearing her happily reveal their entire food stash, Ye Bei can only watch her with complete helplessness and worry. She is literally serving herself on a silver platter to these monsters. His heart pounds heavily in his chest, but innocent little Yor remains completely oblivious, still wearing a bright, sweet smile. "We can all share," she adds. "If we are full, we will all be happy and safe." Seeing how naive she is, the boss loses his mind with fury, his blood-red eyes burning with dark intentions. "Damn it! Are you trying to mock me?" he roars, his hoarse voice cracking as the raw greed in his eyes flares up uncontrollably. Suddenly, losing all control, he lunges forward like a rabid wild beast, screaming as he reaches to grab Yor. But right before his nasty hand can touch her shoulder, Ye Bei flashes in front of her like lightning. With a lightning-fast slash, he swings his blade, slicing off the filthy fingers that dared to reach for the terrified girl. And trust me, we're left hanging right here as Yor screams, shutting her eyes in pure horror. All right, stick with me, because this intense clash kicks off with a screaming boss clutching his bleeding, severed fingers in absolute, agonizing pain. Seizing his chance, Ye Bei flips the knife in his hand with a cold glare, dropping into a low combat stance to strike his massive enemy once again. His intense killing intent instantly puts the boss on high alert. With eyes flashing in pure fury, the boss grabs Ye Bei by the wrist, grinding his teeth as he desperately struggles to push the razor-sharp blade away from his throat. Ye Bei refuses to back down, pouring every ounce of strength into his grip, determined to end this villain once and for all. Watching the horrific struggle, Yor turns pale, her entire body shaking uncontrollably with pure terror. But watch closely as the boss focuses entirely on Ye Bei. The little girl makes her move. Just as a brutal kick sends Ye Bei flying, Yor grabs a hot water pitcher and hurls it straight at the massive giant. The impact slams Ye Bei onto the cold tile floor, a wave of agony surging through his body as his head spins in total darkness. But her brave distraction costs her, as the boss violently knocks Yor aside, sending her head first into the wooden bed frame. Clutching his bleeding arm, the maniac steps forward with eyes full of madness, raising his mutilated hand with a spine-chilling grin. "You bastard, you are the first one to ever push me this far, now go to hell." Ye Bei struggles to rise, desperate to fight back, but his broken ribs flare with agonizing pain, leaving him completely paralyzed and helpless. The boss steps forward, stomping his heavy boot onto Ye Bei's leg with crushing force, making him scream as his world spins. But trust me, his eyes show he is far from defeated. Let's dive into this insane scene where the giant boss towers over Ye Bei, roaring, "Before you die, tell me, how do you kill those zombies so easily? For us, killing humans is simple, so why are those brain eaters so damn hard to put down?" Even in sheer agony, Ye Bei flashes a mocking smirk, replying, "You want to know? Call me Grandpa, then maybe I will tell you." That fearless attitude makes the brutal boss boil with rage, screaming, "Are you tired of living?" His fury erupts like wildfire, and instead of just stomping on Ye Bei's legs, he savagely shifts his target to crush his entire body, unleashing absolute madness. He roars, "If you don't speak, I will stomp you to death." In agonizing pain, Ye Bei instinctively raises his arms to shield his chest, desperately trying to block. Yor finally snaps out of it, watching the giant relentlessly torture him to near exhaustion. Her face turns pale, and her body freezes, completely paralyzed with fear. But the cruel boss does not stop, repeatedly raining brutal kicks straight at Ye Bei's head. He grits his teeth, using his arms to block while enduring the agonizing strikes. He originally wanted Yer to learn a harsh lesson from this world, but the price is becoming way too high. Finally, unable to take it anymore, he screams. His voice is helpless. Fine, stop. I will tell you. Now, pay attention here, because the boss smirks in triumph, grabbing Ye Bei's collar to lift him off the ground, growling, "Hurry up, and I might just give you a quick, painless death." As the giant leans close to hear the secret, Ye Bei suddenly spits a mouthful of bloody spit right in his face. If his subordinates ever found out about this, the humiliation would be absolutely unbearable for him. Trembling with sheer rage, the boss screams, "You damn bastard!" Exploding with murderous intent, he hurls Ye Bei like a ragdoll straight into the hard wall. The impact is so violent, it shatters a nearby rack. He crashes heavily onto the floor, his vision spinning, his entire body screaming in pain. But the merciless boss does not stop. He steps forward, bringing his heavy, steel-toed boot down directly onto Ye Bei's chest. The excruciating pain forces Ye Bei to cough up blood, his pupils shrinking while veins bulge across his face, as the boss's eyes turn completely bloodshot, roaring, "You actually dare to defy me?" As Ye Bei struggles to sit up, the giant furiously leaps, stomping down hard with a face darker than a thundercloud. "You like playing jokes, huh? I will give you what you want." Stomping even harder, he grows wilder at the sight of blood, laughing like a psychopath while screaming, "Die, die." Just as Ye Bei is about to give up, Yer tremblingly grabs a knife behind him. Watch closely, because this changes everything. Summoning all her courage, she charges forward with murderous intent, plunging the sharp blade deep into his collarbone. The boss is caught completely off guard, stabbed by the very girl he once despised. His eyes widen in shock as he whips around, roaring, "What the hell are you doing?" Instantly, he backhands her with absolutely terrifying force, sending Yer flying backward onto the bed behind her. Maddened by pain, he rips the knife from his shoulder as blood gushes out, screaming, "You little bitch, I will kill you both." However, an exhausted Ye Bei manages to grab a wooden plank, rushing him from behind to smash it full force into the giant's neck. The giant lets out a pained cry, spitting blood before collapsing face first onto the floor, completely knocked out. Ye Bei heavily drops the plank, gasping for air, his entire body trembling. Staring at the motionless boss, his eyes remain deeply cautious despite his completely exhausted state. Seeing this, Yer completely panics, asking in a trembling voice, Is he actually dead?" She stares down at the unconscious killer, then looks at her own blood-stained hands, gasping in horror, I just killed someone." Despite his pain, Ye Bei places a reassuring hand on her shaking shoulder, calmly saying, "Hey kid, it is okay. When dealing with a scumbag like him, you did the right thing." Hearing this, Yer lowers her head, sobbing, "But I wanted to save him. Why did he have to become like this? I didn't think he was a bad person." Sensing the boss is still breathing, Ye Bei snaps, "This bastard isn't dead yet, so stop talking nonsense. Get out?" Stunned and confused, Yer mutters back, "He is not dead?" Then she cries out, in deep worry, "Then we must save him." Unwilling to listen, Ye Bei grabs her collar, shoves her outside, slams the door shut, and roars through the gap, "I have never met anyone as stupid as you. Get lost." He locks the door tight, his face twisting in pure annoyance. "She really knows how to piss me off," he mutters, coldly looking down at the giant lying like trash on the floor. This scumbag completely ruined his room. Without any hesitation, Ye Bei grabs the giant by his legs and drags him toward the window. Summoning his remaining strength, he lifts the massive body onto the windowsill and kicks him hard, sending him falling straight down. From the second floor, Ye Bei coldly watches as the giant's heavy body hits the ground below with a dull, hollow thud. The loud noise instantly draws the surrounding zombies. Trust me, they swarm the unconscious boss like moths to a flame. Sensing the danger, the boss snaps awake, but it is too late as the undead tear him apart, leaving him screaming in agony. Watching from above, Ye Bei remains completely unfazed, whispering with ice-cold eyes, "If I had a better knife, I would have cut off your limbs before throwing you down." Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoes from afar, pulling us right into the madness. Looking across, Ye Bei spots one of Boss G's goons dangling desperately from a balcony. His face is twisted in sheer panic as a swarm of zombies snaps at his feet below. The goon screams, "Keep away!" but Ye Bei just stares back, calling over with zero emotion. The lackey turns around, shouting with utter despair from across the way, "Is anyone else alive?" He stammers back, "No, nobody. The house is crawling with zombies tearing everyone apart. We blocked the door, But someone let go. The zombies swarmed in and bit every single person. Finish talking, he begs. Please, can you come help me? Save me and let me shelter at your place? Without a second thought, Ye Bei coldly refuses. No, I cannot. If you do not want to end up like your boss, look down. Now, fend for yourself. Now, pay attention to his reaction. The goon looks down to see zombies ripping his boss apart, freezing in pure terror. He gulps, gathers his courage, and leaps toward the neighboring balcony with every ounce of strength he has. By some miracle, he lands it. His feet hit the railing, and he clings on, wobbling before finally finding his footing. From afar, Ye Bei watches coldly, his sharp eyes cutting like daggers. He mutters with pure contempt. Too bad those zombies did not wipe out trash like you. Do not let me catch you again. Soon, darkness falls as hordes of zombies wander outside, their chilling groans echoing through the streets. Stepping away from the window, Ye Bei walks over and swings his bedroom door open. He opens it only to find Yor curled up in the corner, her face pale with fear. Frowning, he snaps. Did I not tell you to take a bath? Why are you still here? Yor's eyes tremble as she looks past his legs, noticing a trail of blood leading straight to the window. Noticing her intense stare, Ye Bei says coldly, stop looking. He has already gone to meet his ancestors. Yor, completely innocent and confused, asks, so, did he manage to escape? Ye Bei sighs, mocking her. Escape in that state? Unless he is Sun Wukong. Yor falls silent, the grim reality of what happened finally sinking in. Lowering her head with limp arms, she asks in a choked voice, why did you have to kill him? Even if he was a bad person, he still had a chance to start over and become good. Furious, Ye Bei slams his hand against the wall behind her, making Yor flinch in terror. He roars, you stupid brat. Have you ever read the story of the farmer and the snake? He was a monster, and if you saved him, he would have killed you. His rage boils over as he adds, and I am just like him. I know what you are thinking, but this is the apocalypse. It is kill or be killed. The law is dead. Hearing the word apocalypse, Yor stammers in absolute dread. The apocalypse? Not wanting to waste any more breath, Ye Bei turns to leave, muttering, talking to an idiot like you is a waste of time. I just washed up, and now I need another shower. Seeing him walk away, Yor quickly gets up to follow him. But after just a few steps, she stumbles as if losing her footing. Sensing something is wrong, Ye Bei whips around, quickly catching the little girl as she collapses onto the stairs. Holding her tightly, he yells in a panic, Kid, are you okay? With worry written all over his face, he carries her back to the room and gently lays her down. He whispers anxiously, maybe she got hurt from that hit earlier. But why cannot I see any bruises on her? Placing a hand on her forehead, he feels her burning skin. She has a fever. Ye Bei immediately turns around to rummage through the cabinet for medicine. There has to be some medicine here somewhere, he tells himself, his eyes filled with determination. Ye Bei tears through every drawer with a tense expression. He murmurs, she seemed so fragile when we first met, like she had been sick forever. It has been too long. I cannot remember the details. After searching a bit more, he gasps, yes, found it, but opening the first aid kit leaves him completely stunned. Tucked inside with the medical supplies is a small, pink notebook. Ye Bei picks it up and flips through it curiously, widening his eyes. What is this? Inside, he finds a donation log filled with Yor's personal thoughts. A slipped note inside reads, today, I did not feel any pain at all. I even cheered up the little kid in the next bed. The doctor said that thanks to everyone's help, I can get my treatment without worrying. So, I want to become a good person too. Ye Bei opens another folded paper. It turns out to be a medical record. He looks over at Yor resting on the bed, murmuring. But reading to the bottom of the chart, he is absolutely shocked to find she has leukemia. Gently rolling up her sleeve, he finds countless medical patches covering her arm and even her thighs. Looking down at her, his voice mixes with regret and pity. You silly kid, why did you not tell me anything? Now he finally understands why Yor wanted to save everyone, even the worst villains. Her gentle warmth comes from a pure heart that only wants to spread kindness. But in this brutal apocalypse, that kind of pure kindness has absolutely no place left to exist. Feeling something in his pocket, Ye Bei reaches down and pulls out 3 energy crystals. Let's see what he does next. All right. Stick with me as we see if Ye Bei's last energy core can actually cure this poor little girl's illness. Outside, the sky remains pitch black as mindless zombies wander the ruined streets, howling in search of their next meal. Suddenly, the sun breaks through, piercing the gloom between buildings and scattering the darkness away. Spellbound, the zombies turn toward the sunrise, staring and screeching in unison. Indoors, the morning light hits Ye Bei, gently prompting him to open his eyes. Shivering, he lets out a heavy, exhausted yawn and sits up, letting the makeshift blanket slip right off his back. He mutters, wondering if the kid covered him. Just as Yor peeks shyly from behind the door, seeing that he's finally awake, Ye Bei asks if she's feeling any better, and she timidly nods from the doorway. He immediately waves her off, bossily ordering her to go prep some breakfast. Specifically, instant noodles with a sausage. Yor quietly turns to fetch it, but before she can take a step, Ye Bei barks another order. Now, pay attention here, he suddenly drops a bombshell, telling her to pack up because they are heading out to find her missing dad. Hearing this, Yor looks up in utter disbelief, her eyes wide with pure shock. Stepping inside, she stammers, asking if they are really going to find her father. Ye Bei turns around, responding in his usual blunt tone. Exactly. Didn't you say your father went out to look for food and fuel? Since this place isn't safe anymore, I'm returning you to your sender. Hearing this, Yor instantly shakes her head in frantic protest. She insists her dad ordered her to lock the doors and wait in the shop, but Ye Bei cuts her off before she can finish her sentence. How many days has he been gone? Then, bowing her head, she mutters that it's been 3 whole days. He presses further, asking how long his trips usually take. She honestly replies that it's normally just about half a day. Sitting down to look directly into her eyes, Ye Bei sternly tells her to use her brain and face the reality of why her father hasn't returned. Reality hits Yor hard. Her eyes widen, but she desperately refuses to accept the grim truth before her. With a trembling voice, she cries out, insisting that nothing bad could have possibly happened to him. He called her 3 days ago, promising to return soon. But Ye Bei remains completely calm, continuing his cold analysis. Has she received any texts or calls since then? His question leaves her totally speechless, unable to find an answer. He coldly adds that her father might be infected by zombies or trapped somewhere, waiting for help. He asks, "Don't you think we should save him?" His heavy words pierce her heart. Still, Yor hesitates, repeating that her father specifically ordered her never to leave this place. No matter what happens, she must stay and wait for him to come back. "You and I can see his patience is gone," he snaps, roaring that her dad is in trouble and asking if she even wants to help. He steps closer, pointing right at her face, demanding why she'd save a random thug like him but refuse to save her own father. Terrified by his sudden rage, Yor can barely squeeze out a response, stammering helplessly, while Ye Bei continues his fierce, unforgiving lecture. He tells her that if he didn't care, he could have easily killed her and left. But since she saved him, he'll help find her dad before departing. This is his way of paying her back. Overwhelmed by his intense pressure, she trembles and runs off to pack. Ye Bei keeps yelling at her to hurry up and stop being stubborn, causing the clumsy girl to nearly trip down the stairs. Watching her almost fall, Ye Bei sighs in sheer frustration, muttering about how her endless clumsiness is giving him a massive headache. Outside, the desolate streets are stained with dried blood as a horde of screeching zombies wanders through the ruined city blocks. Suddenly, they all turn toward a distant noise. From down the road, an armored vehicle charges forward without slowing down a single bit, ignoring the wall of undead blocking its path. The armored truck plows straight through them at high speed, sending bodies flying everywhere. A few unlucky zombies are crushed beneath the heavy tires, completely flattened. Back inside the shop, Ye Bei and Yor are getting ready to move. Ye Bei carefully stuffs various food items into his backpack, prioritizing long-lasting supplies for their journey. But as he packs, he suddenly gets a strange feeling that someone is watching him. Turning around, he spots Yor hiding nervously behind a shelf. He frowns and shouts, asking why she's lurking back there. Hearing his voice, she slowly steps out, wearing an incredibly flashy, cute outfit that looks like she's heading to an amusement park. Completely speechless, Ye Bei shakes his head in disbelief, asking why on earth she's dressed like they're going on a casual picnic. She just pouts and turns away, refusing to answer. Ye Bei sighs in frustration and asks where the instant noodles he ordered are. Yor simply points toward the table, where a freshly prepared cup of noodles sits waiting for him. Approaching the table, Ye Bei eats quickly, while muttering his plan to open the doors at sunset, wipe out the zombies outside, and hopefully find a car that actually runs. Glancing at Yor, he hopes she won't do anything dumb. Let's see what happens next. Spotting Yor snacking on chips, Ye Bei's eyes light up at his absolute favorite treat. Reaching out, he asks for some with a playful grin. You and I are jumping in just as Ye Bei asks Yor for a snack and she nods. Just as she hands him the snack, a massive crash shakes the store, sending shelves and items flying everywhere with a deafening screech that will make your ears ring. Panic freezes Yor on the spot, but Ye Bei reacts instantly, throwing his body over hers and screaming in terror. Damn it! Is this an earthquake? He peers out the metal door, shocked to see an armored truck crashing inside. What on earth? A whole vehicle, he gasps, heart pounding as the truck backs up slightly and the engine suddenly dies. The heavy door swings wide open, and a guy steps out, rocking super cool sunglasses. Landing on the ground, he lets out a smug, greedy laugh. A convenience store. Jackpot. He grins wildly, casually kicking a groaning zombie lying right next to him. Still not satisfied, he stomps hard on its head, growling that only dead zombies are good ones. Screaming this, the fat guy grabs a massive bag and chuckles greedily as he enters the shop. Haha, this entire place belongs to me now. Seeing the endless snacks scattered across the floor, his grin stretches ear to ear, and he bursts into even louder laughter. Squatting down, he excitedly starts grabbing all the food. Haha, chips, cookies, everything I love. He wolfs down a sausage while his hands keep frantically stuffing more snacks into his overflowing bag. He mutters smugly that since the city markets are completely looted, driving out to this empty, quiet town was a stroke of absolute genius. Now, pay attention, because a freezing cold box cutter blade is suddenly pressed right against his neck. From behind, Ye Bei warns him in an icy voice. Don't even move. Drop everything right now. The fat guy freezes, stuttering as cold sweat drenches his entire body. Ye Bei continues to threaten him, mentioning that the last scumbag who came here was thrown directly to the zombies, and I don't mind adding you to the list. Suddenly, the fat guy spots an opening, spinning around to throw snack bags right into Ye Bei's face. Blinded, Ye Bei stumbles back, gasping. Taking the chance, the fat guy grabs his loot, dashes outside, leaps into his armored truck, and slams the door shut to escape. But before he can start the engine, Ye Bei lightning fast slips inside, leaving the fat guy completely speechless. With eyes burning with rage, Ye Bei lunges forward with his knife. You fat idiot, die. The terrified driver screams in panic. Wait, please spare me. I surrender. I surrender. Just then, Yor rushes out, shouting, no more killing. Both men inside the truck freeze and look back. Outside, Yor stands there, her face filled with absolute fear. After a pause, her voice trembles, but she tries to sound convincing. He just ruined my store. If he dies, who is going to pay for all this damage? Ye Bei falls silent, a calculating glint flashing in his eyes. Sweat pouring, the fat guy watches him in terror. After a tense silence, Ye Bei lets out a dangerous grin. Hey, you're right. Stepping down, he points his blade at the driver. This truck is yours, right? Not bad. This will pay for the damages you caused. And, as it turns out, we need a driver. Before the guy can process this, Ye Bei barks at Yor to pack up and load all their gear inside. Surprised, he knows her name. She quickly nods and runs in. Still trembling, the fat guy stammers. Brother, I'm so sorry. I was just starving and crashed by accident. I didn't know anyone was in here, but check this out. Yor finally stumbles back out, dragging a massive, heavy bag. Suddenly, she freezes, staring into the distance in absolute panic as a horde of undead approaches. She screams at the top of her lungs, zombies, they're coming. Hearing her desperate scream, Ye Bei and the driver instantly panic. The fat guy stutters. I just killed a few. Why are there so many? Wasting no time. Ye Bei roars. Get in the truck. Now, Yor uses every ounce of her strength to carry the heavy bag inside. The door slams shut, locking instantly as the armored engine roars to life. Sitting at the wheel, the fat guy yells to buckle up. He floors the gas, slamming the truck in reverse and crushing the swarming zombies. The violent momentum sends Ye Bei and Yor flying around the cabin. Shifting gears, he stomps on the pedal. The truck rockets forward, sending zombies flying into the air, as the fat driver laughs like a total maniac. Haha. Drifting smoothly around a corner, he casually mows down a few more flesh eaters. Seeing his reckless driving, a furious Ye Bei threatens him with the box cutter. Are you insane, you fat pig? Drive carefully, or I'll end you. Shaking, he quickly explains. I need to clear the zombies first. It makes driving way easier. Besides, you guys haven't even told me where we're going. Ye Bei turns to Yor, asking where her father last called her from. She stammers. The Pudong Market. That was the last place my father called me from. Hearing this, the driver's face pales with worry. Pudong is suicide, boss. That place was always packed. It'll be absolutely crawling with zombies now, before he can finish. Ye Bei raises his blade, roaring, "Shut up. Only speak when we get there." The truck storms down the ruined highway. Hoping to break the silence, the driver offers to play some music. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You'll want to see what's next. All right, you and I are starting this wild ride with Ye Bei coldly rejecting his driver. No, it is too noisy, but the fat guy insists. He can sing. Ye Bei angrily yells at him to shut his mouth. Yu cannot help but giggle at the sight. But suddenly, a dirty, trembling hand reaches up in the distance. It is a zombie hand, reaching out for anything. Boom! Their armored truck slams right into the poor undead bastard, sending it flying through the air. The chubby driver bursts out laughing, totally loving it. Just then, another zombie hears the engine and stumbles onto the road. Without hesitating, the fat guy runs it over, crushing it instantly. He laughs even louder, absolutely losing his mind with joy. Ye Bei glares at him, clicking his tongue in pure annoyance. He does not pull a knife this time, but growls, "Can you shut up? I am trying to sleep here. Or do you want to get us all killed?" The fat guy nods. But of course, he instantly gets bored again. "If I cannot have music, at least let me have some fun. Do not worry. This truck is tough. Running over zombies is easy as pie." Ye Bei completely snaps, roaring, "I told you to stop. Do you get it?" The fat guy freezes in fear, dropping the candy from his mouth. Right then, the truck sputters and grinds to a complete halt. Ye Bei stares in shock and yells, "I told you to stop singing, not stop driving." The fat guy awkwardly looks down at the fuel gauge and panics, crying out, "We are completely out of gas." Ye Bei and Yu bolt upright in absolute horror, shouting, "What?" Grabbed by the collar, the chubby driver gets shaken violently, as Ye Bei roars, "You idiot! Why are you telling me we are out of gas now?" The fat guy stammers, saying he totally forgot, and there are no stations nearby. Yu cowers in the back, trembling with pure terror. Pay attention here, Ye Bei is absolutely furious. He points outside, yelling at him to lure them away, while the useless driver just stuffs his face. "They have us totally surrounded. At least let me eat. I do not want to become a hungry ghost in the afterlife." Ignoring their fight, Yu looks out the window. Suddenly, a hideous zombie slams its face right against the glass. The poor girl screams in absolute terror. More and more monsters are swarming their truck. Ye Bei clicks his tongue, his eyes filled with worry. If they stay, the truck gets torn apart, and they die trapped inside. But searching around, Ye Bei spots a military dagger tucked behind the seat. Outside, the horde screeches, pressing against the doors. Ye Bei does not hesitate. He kicks the door open, slamming it right into the nearest monster. Another beast charges in, furious. Ye Bei draws the blade and executes a flawless, lightning-fast strike, slicing its head clean off as blood splatters across the metal. Watching the brutal scene, Yu holds her head, shaking with extreme fear. Let's pause here, because this is where Ye Bei gets to show off. A giant, bloated zombie shambles forward, and our main character just smirks. The real fun is finally starting. "This blade is more than enough for you brain eaters." He hurls the dagger, sending it whistling through the air and burying deep into its skull. Ye Bei rushes forward, kicks the corpse down, and rips his knife back out. But more undead are already swarming in. Seeing the mob close in, he delivers a brutal kick to one, slices another skull open, and raises his blade high, plunging it straight down into a crawler's brain. Inside the truck, the fat guy watches, utterly amazed. Ye Bei clears the area in seconds, leaving the fat guy screaming in disbelief. "Wow, he is incredibly strong. I am getting goosebumps." Yu is terrified, but she cannot help but stare in absolute awe. Slamming his knife against the frame, Ye Bei flings the door open and roars, "Get out here, fatty." His face goes completely pale as he screams, "No way. I do not want to. I am terrified of dying." Before he can even protest, Ye Bei reaches in and drags him out. "Calm down, you idiot. If you stay inside, you are dead anyway. Just do what I say." He points toward the abandoned cars scattered down the road. "If we get lucky, maybe a few of those wrecks still have fuel left." Hearing their voices, more zombies start shambling over. Ye Bei tightens his grip on the hilt. "I will clear a path through these monsters. You secure the fuel." He glares at him with cold eyes. "You have been talking non-stop this entire trip. You know your way around cars, do you not?" The fat guy stammers, "Well, but before he can finish, Ye Bei turns to Yu. Stay in the truck, and do not move. He steps outside, weapon ready, while the fat guy is still shaking like a leaf. Wait, I am not mentally prepared. All I need is an empty bottle, right? Ye Bei snaps back in frustration. You useless coward. Move it. There are no empty bottles around. The fat guy grumbles under his breath. But right then, two nearby zombies are drawn by their shouting. Ye Bei does not hesitate, swinging his blade and decapitating the first one as blood sprays. Watching from a safe distance, the fat guy breaks into a cold sweat. He never expected this level of violence. Ye Bei seamlessly spins to execute the second beast. Seeing the driver frozen in place, Ye Bei barks, "What the hell are you doing? Get moving." The fat guy snaps out of his daze. He squeals, "I just remembered there is a spare gas can in our trunk." Privately, he realizes this guy is a beast, and he needs to stay close. Suddenly, another walker lunges at them. With a single, razor-sharp slice, Ye Bei cuts its throat wide open, sending blood spraying into the air. As the monster collapses, Ye Bei slowly turns around, his face completely dark. "What did you just say?" And that is where we leave our duo with the terrified Zhao Heng rushing to fill the tank as Ye Bei glares. "Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next." But Ye Bei suddenly stops him. "Don't pour it yet." Zhao Heng is completely stunned, scowling. Ye Bei says, "Help me get something first." He pulls out a glowing energy crystal. "Trust me. Watch this." Then he points his knife at the zombie on the ground. These crystals are hidden in their brains. Cut them out. Zhao Heng stands frozen like a statue. Without waiting, Ye Bei immediately shows him how it's done. He stabs the zombie's head, digs out the crystal, and glares at Zhao Heng. "Got it now?" The fat guy pales and stammers. "That's disgusting. I want to go back to the car." Ye Bei's eyes flare with fury. Pointing his cold blade at him, he roars, "Should I just turn you into mincemeat right now?" Panicking, Zhao Heng backs away, breaking into a cold sweat as he stammers. "I'll do it. I will. But how do I even cut them? You're holding my knife right now." Ye Bei roars menacingly. "Use your damn shovel." Nearby, the zombies let out spine-chilling growls as they slowly close in. Ye Bei turns around. His cold gaze sweeps over Zhao Heng as he snaps. "From now on, I kill them, you harvest them. Slow down, and you're dead." Now, watch closely. He dives right into the horde, slashing relentlessly as black blood splatters everywhere. Zhao Heng stands frozen, staring at the pile of zombie corpses with a pale, terrified face. Clutching his throat, he starts vomiting uncontrollably from the overwhelming, putrid stench. Stumbling over to a nearby car, Zhao Heng rummages around, muttering, "Seeing them from afar was gross enough, but now I have to dig into their actual brains." He sighs, his voice shaking. "Guess I have no choice but to face reality." Gripping his shovel tightly, he continues to complain with deep anxiety. "I know I'm big, but I'm terrified of dying. Please protect me while I grab these." Annoyed, Ye Bei snaps, "Shut up, you fat idiot, and just do it." Trembling, Zhao Heng approaches the lifeless zombie corpses, telling himself, "These things are dead. They can't move anymore, right?" He has to put all his strength into every single shovel strike. One hard swing slices right through a zombie's face, making Zhao Heng jump as he grabs its head in pure shock. Wait, their skulls are actually pretty soft. He cheers, his eyes lighting up. And there really is a crystal inside. Zhao Heng holds up the glowing green gemstone, staring in awe as it radiates a soft emerald light. Who knew these ugly monsters had such beautiful gems in their brains? He quickly turns to ask Ye Bei, "Hey, is this actually worth anything?" Ye Bei, busy tearing through the zombies, furiously roars back, "Shut the hell up, you idiot." But Zhao Heng barely even cares. Still thrilled, he wonders if this gem is why people mutate. I know what you're thinking. Is he going to steal one? Meanwhile, Ye Bei keeps slashing away. The ground is littered with gruesome zombie corpses. Panting heavily, Ye Bei stops and says, "That's enough. We don't have to worry about them anymore." Staring down at his weapon, his eyes grow cold as he mutters, "This blade is too dull, making me way too slow." Turning to Zhao Heng, he demands, "Hey, fat pig, how many did you get?" Zhao Heng beams, holding up a handful of glittering crystals. "Look at this, I got a ton of them." Stepping closer to Ye Bei, he says excitedly, "Once I did it a few times. I got pretty good at this. It's actually kind of fun." Ye Bei just nods coldly. "Go wash them, then put them away." He barks out another order. "All right, hurry up and fill the tank. We still need to make it to the market as planned." Zhao Heng quickly obeys, but as Ye Bei glances inside the car, he suddenly spots Yu lying unconscious, her body covered in wounds. Horrified, He gasps, "What?" and rushes over. "You air." He touches her forehead, cursing. "Damn it, why does this have to happen right now?" Yu remains completely motionless. With a shaking voice, Ye Bei mutters, "She feels even worse than she did last time." He frantically tears through the bags, muttering desperately, "Where is it? I know I brought the medicine. And the water." He carefully feeds her some water from a bottle. Still holding the gas can, Zhao Heng asks in a panic, "What's wrong with her? Is it heat stroke?" Furious, Ye Bei snaps, "None of your business. Just finish fueling up and get us moving." Yu still lies there, totally unresponsive. Gripping the steering wheel, Zhao Heng asks anxiously, "It's boiling hot, and she was in the car way too long. Is she doing any better?" Suddenly, a cold blade flashes, stopping right at his throat. Zhao Heng pales completely, letting out a terrified shriek. Ye Bei's rage completely boils over as he roars directly in his face. "Because you lied about having no gas. We wasted so much precious time. If anything happens to her, you're dead." Zhao Heng immediately drops to his knees, begging with a trembling voice, "Please, spare me. I'll drive properly and won't cause any more trouble, I swear." In the back, Yu slowly opens her eyes, looking incredibly weak. Their car speeds down a road littered with gruesome, blood-soaked corpses. And trust me, looking at Ye Bei's cold, silent rage, you and I wouldn't want to mess with him either. Trying to break the heavy silence, Zhao Heng asks, "By the way, what's your name? Your knife skills are insane." Ye Bei replies coldly, "Before you go asking for someone else's name, tell me yours first." "All right, let's dive into this wild story," where Zhao Heng awkwardly smiles, his voice shaking as he introduces himself as a mechanic. He explains that everyone in the city got infected, forcing him to flee in this car, which actually belongs to his friend. His friend left it for repairs and never picked it up, so he took it. Hearing this, Ye Bei slowly lets his guard down. He introduces himself as Ye Bei, but suddenly Zhao Heng slams the brakes, sending Ye Bei flying forward, barely bracing himself with his blade. The car screeches to a sudden halt. Ye Bei, absolutely furious, snaps and yells at him for stopping again. Zhao Heng, trembling, just points forward toward a massive wall of fire. Right in front of them, wrecked cars burn intensely, sending thick black smoke into the air as Zhao Heng stammers in pure terror. The route to the market is completely blocked. Their car sits frozen on the ruined street as the blazing fire blocks their path. Inside the car, Yu curls up, her face twisted in agonizing pain. Ye Bei turns to her, his gaze softening as he remarks she is finally awake. Yu looks outside, her eyes widening in shock. He seriously explains that the path is blocked, meaning they probably cannot reach her father at the winter market anymore. Yu drops her head in despair, but Zhao Heng quickly chimes in, suggesting an alternate route that will just take a bit longer. He asks if they should go as Ye Bei rests his chin in deep thought, scanning the chaotic ruins around them. After a moment, he agrees, but points out they need to find better weapons and gear before they proceed. Gripping his blade, he asks the heavy mechanic if there are any hardware or electronics shops nearby. Now pay attention to this part. Zhao Heng hesitates, then suddenly his eyes light up, gripping the wheel and pointing down a new path. Under Ye Bei's suspicious gaze, the car speeds off as Zhao Heng excitedly explains that the place belongs to an old friend. This friend is an expert blacksmith, which immediately catches Ye Bei's attention. Zhao Heng continues hopefully, saying the blacksmith used to live here, though he is not sure if the man survived the outbreak. But even if he is gone, his tools and high-quality gear should still be left behind. Ye Bei keeps his eyes glued to him, holding his blade as Zhao Heng adds that the machete was forged by this very blacksmith. Ye Bei realizes he has already gathered plenty of high-quality alloy materials during their journey. If the shop has the right tools, he can forge a much deadlier weapon, assuming this big guy does not screw things up. Zhao Heng remains incredibly cheerful, rambling on about how they first met back in the day and launching into a long, nostalgic story from their childhood. He happily recalls skipping school to steal coconuts, but Yor quickly cuts him off with a cold glare, telling him to shut up. It turns out Ye Bei has already fallen fast asleep, resting his head against the car door. Zhao Heng looks back, whispering in disappointment that he slept right before the best part of the story. You and I can see how bleak this world is, as their car speeds down an empty road littered with rotting corpses. Once they arrive, Zhao Heng steps out to look at the old house, whispering that nothing has changed after all these years. On the other hand, Ye Bei frowns, pointing out that this place looks more like a junkyard than a blacksmith shop. Zhao Heng laughs, explaining that his friend is eccentric and loves collecting bizarre junk. Ye Bei glares coldly, pointing his blade at Zhao Hang's throat and warning him that he better hope this blacksmith is legit, or else he can choose his own grave. Up ahead, a horde of zombies slowly approaches, their eerie groans echoing. Resting his blade on his shoulder, Ye Bei readies himself and speaks up before they head inside. He turns to Zhao Hang with a cold tone, warning him that his friend might easily be one of those monsters. Approaching the undead, he orders the big guy to repeat their routine. He kills, and Zhao Hang collects. Zhao Hang stands frozen in absolute panic, muttering silently under his breath, when a sudden voice breaks the tense silence. Wait. Yuer steps out of the car, her voice trembling but determined as she offers to help them fight. Ye Bei flatly refuses, telling her to stay put and avoid becoming dead weight, warning that he will not save her if she passes out or gets bitten. Unfazed, Yuer insists that she feels fine and promises to be extremely careful. Hearing this, Zhao Hang immediately chimes in, his voice filled with excitement. He praises her bravery, offering to extract the crystals while she picks them up under his protection. Yuer nods, while Ye Bei smirks, warning that he won't hesitate to cut her down if she gets bitten. A wave of anxiety washes over Yuer, but her eyes remain completely resolved. In the next second, Ye Bei swings his blade, decapitating a zombie as black blood splatters across the ground. Nearby, Zhao Hang begins slicing open the zombie skulls, casually asking her age, to which Yuer replies she is 14. He then asks for her name, and she says Yuziyu. Zhao Hang is surprised they have different last names. What do you and I make of this family mystery? Alright, let's jump right into a world where a mysterious figure is secretly watching our trio from afar with binoculars. Suddenly, that guy Luo Xiang flies into a panic, roaring, "Damn it," just as a frantic lackey bursts in, shouting, "Boss Luo, report." Before he can finish, a gunshot rings out, sending a bullet straight between the lackey's eyes. Gun in hand, Luo Xiang glares viciously and snarls. How many times do I have to say it? Knock before entering. Another guy outside trembles in pure terror, stammering to the boss. We found a group of people taking down the zombies at the blacksmith shop across the street. Puffing his cigarette, Luo Xiang coldly replies, "I saw that ages ago. You think I need you to tell me?" The goon bows down, trembling. "But there is one kid who is crazy strong. I saw him before, soloing a whole horde of zombies by himself." Luo Xiang blows out smoke, a dangerous gleam flashing in his eyes as he points toward Higuan and orders, "Bring it to me." Higuan quickly carries over a mysterious object, his eyes filled with absolute respect. Luo Xiang tosses the object hard at the reporting goon, who frantically catches it. In a bone-chilling voice, the boss orders, "Take it, and eat it, and tell me the details later." Face pale as a sheet, the goon stammers out, Thank you, Boss Luo. Now pay attention." Luo Xiang grabs Higuan's hair, ruffles it, and walks to the window with a sinister grin. "I am going to slowly enjoy their little show," he says, before threatening the others, "Throw this trash out and clean the room." With a savage look, Luo Xiang barks, "Spill the rest of your report, then go call the boys downstairs. I will reward them later." Meanwhile, down below, Ye Bei is still slashing away, sinking his blade straight into a zombie's skull as black blood splatters everywhere. He turns back, his voice sharp, "All clear here, how about you guys?" Drenched in sweat, Zhao Heng replies, "Just one left." Standing nearby, Yuer chimes in, "I got 10 cores." Ye Bei heads inside, commanding, "Fat Zhao, sweep the perimeter for any leftover corpses, while I check the interior." He kicks open the old wooden door, revealing a pitch-black room heavy with the sharp, overwhelming stench of rust and metal. Stepping inside carefully, he finds cages stacked high in the corner and a large wooden slab sitting right in the center. Ye Bei walks over, touching the blacksmith furnace and murmuring, "This is still warm. The owner either left recently or got jumped by zombies." Zhao Heng walks in to report, "Brother Ye, there are no signs of a zombie raid here, but everyone is completely gone." Ye Bei nods, his voice deep, "Got it. Hand over all the cores you collected, then find me an old motor, rubber hoses, and some iron sheets." Passing over his blade, he says, "Take this sword and go sharpen it, and guard the door for me." Taking the blade, Zhao Heng asks in confusion, "Wait, didn't we come here to borrow weapons? There are plenty on the wall." Examining a piece of wood, Ye Bei replies, "Before long, standard weapons like those will be useless. I need to craft something that actually lasts." Zhao Heng's eyes light up. "I know what you're thinking. Does Ye Bei actually know blacksmithing?" Ye Bei snaps in irritation, Stop wasting time and do what I said. Panicked, Zhao Heng quickly squeaks. Right away. Grabbing the blade, he mutters on his way out. What a hothead. Standing aside, Ewer hesitantly asks. So, what should I do? Inside the forge, the flames roar to life, casting a bright crimson glow across the entire room. Geared up in safety goggles, heavy gloves, and an apron, Ye Bei thinks. The first skill of an apocalyptic mechanic. Blacksmithing. He heats the iron rod and pulls it out, holding it firm with one hand while striking repeatedly with a heavy hammer. Clang! The rhythmic beats echo like a steel heart. Sweating profusely, Zhao Heng watches without blinking, utterly shocked. This guy actually knows how to forge. Ye Bei stays calm, directing him, throw all the cores in here. Zhao Heng complies immediately. Ye Bei tosses the cores into the heat, where they slowly melt into a bizarre, glowing green liquid under the fire. Stunned, Zhao Heng yells. All of the cores just melted down. This is absolutely wild. With an unbothered expression, Ye Bei slices his palm with a knife, letting his crimson blood drip straight into the bubbling green liquid. As the blood and liquid fuse, they emit a strange light. He pulls the mixture out and pours it over the hot iron. Zhao Heng watches in absolute disbelief, muttering, "It's like adding sauce." Ye Bei ignores him, delivering powerful, precise hammer blows that ring out with force. Meanwhile, in the building nearby, a group of thugs spies on the silver-haired teen. One stammers. He slashes through zombies like they are nothing. Why does Boss Luo want us to go poke this bear? A buff, curly-haired goon laughs out loud. Who cares? All I know is if I capture him alive, I get a crate of military supplies. A smug guy in purple chimes in, and I will get to enjoy a feast with gorgeous girls. Guan. What could be better than that? A bald, frowning thug grunts. That is exactly why Boss Luo is so interested in that kid in the first place. With the zombies cleared, attacking is easy. He sneers. Wait until late night, when they drop their guard. Then, creep in. Trust me. You and I are in for one wild battle next. Alright, let's watch Dongqing's crew agree to this crazy plan. Inside the forge, Ye Bei is totally focused on crafting weapons. Watching him work with such intense focus, Zhao Heng can't help but wonder what his real profession is. Could he be a graduate from some famous Shandong Technical College? Ye Bei grabs the parts from the table and lifts the almost finished blade, his eyes cold and sharp. Zhao Heng gasps in pure amazement, saying this weapon looks beautifully carved and absolutely stunning. He stares at the crafting materials on the table, his eyes shining with newfound hope. With eyes as sharp as daggers, Ye Bei declares that all the materials are finally ready. Brimming with absolute confidence, he announces that it is finally time to show the true power of a mechanic. Meanwhile, a hot, delicious feast is laid out on the table, filling the room with mouth-watering aromas. Ewer sits nearby, her eyes lighting up as she notes how great it is that the stove still works, meaning he can enjoy a hot meal after his hard work. Suddenly, a rough hand grabs her from behind and covers Ewer's mouth, completely cutting off her cries for help. The kidnapper, one of Luo Shang's thugs, smiles wickedly. He whispers that he is going to take this cute little girl to a much better place. Ewer struggles desperately, but she is far too weak to break free. Sensing something is wrong, Ye Bei whips his head around, searching the room with a sharp gaze. Now watch closely inside the old workshop. Metal is being ground non-stop. Under skilled hands, a sword is carefully sharpened until every deadly edge is perfectly defined. The hilt is quickly assembled, and finally, a magnificent blade glowing with blue patterns is placed gently on the table. Zhao Heng stares at the masterpiece and cheers in excitement. Wow, he remarks, he has only seen such weapons in movies. Wearing safety goggles and holding 2 electric clamps, Ye Bei initiates the final step, surging a massive current into the sword. The blue patterns on the blade instantly ignite, releasing a surge of power so violent that the surrounding machinery shakes as thick smoke starts pouring out. Zhao Heng's eyes widen as he shouts, "Wow!" Holding the blade to the light, Ye Bei confirms that his second skill, sword casting, is complete. Jaw dropped, Zhao Heng yells that this is crazy cool, and he wants one too. Suddenly, a painful cry echoes from outside, startling them both. Zhao Heng instantly panics at the sound. Recognizing his little sister Yuer's voice, they rush outside. Naturally, Ye Bei grabs his newly forged weapon as he runs. A gang of kidnappers is carrying an unconscious Yuer over their shoulders. Filled with dread, Ye Bei and Zhao Heng desperately scream out her name. Ye Bei's expression darkens, radiating pure killing intent. A bald thug presses a sharp blade against Gu Wire's throat, threatening them. Drop your weapons and come quietly to see Boss Luo, or else I will end this girl right now. You and I both knew he was strong. But look at this. Ye Bei swings his new sword, unleashing a blinding blue light that tears the concrete ground wide open as Zhao Heng stares in awe. Seeing this terrifying power, the bald thug screams out in sheer panic. To his crew's horror, he is sliced clean in half, his pale face frozen in absolute shock as his eyes bulge. The other guy holding Wire shrieks in terror. Showing no signs of slowing down, Ye Bei unleashes another wave of blue light, narrowly grazing the fat thug's iron bar and sending shivers down his spine. Another thug screams, "You bastard! Why are you running ahead of me?" His ally fires back that only an idiot wouldn't run. The surviving goons watch the fat thug's head get chopped clean off and scatter in absolute chaos. The spiky-haired guy yells that they are losing their minds, deciding to grab the girl and shift to a backup plan. He screams in desperation for everyone to drop the girl, otherwise none of them will escape alive. That glowing sword will hunt us down, and if we fail this mission, Boss Luo will personally make sure we eat lead. A sudden flash of light erupts right beside them, obliterating the rocks and debris in its path. Ye Bei is already right behind them, his gaze cold and deadly as he radiates overwhelming killing intent, leaving the spiky-haired thug shrieking in absolute horror. Noticing a sudden crisis, Zhao Heng quickly warns that a completely different threat is heading their way: zombies. From the backyard, a horde of zombies charges forward at terrifying speeds, looking completely hyperactive. Zhao Heng stutters that they seem insanely fast. Ye Bei clicks his tongue and grips his sword, wasting no time as he swings it in a seamless, perfect arc. The zombies are decimated in a single strike, their heads severed as black blood splatters everywhere. Zhao Heng screams in sheer shock, but Ye Bei doesn't stop, unleashing several more incredibly precise and devastating slashes with overwhelming power. Zhao Heng stands completely frozen in absolute awe of this power that goes far beyond anything he imagined, only to suddenly realize those two wretched kidnappers are slipping away. Before they can escape, he yells out urgently, "Brother Ye, they took you toward that building." His eyes blazing with fury. Ye Bei snaps back, "What are you still standing there for? Go after them, they are driving." Zhao Heng rushes to his car, muttering to himself that walking might have worked before, but there is no time to waste now. Keeping his cool, he yells back, "Brother Yi, stay right there and leave this noble duty to me." And that's where we leave it, our heroes speeding into the sunset, leaving those terrified kidnappers behind. What a wild ride. Let's dive in. No matter how fast they run, two legs cannot outrun four wheels. Damn it, one guy screams. They are about to catch up. Panicking, the two rush onto a nearby parked bus, shouting to get inside quickly. Zhao Heng gasps, completely stunned by the sight. He quickly slams on the brakes, stopping in front of a massive skyscraper looming in the dark twilight. "This building is definitely their lair," he mutters, stepping out of the car with a cold, sharp gaze. They blocked the entrance with a bus. What now? The two kidnappers slipped inside through glass doors, throwing back a mocking sneer. One of them sneers, "Oh, it is just that fat guy. He will be easy to deal with." With knives in hand, they step forward, wearing evil grins. "Your car is not bad at all. Thanks for personally delivering it straight to our doorstep." The leader raises his knife threateningly, warning him to get lost if he does not want to end up like a grilled skewer. Zhao Heng draws his weapon without hesitation, saying coldly, "Do not think I am afraid. I am not as weak as you guys think." Seeing him refuse to submit, they angrily charge, "I have killed more people than the chickens you have eaten. You are courting death." But before they can strike, look closely as a brilliant green light suddenly flashes right before their eyes. The terrifying power of that light shatters the bus door, making the electricity flicker as the two kidnappers collapse completely unconscious. Zhao Heng looks up in awe at the newly arrived Ye Bei, exclaiming, "Brother Ye, did you destroy all the zombies already?" Ye Bei does not answer, commanding firmly, "Do not just stand there. Follow me quickly to save her." Zhao Heng nods in agreement. "Oh, all right." With a resolute look, Ye Bei delivers a clean slash to the bus body, completely shattering it. The green light bursts out again, cutting through the night like a blade, allowing them both to easily enter the kidnapper's lair. The terrified thugs hide behind pillars, readying their weapons. As Ye Bei steps forward with a terrifyingly cold gaze, a nearby thug sneers and suddenly throws a dagger at him, screaming for him to die. The blade flies fast, but Ye Bei calmly blocks it with his sword. The dagger bounces off, and he immediately swings his sword to counterattack. The green energy shoots forward, leaving the thug completely defenseless as his eyes widen in horror. Suddenly, a nearby oil tank catches fire, triggering a small explosion. Zhao Hang mutters from the side, "Looks like you do not even need my help. Now check this out." The thugs launch an all-out attack, throwing fiery bottles of gasoline at them. Flames erupt under their feet, but Ye Bei easily charges through, slashing them down. They cannot even dodge, sent flying by his absolutely terrifying power. Suddenly, a gunshot rings out. A bullet grazes Ye Bei's shoulder, making him pause, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. The mastermind is none other than Luo Xiang, standing high above with a shiny handgun, looking down with a very smug, conceited voice. "You put on a great show. I witnessed everything. In a dark apocalypse like this, seeing people with your level of talent shocks me. Interested in having a drink?" Ye Bei frowns, his sharp gaze radiating pure killing intent. Seeing that, Luo Xiang quickly raises both hands with a friendly smile, saying he treats everyone sincerely, especially talented people like him. "If you have any requests, I promise to grant them." Ye Bei remains silent, dropping low and bringing his sword back decisively. Realizing an attack is coming, Luo Xiang instantly points his gun at Yor, who is unconscious in a chair. He snarls, "Oh, do not move." With a sinister smile, he continues, "We are taking extremely good care of your little sister here. She seems very tired and is sleeping quite peacefully." He steps up to the railing, looking down. His voice is full of fake politeness. "We are treating you very nicely, so do not reject our good intentions. Your weapon is highly powerful, and I know it might even be able to burn us all." Luo Xiang's smile turns twisted as he chambers around with cold eyes. "But do you want to see which is faster, your sword or my gun?" Ye Bei frowns deeply, staring back at Luo Xiang without any fear. Zhao Heng whispers anxiously, "Brother Ye, what do we do now?" Yor is in their hands, and they have guns. Suddenly, Ye Bei smirks, letting out a highly mysterious smile. He raises his head, his voice echoing, "I have a major research project, and I am worried about having no one to help me. If you gather everyone to welcome me, I will go with you." Surprised, Luo Xiang repeats, "Everyone?" Then he smiles with deep satisfaction, spreading his arms wide. "Great. I knew you were reasonable. We will give you the warmest welcome." Zhao Heng whispers in complete confusion, "Brother Yi, are you crazy? Are we really going to face all of them? And they have guns." Ye Bei turns back with an annoyed face, threatening, "If you do not want to go, get lost." Zhao Hong laughs dryly and steps back, his voice trembling. "You said it yourself. I have no intention of joining this." He calls back, "I am really leaving. Do not regret it." Ye Bei clicks his tongue, muttering, "What a troublesome bastard." Suddenly, 3 sharply dressed men in suits appear and bow deeply. Let's see what crazy thing Ye Bei does next. "All right, you and I are stepping into a dark, shadowy building where a cramped room is packed with dangerous thugs." Luo Xiang sits right in the center. Seeing Ye Bei enter, he opens his arms and shouts a booming welcome. Quite a crowd, right? Every young guy within 15 kilometers is gathered right here in this room. He bows like royalty and introduces himself as their leader, Luo Xiang, before asking with curious eyes, "What is your name, and how exactly can we help you?" Ye Bei smirks and answers coldly, "My name is Ye Bei. Remember it well." Staring straight at Luo Xiang, his voice drops as he asks, "Tell me, do you actually know how the apocalypse started?" The chandelier suddenly flares to life, as if exposing every hidden secret. Luo Xiang mutters, his sharp eyes flashing with interest. "So you claim you know me, and you think I know why the outbreak happened?" Ye Bei chuckles and says, "Exactly. I see you have a sharp brain. You anticipated the zombie horde and hoarded food early on. Right now, you want to build the Zilong Society, right? Pay attention here." Hearing the name Zilong Society completely shocks Luo Xiang. He strokes his chin and laughs. "Zilong Society? I only mentioned that to one person. How could you know?" "Huh. You are starting to get very interesting." Ye Bei pulls out a glowing energy stone, its brilliant light instantly grabbing Luo Xiang's full attention. Luo Xiang laughs in excitement. "Brother Ye, since you already know so much, let us skip the small talk and get straight to business." Ye Bei closes his eyes with a satisfied smile, his voice low but sharp as he says, "There are a few things you must understand about the zombie outbreak. First, a research facility overseas suffered a major leak, and birds and insects carried the virus across the entire globe." He pauses, eyes ice cold, as we see images of the military desperately trying to hold off hordes of infected citizens. Second, it was the intense nuclear arms race between nations. Nothing is more convenient than creating an enemy to destroy your rival nation, but they clearly miscalculated this entire plan. But then, a meteor from deep space slammed into Earth, bringing us to the third and most important cause. An alien meteorite crashed down, bringing the true source of the virus. While some was locked up for research, the rest leaked directly into the atmosphere. Once humans breathed it in, they mutated into flesh-eating zombies. Spreading his arms, he confidently adds, "You must have caught wind of this news, which is why you fled the city." Luo Xiang nods, his eyes flashing in agreement. "You guessed right. I actually did uncover some secrets regarding the zombie virus." He holds out 2 glowing energy stones, a calculating look appearing on his face. But despite thinking it over, I still do not understand what these pearl-like stones in the zombies' brains actually do. He stares at Ye Bei with curiosity. "Your sword, your research, they are all linked to this, right? Can you tell me what this pearl is used for?" Ye Bei smirks and replies smoothly, "Yes, but first I need you to gather a few items for me." Luo Xiang instantly aims his gun at him, demanding coldly, "No problem, but you must hand over that sword first." Without any hesitation, Ye Bei lifts his blade, its metallic gleam slicing through the dark room. Suddenly, Luo Xiang cuts him off. "Oh, I almost forgot. Your little sister is also here." He aims his gun at Miao Yor, threateningly saying, "We both want to make sure nothing bad happens to her, right?" Let's pause for a second. Seeing him threaten the little girl makes Ye Bei's gaze turn lethal. One of Luo Xiang's thugs steps forward, attempting to pry the sword from his hand. To his shock, the fat thug is completely crushed by its sheer weight, barely slamming it onto the table while gasping, "Boss, this thing is insanely heavy." Luo Xiang steps up with a skeptical look, but the blade does not budge. He smirks and laughs. "So many surprises today, I love it." He gestures to Ye Bei. "All right, time to show me what you got." Ye Bei closes his eyes with a mysterious smile. While the thugs assemble a device, Ye Bei explains that those infected by the virus develop a unique pearl-like stone inside their brains. Holding up the dark pearl, he continues, "This obsidian gem is actually called dark metal, and it is packed with raw energy. It stores the concentrated viral energy left behind after a human transforms into a zombie." Placing the gem onto the completed device, he explains that this dark metal has an incredibly high adaptability with normal earth metals. Simply put, it allows humanity to forge unbelievably powerful weapons. Luo Xiang asks eagerly, "Does this dark metal do something to the human body besides making weapons?" A greedy glint flashes in his eyes. "Do not tell me eating this pearl gives you superpowers. It looks so soft and sweet, like candy." Ye Bei bursts out laughing at the ridiculous idea, saying, "A few idiots who listen to the stone actually turned straight into zombies." Luo Xiang gets even more excited, asking, "Only a few? Then, what did the rest of them turn into? I cannot wait to see." Ye Bei raises an electrified iron rod, a sharp glint in his eyes. "Let us watch this together. Come along with me." As Ye Bei starts this wild ride, watch closely as he powers up his device. A brilliant blue current instantly erupts, surging wildly through the area and causing the entire room to violently shake. Under the dim glow, Ye Bei stands enveloped in shimmering rings of light, leaving the jaw-dropped crowd completely frozen in shock. Unable to handle the extreme pressure, nearby electronics burst into flames, sending thick smoke rolling as absolute darkness swallows the room. Panic spreads as no one knows what is going on. Is there a blackout? The lead thug roars impatiently. Could that black metal really trigger an electromagnetic pulse? Out of nowhere, Ye Bei tightly grips his sword, using the darkness to unleash a sudden strike aimed straight at Luo Xiang. But he is lightning fast, dodging to the side and forcing Ye Bei's blade to cut nothing but an old shirt hanging on the wall. Infuriated, Luo Xiang fires his gun repeatedly, screaming, "You dare challenge me, kid?" Meanwhile, Ye Bei slickly dodges every single bullet, leaving the boss's own henchmen to suffer the consequences. Ye Bei tightly grips his sword, moving like a ghost before delivering one final, lethal blow. Cut completely in half, Luo Xiang's body lies severed, yet he barely gasps out, "Damn it, I was way too careless." Watch closely here, because Ye Bei just walks away without looking back. Luo Xiang of the Purple Dragon Guild is finally finished, but remember, this monster committed endless atrocities once he discovered the power of that black metal. Luo Xiang had ordered the Purple Dragon Guild to develop advanced weapons, aiming to rule over every territory with extreme violence, slavery, and slaughter, while completely ignoring the military. No crime was too wicked for him. With cold determination, Ye Bei charges straight into the crowd, swinging his sword. Wherever he goes, enemies drop like flies, completely powerless to resist. Outside the building, brilliant blue flashes of sword light clash against the raging, roaring fires of destruction. After wiping out the entire army, Ye Bei silently looks at Yao Yue. His heart aches, thinking, I might be a killer now, but I never wanted you to witness this ugly scene. Gently placing his hand on her cheek, he strokes it softly before slowly kneeling down. He whispers, I always wanted to teach you how cruel this apocalypse is, but I never wanted you dragged into it. He whispers. Suddenly, a sharp noise echoes as the door is kicked wide open. Startled, Ye Bei immediately raises his sword, ready for another fight. However, the newcomer is actually Zhao Heng, who wears a very awkward, nervous smile. Hey there, it is just me. Shining his flashlight around the room, Zhao Heng gasps in shock. Did you wipe out everyone? Ye Bei picks up a gun from a corpse, inspects it, and loads the chamber with a satisfied grin. Better than expected. Let's pause here. While the flames keep raging, a strange, eerie song suddenly echoes from the distance. Zhao Heng worries. Did we seriously risk our lives just for this handgun? I thought you were saving Yur for something much more valuable. Ye Bei slips the weapon into his waistband, calmly explaining. This gun is incredibly rare around here. Having it changes everything. Nodding, Zhao Heng shines his flashlight ahead, asking curiously, Are you planning to upgrade this into an electronic gun? Suddenly remembering the fried electronics from earlier, he laughs. We really look like we are in a Hollywood action movie. Faking a retreat, while planting that blue pearl into the building's power grid. Your plan was absolutely flawless. I honestly never expected that pearl to trigger such a massive, terrifying, electromagnetic blast. Just then, a soft clinking sound echoes as an empty bottle rolls across the dusty floor. Instantly on high alert, Ye Bei raises his weapon, only to find a poor, terrified woman cowering in the corner, clutching her head and screaming, Please do not kill me. Zhao Heng shines his flashlight onto her, instantly recognizing her as Lin Jolin. Shaking violently, she stammers out, I was kidnapped by Luo Xiang, treated like a slave, and brutally tortured all this time. Please, I beg you, spare my life. Ye Bei stares coldly, demanding in a low voice, Do you know where he hid his stash of resources? Lin Jolin quickly raises her hands, stammering, Yes, I know. I will lead you straight to it. Pushing Yao Yuer's wheelchair along, Zhao Heng asks out of pure curiosity, Where are you from, little sister? Lin reluctantly replies in a faint, weak voice, My home was in a western city. My family? I have a sister, but we got separated when the apocalypse started. Reaching the elevator, Lin suddenly notices a major problem. She mumbles that the warehouse is on the 6th floor. But Zhao Heng quickly interrupts with a frown, Great, the power is totally dead. Ye Bei tucks his gun away, coldly ordering, Fatty, watch Yura for me. I am going upstairs with her. Zhao Heng nods in agreement. Meanwhile, the room looks like a brutal war zone, with corpses scattered everywhere and blood staining the floor. A few surviving thugs weakly try to crawl out of the heavy wreckage. One injured young man struggles to pull himself from beneath a pile of corpses. Help, please save me, he wheezes. But as his eyes adjust to the scene ahead, his jaw drops in utter horror. His boss, Luo Xiang, lies completely motionless with a horrific, gaping wound. He stammers in pure disbelief. Boss Luo is dead. But get this, a glittering stone suddenly catches his eye. What a crazy twist. Get ready, because you and I are starting with a desperate gamble. His trembling hands touched the black metal as he recalled the tense conversation between Ye Bei and Luo Xiang. It felt soft, like a pill that grants superpowers. But he knew the risks. Most of the maniacs who tried it turned into zombies. Overcoming his terror, he squeezed the stone and swallowed it without a single second of hesitation. The bitter taste made him grimace. Suddenly, his eyes bulged as his muscles swelled, and a wave of pure agony ripped through his body, making him scream. Outside, rain poured like a waterfall, while lightning split the sky. Zhao Heng glanced toward the window just as Yao Yuer opened her eyes, looking completely dazed and confused. Rubbing her head in shock, she asked, Fatty, where on earth are we? Zhao Heng rested his chin on his hand and replied softly, Little Yuer, you are awake? Some thugs kidnapped you, and Ye Bei fought their entire gang alone to save you. Hearing this, her voice trembled with worry. Thugs? Is Brother Yi okay? Is he hurt? Just then, the door swung open. Ye Bei walked in with a huge bag, calmly saying, You are awake. Yao Yuer quickly asked, Brother Ye, are you all right? Zhao Heng eyed the heavy bag curiously, asking, Hey Ye Bei, Did you find anything good in there? Dropping the bag onto the bed, Ye Bei replied. Yeah, got lots of useful stuff, but I cannot move it all yet. I need some rest. We will figure it out tomorrow, he muttered, looking around. Where did that pretty girl go? Zhao Heng shrugged. No clue. She vanished while you were checking the area. Maybe she got scared and ran. But stick with me, because this heavy rain and bright lightning are bringing serious trouble. Ye Bei flopped onto the bed, muttering, Forget her. I am exhausted. Sleeping now. Fatty, head downstairs and lock the doors before the zombies try to swarm us. Zhao Heng panicked. Why does it have to be me? Yao Yuer smiled. Let him rest, Fatty. Come on, I will help you lock up. Zhao Heng sniffled and sighed. You are seriously too sweet. You are making me emotional. The heavy rain showed no signs of stopping under the dark, gloomy sky. Inside a nearby apartment, the sound of a rushing shower filled the air. Li Ruoxi was taking a shower. Her pale skin and perfect curves illuminated softly under the dim lights. Suddenly, a creepy voice from outside made her freeze in terror. I have been watching you for days. I know you have not mutated, but nothing in this world is free, right? The creepy man rattled the bathroom door, trying to force it open. Holding the doorknob tight with one hand, while covering herself with the other, Li Ruoxi screamed in total despair. Help me. Please, save me. But he just cackled, licking his lips. It is pouring out there. Nobody can hear you, unless you want the zombies to come and rescue you instead. Suddenly, the glass door outside shattered completely, making both Li Ruoxi and the man jump as they turned toward the noise. Furious, the man stepped out and growled, Damn it! Who the hell dares to ruin my fun like this? Instantly, his face went pale with terror at what stood before him. You and I can only imagine her sheer fear as a blood-curdling scream echoed back, peeking her head out cautiously. She was met with a sight so shocking she was struck completely speechless. Right there stood a mutated zombie with bulging muscles and horns on its back, its sharp claws piercing straight through the man's chest. With a brutal flick of its powerful arm, the monster sent the man flying straight into the wall right next to Li Ruoxi. Screaming in panic and trembling with fear, Li Ruoxi slowly crept closer to get a better look at the beast. It was a hideous creature, with a deformed, muscular body, and only half a face left. She instantly recognized him as one of Luo Xiang's underlings. The zombie seemingly still understood human speech, staring into the mirror and muttering in confusion, Monster. Looking down at its remaining human hand, it wailed in despair. Why? Why did I turn into this? Losing its mind, it smashed the floor, screaming that it was not a monster. Despite her fear, Li Ruoxi kept her cool and asked, Who are you? The zombie began to explain, its voice shaking. I got shot. I thought I was going to die. In desperation, I ate the black metal, and my body started mutating into this. Hearing this, she gained some courage, gasping, You are a mutant? You actually ate the black metal? He nodded, trembling. A guy named Ye Bei said it came from a zombie's brain. To survive, I took the risk and swallowed it. Hearing Ye Bei's name shocked Li Ruoxi. She muttered it, then suddenly charged in anger, her towel slipping off. You mentioned Ye Bei. You know that bastard? She grabbed him by the hair and snarled. Where is he hiding? He quickly spilled everything. He went toward the city. He used a strange energy sword and sliced up the whole gang like paper. He has not gone far yet. Completely ignoring her naked state, Li Ruoxi screamed, Take me to him. I am going to tear him to pieces. The zombie panicked and tried to stop her. No, he is too strong. We cannot beat him. What did he even do to you? Gritting her teeth in agony, she replied, I ended up like this entirely because of him. He is my sworn enemy. The room fell silent for a moment. Li Ruoxi glanced at the dead pervert on the floor and asked, Are you okay? You just skewered this creep. The zombie hesitated. I do not know. My body is bursting with power, but I cannot control it at all. Then he looked up, surprised. Are you not scared of me? Li Ruoxi laughed, touching his rough skin. Trust me, you and I are about to see a wild alliance. I think you are strong, incredibly strong. She wraps her arms around his clawed body, whispering seductively, Help me kill Ye Bei, and you can have me. Trust me, this zombie is completely hooked, stammering if it is really true. Thrilled, the beast lifts Li Ruoxi right up, roaring that he likes her and will kill Ye Bei. Hearing this, she smirks, utterly pleased with her scheme. But suddenly, an agonizing pain hits him, making him scream in agony. Li Ruoxi panics. asking him what is wrong. Clutching his head, his horrifying shrieks echo through the entire building. The next morning at Luo Xiang's base, Ye Bei puts on his combat gloves and gears up his weapons. Zhao Heng inspects the food, muttering, "Thought we'd find good stuff, but it's just instant noodles, some books, alcohol, and cigarettes." Ye Bei sheathes his energy sword on his back, turning around to order, "Once you're packed up, let's get moving." The three of them make their way down the stairs. Zhao Heng, carrying the heaviest load, sighs. "Thought we'd score more guns, but only their boss had one. At least these supplies will last us months." Suddenly, he stops, screaming as he sees his beloved car completely smashed. "What happened to my ride? Did a literal meteor drop right on it?" With tears in his eyes, he caresses the jammed car doors. Ye Bei surveys the area, wondering if the storm or the battle caused this. Suddenly, he draws his gun and gestures to stand back. With one ruthless slash, he cuts off the damaged roof, turning it into a convertible. Zhao Heng gets behind the wheel, steering with a forced smile. Luckily, the engine still runs perfectly. He turns back to ask, "Where to now? Still searching for the little girl's father?" Ye Bei buckles up and nods. As the car cruises down the road, Zhao Heng grins. "Driving like this is awesome, but if zombies surround us, we are totally dead meat." But wait, don't blink, because a massive horde suddenly surrounds them. At the same time, a group of students is running for their lives, crying out for help. Ye Bei immediately recognizes them, his old classmates. He smirks, thinking what a coincidence. The students desperately flee, carrying their wounded while the relentless zombies snap at their heels. Xiaomu trips, spraining her ankle and crashing to the ground. She whimpers, crying that she cannot run anymore. As the zombies lunged, a bright blue light flashed, decapitating them instantly. The entire group turned around in sheer amazement. With a sly grin, Ye Bei rests his sword on his shoulder, saying, "Hey everyone, long time no see." The students sigh in relief, one saying they almost died. "Ye Bei, thank you." A blonde guy stares curiously at his glowing sword. "This sword is incredible. Where did you find it?" Ye Bei replies he went downtown. "So, did you guys finally leave school too? Where are you headed?" A classmate frowns, explaining they left because they heard of a safe sanctuary on Lake Island. "Getting there is tough, and some of us were already bitten." Another student gasps, "Wait, Ye Bei, do you have a car?" I know what you are thinking, their audacity is crazy. They beg for a ride, and a weak girl pleads, "Ye Bei, do you have food? Just a little bit is fine." Yao Yuer looks at Ye Bei with concern. "Brother Yi, looks like your friends are in trouble." Zhao Heng chuckles proudly, boasting that they must be staring because their ride looks so cool, even if it's not at its peak yet. Ye Bei loses patience, snapping, "Enough. Stop rambling. You guys are annoying as hell." Resting his chin, he says coldly, "Listen, we are low on gas, and this car cannot carry all of you. I can share some food, but first, you have to do something for me." The hopeful students rejoice. In unison, they cry, "Anything." Ye Bei's lips curl into a smirk as he turns to Zhao Heng. "Fatty, usual rules. You explain." Zhao Heng steps out of the car, laughing loudly. "Oh? Is it finally my turn to shine?" Ye Bei adds coldly, "There are more zombies ahead. I will kill them, but you guys have to harvest the bodies on the road." The students look bewildered. Zhao Heng grabs a shovel, approaches a dead zombie, and grins. "Come here, let Uncle Zhao show you." He drives the shovel into the zombie's head, pulling out a dark metal core and holding it up like a trophy. "See this? We need to dig these out." The students scream in utter horror, and one girl instantly faints. Xiao Mu trembles, but little Yao Yuer calmly reassures them. "Zombie skulls are fragile. Getting the core is easy. Do not worry." The pale students are horrified, some throwing up, wondering what kind of nightmare this little girl has lived through. Zhao Heng hands out some shovels and knives. "Here are some tools to borrow. Watch out, and do not get bitten." Watching Ye Bei butcher zombies ahead, they wonder, do zombies really have these in their brains? What does he even need them for? Ye Bei drops zombies in a flash with every swing. Disgusted but desperate, the students force themselves to get to work. 2 hours later, Zhao Heng laughs, holding a bag full of cores. "More hands really make quick work." Ye Bei nods. "And trust me, you and I are going to love their partnership." "Fatty, give them the food as promised." Zhao Heng grumbles. "Wait, why are you giving away my food?" Let's dive into this crazy story, where our hero looks at his begging students, sighs, and tries to stay strong Absolutely no sharing food. Suddenly, a massive shadow crashes down from the sky, landing right on Zhao Heng's wrecked car. The students gape in absolute horror. Ye Bei whirls around, his eyes wide as he grits his teeth. Why on earth is a mutated mutant appearing right here? It is Wang Sheng, Luo Sheng's underling, now a mutated zombie after swallowing the black metal. His face is completely deformed with terrifying bulging muscles. Ye Bei shouts for everyone to stay back. Wang Sheng slashes his claws at him, but he agilely dodges and immediately counters with a swift sword strike. The zombie quickly leaps backward to avoid the slash. Suddenly, the sound of slow clapping echoes through the air. Li Ruoxi steps out with a smirk, saying she has finally found Ye Bei. Seeing her face, Ye Bei turns pale. The students gasp. Class president, you are still alive? She sneers. Of course, the only reason I live is to watch you die. Li Ruoxi orders Wang Sheng to kill him. Ye Bei is stunned, realizing with shock that she is allied with this monster. Wang Sheng charges like a starved beast, while Ye Bei swings his sword to clash. Yao Yur screams out in panic. Brother Ye. Just then, a massive blast erupts between them, and you need to watch this glowing red figure emerging from a nearby roof. It is Zhou Bo, her entire body engulfed in raging fire, breathing out flames. The students scream in terror. What on earth is that? Far out on the lake, a luxury yacht drifts lazily. An old man casually smokes and laughs, thinking zombies cannot fly or swim, so there is nowhere safer than the middle of this lake. A young man in a neat shirt approaches with a bottle, smiling and praising his father's great wisdom. The old man glances at the other boats and sneers, saying he will rob all their supplies soon so they can relax here until the floods cover the entire world. Just as he finishes speaking, the yacht suddenly explodes violently. The two panic and scream, "What is happening?" An explosion? From down below, Zhou Bo suddenly shoots straight up into the sky, her entire body burning like a living torch. She flies off at an insane speed, leaving the two men on the yacht gaping in sheer shock, wondering what that was. Atop a very tall building, Zhou Bo's sharp claws grip the balcony. Her bony, emaciated body looks like a glowing piece of burning wood as she spews intense flames, terrifying the crowd below. Ye Bei grimaces and mutters, "This is absolutely impossible." He thinks to himself, another mutant, and a fire elemental one at that. Talk about terrible luck today. Li Ruoxi also stares in shock. What kind of monster is this? Why is she covered in flames? She turns to Wang Sheng, pointing at Zhou Bo, asking if that walking fireball is his ally. The zombie looks completely baffled, stammering that he has no idea. Restless, Zhou Bo grips the balcony to build momentum and leaps. She dives straight at Wang Sheng like a hunting hawk. Don't blink, because she instantly pins him hard to the ground. Wang Sheng screams, "Who on earth are you? Why are you targeting me?" With no reply, Zhou Bo's skeletal hand tightens its grip on him. Refusing to submit, Wang Sheng uses brute force to shove her off. Zhou Bo is thrown back, crashing hard into Zhao Heng's ruined car. Opening her mouth, she spews a wave of angry flames. The bystanders can only watch this epic clash between two powerful mutants. Zhao Heng clutches his head, crying over his ruined car and lost food. Ye Bei shouts, "Forget about that stuff. We need to run right now." The entire group immediately flees the chaotic scene, clicking her tongue in annoyance. Li Ruoxi snaps at Wang Sheng, "You idiot. Ye Bei is getting away. Why are you still messing around here?" He protests that he is blocked and cannot do everything at once. Suddenly, Zhou Bo blasts another hot wave of fire directly at Yao Yur. Unable to escape, the girl gets hit by the heat, crashing to the ground and shivering in intense pain. Ye Bei rushes over, grabbing her backpack strap to pull her up. Yao Yur stammers, "Brother Ye, the fire has split the road in two, separating us." A terrified schoolmate panics and screams, "Ye Bei, do you see that?" He shouts back, "Do not just stand there, find cover." The group scrambles away, dusting himself off. Zhao Heng tiredly asks, "Where do we go now?" Exhausted, Wang Sheng tries to call a truce, saying, "Hey, can we just calm down and talk about this? Did you not transform because you ate the black metal too?" Zhou Bo shivers, her voice breaking as she screams, "Black crystal. No, I never wanted to eat it." She recalls her dark past, imprisoned and tortured by filthy rich people who abused her and forced those crystals down her throat. They were absolutely insane, a bunch of maniacs. The more she remembers, the angrier she gets, unleashing an even fiercer wave of fire. "I must slaughter them all and burn them to ashes." Feeling a sense of empathy, Wang Sheng speaks softly, "So you were also forced to consume the black metal?" I completely understand your pain. Overhearing this, an annoyed Li Ruoxi loses all patience, yelling, "Hey, are you two done bonding or expressing regret for not meeting each other sooner?" Crossing her arms, she orders, "Go find and kill Ye Bei right now. He is definitely hiding in some dark corner nearby." Wang Sheng reassures her, "Do not worry, I am on it. You and I both know he can track his scent anywhere. All right. You and I are jumping right into a wild chase." Overhearing Wang Sheng and Li Ruoxi, Zhou Bo asks who they want, and Wang Sheng names Ye Bei. He seems to know a lot about the black metal, and I think he might have a way to turn us back into humans. Zhou Bo freezes, her eyes flashing with pure excitement at the thought of becoming human. She nods with determination, saying she is coming along. Down in a dark, creepy basement, Ye Bei, Zhao Heng, and Yao Yuer are running for their absolute lives. Gasping for air, an exhausted Zhao Heng asks if the silence outside means their pursuers have finally given up and left. Ye Bei signals for quiet. Suddenly, boom! A car flies out of nowhere, crashing straight toward them as everyone screams and leaps back. Wang Sheng emerges with a wicked laugh, declaring he finally found them, and their brutal battle is far from over. Staring each other down in the gloomy basement, Wang Sheng roars at Ye Bei to spit out the secrets of the black metal before he dies. "Just cooperate, do not act foolish." Ye Bei grits his teeth, telling fatty Zhao Heng to get Yuer out of here immediately while he solos this monster alone. Zhao Heng nods. Right, but they do not make it far before their path is blocked. Zhou Bo steps out, her entire body burning with bright red flames. Yao Yuer panics, crying out that they are surrounded, just as a cold, mocking laugh echoes through the basement. Now, pay attention to this twist. Li Ruoxi sits smugly on Zhao Heng's ruined car, sneering that Ye Bei cannot escape these two powerful mutants. Realizing she is the mastermind, Ye Bei frowns deeply, furious at Li Ruoxi. He quickly turns and commands his team to hide in the corner and stay back, and Yao Yuer hastily agrees. As Li Ruoxi orders the kill, Wang Sheng charges like a wild beast. Instantly, Ye Bei draws his energy sword, flashing bright blue light. Wang Sheng swings his deadly claws, but Ye Bei dodges with agile moves, drawing his prepared gun and firing a shot. The bullet flies at blistering speed, but accidentally hits Li Ruoxi's shoulder instead of her mutant ally. She clutches her wound, screaming in agony. Wang Sheng pauses in shock, and Ye Bei seizes the perfect opening to fire another bullet, this time hitting her right in the stomach. Wang Sheng shields her with his arm, roaring not to hurt her, but Ye Bei keeps moving, unleashing a slash of blue light toward them. Wang Sheng dodges while holding the injured girl. Right then, Zhou Bo charges into the fray, her body engulfed in roaring flames. She targets Ye Bei, but he leaps aside just in time, leaving the concrete floor cracked under her devastating power. Zhou Bo spits fire, and Ye Bei instinctively blocks with his sword. Behind a nearby wall, Yao Yuer and Zhao Heng watch the intense, uneven battle with bated breath. We both know how brave she is. Calling to Ye Bei, she pulls a knife from her pack and throws it at Zhou Bo. The knife hits her steel-like head but bounces off harmlessly, leaving Zhao Heng completely dumbfounded by the sight. Is little Yuer a warrior now? Her bold move draws Zhou Bo's attention, giving Ye Bei the perfect chance to swing his glowing blade. Zhou Bo swiftly dodges the strike, but the blue light accidentally slices open a nearby water pipe. Water pours out heavily, extinguishing the flames on her body as she shrieks like a wet cat. Seizing the moment, Ye Bei delivers another slash, severing her arm. Zhou Bo screams in agony, as if she is burning alive. He aims to strike again, but she quickly evades, letting the blue light shatter the ground. Terrified, she flees back toward Wang Sheng. Yao Yuer anxiously asks if he is hurt, and an exhausted Ye Bei simply replies that he is fine. Sighing, he admits fighting two mutants at once is rough. Zhao Heng asks curiously if he knows where these mutants come from. Ye Bei closes his eyes, explaining that they are humans who mutated after consuming the black metal. Most turn into brainless zombies, but a rare few, maybe 1 in 1,000, retain their consciousness as mutants. Looking down at Zhou Bo's severed arm, he notes that conscious mutants are extremely rare. A puzzled Zhao Heng wonders how he knows all this. Ye Bei quietly shuts his eyes, promising to explain later. Now they must choose their next path. Zhao Heng clutches his head, groaning about his car and food. He thinks to himself that the world has changed, and this apocalypse is progressing much faster than anticipated. Looking back at the absolute mess behind them, Ye Bei mutters that they will need to create something far stronger for the worst-case scenario. Outside, a sudden downpour begins, blurring the dark landscape as the trio stands helplessly around their ruined vehicle. With teary eyes, Zhao Heng hugs his supplies, sobbing that the car is totaled and their only option is to carry what food and gear they can. Sighing, as he looks back into the garage, he laments that all exits are blocked, even though there are plenty of working cars inside. He hands Ye Bei and Yao Yuer large sheets of cloth, telling them to use these makeshift covers, since they do not have any umbrellas. He asks if they should wait out the rain or seek another ride, but Ye Bei ignores him, turning to Yao Yuer to ask what is wrong. With a trembling voice, she says she has been here before, pointing toward a distant hill where an old friend of her father lives. That's his place. Zhao Heng asks who this friend is, and you and I have to wonder if he is even alive. Stick with me. Yao Yuer hesitates and tells them that the man is weird but nice. She looks up with hopeful eyes, explaining his place has huge, high walls that zombies can't scale. He apparently has tons of computers. Ye Bei's eyes widen in surprise, while Zhao Heng just sneers. Like an internet cafe? We need a supermarket way more than gaming rigs. Ye Bei stares at her and leads the way. Let's go check his place out. We can rest there. The little girl happily nods, but suddenly, a zombie appears. No, it's not just one. There's a whole pack. Zhao Heng panics as they swarm closer. Ye Bei steps up coldly to end them. With a flash of blue light, a blade slices a zombie into 5 clean pieces. It's Wang Sheng. He tears through the remaining zombies himself, extracting dark metal spheres from their brains. He mutters, his eyes flashing with a dark scheme. Having got what he came for, Wang Sheng leaps onto the roof and vanishes. In another building, Zhou Bo flinches at a sudden noise. She turns. Now watch this closely. She sees Wang Sheng climb through the window. He rushes to Li Ruoxi, whose face is pale as she bleeds from 2 unextracted bullet wounds. Wang Sheng places the black metal in front of her, worriedly saying, Ruoxi, I brought the black metal back. She gasps in sheer pain, demanding he hand it all over. Wang Sheng hesitates, asking if she is absolutely sure. Li Ruoxi screams in rage, demanding them immediately. Wang Sheng's expression darkens as he silently turns and walks out of the room. Zhou Bo curiously asks if she will eat them. Wang Sheng sighs, noting her hesitation. Zhou Bo shakes her head, warning that eating dark metal is a brutal, agonizing struggle. I survived, but ended up mutated like this, she adds. Wang Sheng looks down, muttering he cannot let her die. Zhou Bo replies that without medical treatment, she will die anyway. Consuming the black metal is her only desperate option. She smiles hopefully, saying that if it works, she will be immune like them and ready for revenge. Wang Sheng slowly nods. True, but someone like Ye Bei still has his arm. Growing limbs back is tough, and Zhou Bo sighs that his weapon blocked her fire. Wang Sheng encourages her, suggesting they team up to capture him and force him to reveal the secrets of the dark metal. Zhou Bo nods, offering a hand, and introducing herself properly as they shake on their new alliance. Outside, the rain continues to pour, as, somewhere else, a zombie's arm is cleanly sliced off by a blue energy blade. Ye Bei gasps for air, completely exhausted under the downpour. Zhao Heng looks worried, suggesting they find a safe place to rest. Ye Bei turns to Yao Yuer, asking how much further. She points ahead, telling him they must go through the tunnel. But she suddenly stops, realizing the drainage failed and the tunnel is completely flooded. Ye Bei clicks his tongue in annoyance. Damn it, he mutters, pointing to a floating wooden plank. Get on. We will push you. The girl nods quickly. The 3 venture into the flooded tunnel. Zhao Heng shivers, complaining about the darkness and worrying about underwater zombies. Now, you and I knew this was coming. Yao Yuer turns back worriedly, but before Ye Bei can fully reassure her, he suddenly sinks underwater. Yao Yuer screams his name. Meanwhile, outside, under the dark sky, in pouring rain, Wang Sheng asks Zhou Bo why the storm won't stop. Zhou Bo agrees, pointing out the flooded streets. Wang Sheng hesitates, whispering to Li Ruoxi that they need to make a deal. Inside, Li Ruoxi writhes in sheer agony from the dark metal's surging energy. Wang Sheng calls out to her in panic. Li Ruoxi's eyes snap open, glowing like purple flames. Grotesque veins pop across her face as she lets out a blood-curdling shriek. Zhou Bo asks what happened. Suddenly, a massive wave of dark energy blows the windows apart, casting a brilliant purple light into the night. Ye Bei slowly opens his eyes, staring into the freezing, murky water. His vision slowly clears as he struggles for air, bubbles escaping his lips. A hand suddenly pulls him up, revealing a slender figure in a white coat. Li Ruoxi looks down at him coldly, demanding to know where his mechanic guild is hiding. Ye Bei sneers in utter disgust, telling her to get lost, and that he despises women like her. Li Ruoxi glares at his stubborn defiance. Suddenly, a massive hand forces his head back underwater, choking instantly. Ye Bei thrashingly fades into the darkness of the freezing water. When his eyes finally open again, he is staring up at a clean white ceiling. Squinting to focus through the intense body aches, Ye Bei silently sits up, wondering what on earth just happened. Beside his bed, Yao Yurer is asleep, but groggily opens her eyes. Seeing him awake, she happily cries out his name. Ye Bei nods in daze, looking around and asking where they are. Yao Yuer quickly explains it is her father's friend's house. Zhao Heng walks in carrying a food tray, relieved that Ye Bei is finally awake after sleeping for an entire day. Are you still here? Ye Bei asks. Zhao Heng looks hurt, telling him not to be so cold after they struggled to carry him. Ye Bei asks how on earth they managed to carry him through such a heavy storm. An old man standing at the doorway chimes in, admitting he has no idea how they made it either. He frowns in shock. A student, a chubby guy, and a little girl bypassing a zombie horde? Trust me, you and I wouldn't have believed it either without seeing it. You and I are starting today with Yao Yuer happily explaining how they dragged an unconscious Ye Bei out of the river. Luckily, Dr. Zhang spotted them on security cameras and drove out to rescue them. Yao Yuer is proud, but Ye Bei is immediately suspicious, asking if he saw everything. The old man nods, still in awe, saying he saw him slice through zombies like they were nothing but fresh fruit. He asks where the weapon came from, but as Ye Bei tries to stand, sharp pain forces him down. Weakly, Ye Bei thanks him but refuses to discuss the weapon, demanding its return as a worried Yao Yuer rushes over. Calling his name, she worries while Dr. Zhang secretly notes that swinging that heavy sword totally drained the boy's stamina. Smiling warmly, the old man introduces himself as Zhang Han, or Dr. Zhang, explaining this facility is his private research lab. He has been hiding here since the outbreak, a detail that suddenly triggers a memory inside Ye Bei. Zhang Han is a legendary researcher of black metal energy, a literal god to mechanics. Ye Bei stares in disbelief, asking if he is truly that famous scientist. Zhang Han scratches his head, admitting with embarrassment that the fancy doctor title is actually self-proclaimed. He was just a helper here, making Ye Bei sigh, thinking it is just a coincidental name match. Noticing his disappointment, Dr. Zhang quickly changes the subject, begging to borrow and study the mysterious sword for the future of all humanity. But watch closely, because Ye Bei makes a quick choice to test this mysterious scientist anyway. He agrees, but promises something far more exciting to study. Dr. Zhang gasps as Ye Bei offers him a live zombie. Stunned but thrilled, the old man lowers the heavy steel door and eagerly leads him to the weapon storage. Ye Bei just gives a dry response while Dr. Zhang rubs his hands, promising he will only do a harmless inspection. He is shocked when Ye Bei lifts it effortlessly, admitting he nearly broke his own back just moving the heavy thing. Looking around, Ye Bei nods in approval of the impressive workshop. With these tools, he could craft much stronger gear. Dr. Zhang eagerly asks if Ye Bei built the sword himself. Ye Bei remains silent, and Dr. Zhang begs to watch him work, but he is shut down instantly. He demands absolute secrecy, threatening to withhold the live zombie, leaving Dr. Zhang pouting about being bullied by a youngster. Smirking, Ye Bei demands delicious food every single day in exchange for even considering the deal. The doctor scoffs at his shamelessness, while the nearby computer screen quietly displays profiles for Ye Bei and Zhao Heng. Look at this mystery. Ye Bei has a profile, but Zhao Heng is a total ghost. Outside, heavy rain pours like a waterfall as brain-dead zombies mindlessly wade through the flooded gates. Inside, Yao Yuer stares at the monitors, her fingers flying across the keys with desperate hope of spotting her missing father. Dr. Zhang approaches with 2 steaming cups of warm water, calling out to her gently. She turns around, saying she just wants to help. Dr. Zhang smiles warmly, praising her for searching for survivors. He sighs heavily, noting there is still no sign of her dad. The area where her father was is completely overrun, but Yao Yuer smiles, believing Dr. Zhang is a kind man. She believes her father is safe too, but Dr. Zhang leans in close, whispering a warning about her new companions. He glances over at Ye Bei, working on his weapon, noting that the young student has killer eyes and master-level technology skills that are way too advanced for an ordinary teenager. Unaware of the gossip, Ye Bei happily admires the newly crafted mechanical parts he just finished. The doctor continues his rant, unaware of Zhao Heng sneaking up behind him, muttering that the chubby guy looks normal but clearly hides dangerous secrets. Zhao Heng suddenly interrupts, scaring Dr. Zhang half to death as the old man spins around in panic, pointing an angry finger. Zhao Heng argues that the doctor himself is the most suspicious person in this massive, empty lab. There is a helipad on top, a massive garage, a giant fuel depot, and endless solar panels. Dr. Zhang listens in silence, his eyes growing cold as Zhao Heng lists the mountain of food, clothing, and endless survival supplies, accusing him of hiding something massive from everyone. Losing his temper, Dr. Zhang explodes with fury, pointing directly at Zhao Heng's face, while his shaking hands splash water everywhere. In pure rage, he roars, demanding to know what they could possibly understand about his lifelong sacrifices and hard work. He foresaw the apocalypse and prepared early, yet everyone called him a crazy fool and a madman. They eat his food, sleep in his home, and still dare to judge his ultimate goal of saving humanity. And that is where we leave them, with Zhao Heng shaking, sweating, and questioning Dr. Zhang's true, crazy motives. You and I are jumping right into a heated argument as Zhang Han snaps about invaded privacy and disabled cameras. Well, if those cameras had not been working, who would have saved you guys anyway? Sensing the growing tension, Yor quickly steps in to stop them, pleading for them to stop fighting. But suddenly, a cold needle stabs into Zhao Heng's neck, freezing the room. He spins around in sheer panic, shocked to find Ye Bei standing behind him with a syringe, remaining eerily calm. Ye Bei quietly whispers for him not to move. He smoothly draws a vial of blood from Zhao Heng's neck. Terrified, Zhao Heng rubs the sting and stammers, asking what that was even for. Staring at the blood, Ye Bei calmly replies that he just needed a quick sample, before his expression turns dead serious. Now pay attention, because the zombies are mutating and we are officially running out of time. With that, Ye Bei turns and walks away, throwing back a chilling warning that far worse disasters are coming, so everyone must prepare. Hearing this, Zhang Han goes completely pale and gasps out in disbelief. Mutating zombies? Yuer and Zhao Heng are utterly stunned. On the monitors outside, the torrential rain continues to fall, flooding the entire street. Not too far away, an abandoned building looms, trapping Yu Feng and his desperate group inside. Standing by the window, Yu Feng stares at the undead wading through the muddy water, their eyes glowing with a creepy green light. Hungry for human flesh, Yu Feng shivers in pure disgust, his face pale as he grits his teeth and lets out a soft groan. Turning back to the others, his voice shakes as he warns that they are surrounded by zombies and cannot escape. That is when they notice how drenched and filthy his clothes are, which makes sense given the heavy downpour flooding all the roads outside. One of the boys speaks up, worrying about how badly the streets are flooded. A girl nearby breaks down, burying her face in her hands and crying out in total despair. On the floor, another girl lies motionless under a makeshift jacket, while a boy sits beside her weeping. Yu Feng stares outside, wondering where Ye Bei could have gone, while a panicked girl cries that there is no food and they will starve to death. Hearing her, a desperate resolve flashes in his eyes as he mutters there is still a way. He pulls out several glowing green energy crystals, leaving the entire group absolutely stunned as they stare at his hand. In a tense whisper, he explains that he secretly pocketed these while helping Ye Bei harvest zombie brains. Staring at the shining crystals, Yu Feng continues, saying he heard the giant monster only transformed after eating one of these dark pearls. I know what you are thinking, eating that weird core is insane. And his friend instantly panics. He stammers, asking if Yu Feng is really going to swallow it, while Yu Feng tightly clutches the crystals, shaking but trying to stay calm. He argues that if they can gain monstrous power, they can easily break through the horde and survive. Suddenly, a girl points out the window, asking what that is, causing the entire group to immediately spin around in curiosity. Their eyes instantly follow her finger to the abandoned building directly opposite them, where a massive purple vortex swirls violently, wrapped in eerie, crackling lightning. Yu Feng cautiously steps closer, his eyes narrowing in complete confusion at the strange tornado. Everyone stands there, mouths wide open, paralyzed by the bizarre sight. Cut back to the research facility, where the heavy rain continues to flood the area. And inside a bright room, Ye Bei is hard at work. Bright sparks fly everywhere, illuminating his intense face as he pulls off his welding mask to reveal a look of absolute determination. Zhao Heng watches anxiously from the doorway, muttering that Ye Bei has been working for days and nobody knows what he is building. Walking up from behind, Zhang Han deeply grunts that Ye Bei claims to be crafting a brand new weapon to fight the mutating zombies. But surely, they will not all mutate into those black-spiked monsters or fire-breathers you guys ran into earlier, right? Sighing in frustration, Zhao Heng grumbles that he has absolutely no clue. If they actually turn into those things, we are doomed because this place lacks real weapons to fight them off. Zhang Han immediately snaps back, arguing that he built a peaceful shelter, not some warlord base, so of course he has no weapons. Not backing down, Zhao Heng counters that a shelter without any weapons is just a slaughterhouse waiting to happen. Just as Zhang Han is about to yell back, Yor suddenly bursts into the room, desperately calling out his name. Stammering with tears in her eyes, she gasps that she just spotted her father on the security feed. Her eyes glisten with overwhelming joy as Zhao Heng rushes over, frantically asking if she is absolutely sure it was him. Zhang Han hurries after them, muttering in panic that this means he has already reached the dangerous Tan Thui district. And, as she tracks him to the West Market, you and I are left wondering if they can save him in time. Get ready, because you and I are about to jump into a wild apocalypse mystery. She saved the security footage, but what they see on screen absolutely terrifies them. In total shock, they all gasp. What? Is he actually walking right through that massive crowd of zombies? Zhang Han squints at the screen, baffled. Zhao Heng adds, look at his movements. He does not actually seem to have turned into a zombie, does he? But why are the monsters ignoring him? The screen clearly shows Yao Haipeng in a dark green raincoat, his gaze sharp and cold, his entire body covered in some strange, slimy liquid. Under the pouring rain, he silently glides past the undead, his figure slowly fading from the camera's view. Tears well up in Yor's eyes as she whispers, Dad. Zhao Heng quickly tries to comfort her, saying, we do not know how he snuck past them, but at least we know he is still alive. Yor wipes her tears, nodding with a choked sob. Yes, thank you. Suddenly, Zhang Han gasps as he spots something odd. Look closely. It looks like he wore zombie clothes and smeared their blood all over himself. Is that really how he fooled them? Do these monsters hunt purely by scent? He ponders, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, thinking this is definitely something worth researching. Yor looks at him anxiously, her voice trembling. Mr. Zhang. Her soft call suddenly snaps him out of his deep thoughts. Zhang Han blinks, giving an apologetic smile. Ah, forgive me, my child. My old habits got the best of me. Leaning closer, he speaks to her with gentle seriousness. Yor, I know you desperately want to save him, but the weather is too dangerous, and this relentless rain will not stop. The tunnel to the west zone is completely flooded, making driving impossible. Hearing this, Yor lowers her head, weeping softly in pure despair. Watching her cry breaks Zhao Heng's heart. But pay attention, because he is about to spark a tiny ray of hope. Why don't we ask Ye Chu? He suggests hopefully. Who knows? Maybe he has already crafted some incredibly powerful gear for us. Hearing this, young Yor's eyes light up with a bright, hopeful smile. Yes, let's do that. But Ye Chu completely shuts her down, with an icy, stern expression. Absolutely not, he says coldly, staring straight at Yao Yer despite her desperate, pleading eyes. It is not finished yet, so rushing me will not help at all. He turns away sharply, his voice freezing. I told you, do not disturb me unless you are bringing food. Zhao Heng snaps in anger. Hey, Ye Chu, aren't you being way too harsh? If you cannot help, fine, but you could at least offer her some comfort. Why so cold? Ye Chu remains unfazed, replying flatly. Then you go. Now wait. You and I both know Zhao Heng did not expect that, huh? In that exact moment, two glowing, legendary weapons appear before him. A blade as sharp as moonlight, and a strange, serum-filled gun radiating an eerie energy. Zhao Heng's jaw drops in pure shock. What on earth is this? Ye Chu explains calmly. Yes, I infused your blood into these two weapons. Now they are perfectly tuned for you to use. Overjoyed, Zhao Heng grabs them, his eyes gleaming. Let me test them out. Holding the blade, he gasps in sheer amazement. Whoa, it feels completely weightless. Is this modeled exactly after yours? Ye Chi warns him with a serious look. When attacking, imagine channeling all your energy into the weapon to unleash a blade of pure light. But pace yourself, or you will collapse from exhaustion. Zhao Heng's eyes sparkle as he nods rapidly. Oh, got it? I will be careful. He then points curiously at the gun. Wait, is this one upgraded from the gun you confiscated earlier? Ye Chu nods with a steady tone. Yes. Before firing, switch on the power to charge the barrel. The bullet will release massive energy, but ammo is strictly limited, so make sure every single shot counts. Zhao Heng licks his lips in wild excitement. Wow, is this an actual railgun? This is insanely cool. Armed with his new gear, Zhao Heng charges outside like a hungry beast, spotting prime prey. Haha, I cannot wait. I have to test this right now. He dashes straight out of the base into the pouring rain, aiming the gun. Ah, 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 ah. Time for a big bang. A blinding streak of blue energy shoots upward, tearing through the stormy sky. Zhao Heng flinches in shock. Oh, damn. But a second later, he bursts into roaring laughter. This is way too epic. Next, he draws the blade as killer intent surges. With one clean slash, a brilliant crescent of light tears the air apart. Haha, it actually fired a light beam. Utterly thrilled, Zhao Heng slashes repeatedly, enjoying himself as if he is playing a satisfying game. From the lab, Zhang Han watches through the security feed, frowning. Hey, cut it out. Stop waving lethal weapons around right outside my laboratory doors. Zhao Heng grins wildly, shouting, haha, I am completely invincible now. Quickly putting on his boots and heavy raincoat, he stands in the storm, roaring with pride. Zombies or mutants, bring them all on. Old Zhao will tear every single one of them apart. Facing the camera, he yells, Yue, I will bring your father back safe and sound. Just stay here with Mr. Zhang. Inside, Yao Yue watches with deep anxiety. Fretful, she wonders. Zhao, are you going to be okay? Zhang Han sighs in total resignation. Let him be. Let's see how long his cocky attitude lasts. Zhao Heng marches away from the lab, testing his radio. Testing. Can you hear me? Zhang Han crackles over the radio. The path west is flooded. You must detour through the mountains. There are no cameras, only endless zombies. Trust me on this one, you better watch your step. Let's dive into some hilarious survivor bickering. Zhao Heng pouts, telling the annoying old man to let Yue guide them. Zhang Han fumes, calling him a damn fatty, while Zhao Heng slowly steps forward, tightly gripping his sword and gun. Suddenly, his eyes narrow as he spots a horde of vicious zombies blocking the path, ready to pounce at any second. He panics, wondering how they climbed up here, as the mindless, starving horde charges forward like a pack of wild beasts. Shaking off his initial panic, Zhao Heng quickly finds his composure and roars, bragging about the ultimate weapon Ye Bei built. Drawing his mighty blade, he delivers a massive, powerful slash. A blinding wave of energy obliterates the entire crowd of oncoming monsters in an instant. Zhao Heng laughs out loud, boasting about his incredible strength and declaring that no amount of monsters can ever scare him. But hold on, because something way more terrifying than those zombies is about to make his cocky smile completely freeze. In an instant, his pupils dilate as he peers into the distance, spotting a massive, swirling tornado crackling with violent lightning, heading straight in his direction. This is no ordinary storm, but a roaring monster shrouded in pitch-black rain, radiating a chilling aura of pure death. What on earth is that? Zhao Heng stammers, his voice shaking with fear. As the heavy storm pours down like a waterfall, he slices through a nearby zombie, splashing dark blood across the ground, before unleashing a few more strikes to drop two others. Drenched in the heavy storm, Zhao Heng gasps for air, looking down at the foul, decaying corpses scattered around him. He frantically grabs his walkie-talkie, shouting for Yue and Dr. Zhang to ask if they can see the danger. Staring at the violent storm, he warns them that the downpour is worsening and a massive tornado is forming out west. Over the radio, Dr. Zhang replies with deep concern in his voice. The storm is blinding our cameras, and the winds are getting extreme. You need to get back inside right now. Zhao Heng sighs, realizing that even his advanced gear is no match for Mother Nature. He apologizes to Yue, explaining they must wait for the brutal weather to clear before rescuing her father. Dr. Zhang tries to comfort the young girl, reminding her that her father has always been incredibly lucky and will surely survive this storm. With teary eyes, Yue can only nod her head in agreement. Soaked to the bone under the rain, Zhao Heng slowly trudges back to the base gates while dragging something heavy, when suddenly, loud emergency sirens begin to wail. Startled by the noise, Dr. Zhang panics and screams into his radio, asking if monsters followed him, while the chubby survivor hesitates, holding a live zombie. He explains he brought it along to help find Yue's father, but since the plan failed, they will have to wait. He further explains that capturing a live zombie was actually a direct order from Ye Bei, leaving the old scientist completely stunned and trembling in disbelief. Driven by his pure scientific curiosity, the doctor immediately dashes outside, screaming for him to stay put, and arrives panting heavily just a moment later. Loosening the tie wrapped around the creature's neck, Zhao Heng points out that only its upper body remains. He chopped off its lower half, so it wouldn't crawl away. Kneeling down, Dr. Zhang stares in absolute awe, realizing the specimen is still very much alive. He mutters in excitement, wondering what kind of bizarre energy source keeps these creatures alive despite such damage. Watching them through the monitor, Yu smiles as Dr. Zhang repeatedly thanks the chubby survivor for his help. Praising him for keeping his word, the doctor makes Zhao Heng beam with pride and relief after a job well done. You and I can both appreciate this wholesome moment, as Yu happily whispers that the two have finally made peace. Meanwhile, in another part of the base, Ye Bei is fully focused on testing out a brand new mechanical arm. He slips the robotic limb on, clenching his fist with a completely expressionless face, while outside, the relentless rain beats heavily against the high walls, casting a dark, gloomy atmosphere over the base. By the next morning, faint rays of sunlight finally begin to break through the heavy dark clouds, casting a haunting glow over the ruined human structures, making the familiar world look completely alien. The morning light also shines down on the waiting zombies. Suddenly, they snap their heads up, their eyes flashing with a bizarre, eerie green glow. Their bodies begin to twitch violently as a yellow shirt zombie undergoes a sudden, horrific mutation, its eyes glowing blood red. An entirely new, far more dangerous species of mutant tears its way out, bringing an upgraded version of terror. With its dark red skin and razor-sharp fangs, this terrifying newly evolved mutant easily leaps 4 stories into the air, landing onto a nearby apartment balcony with ease. Up on the balcony, an innocent young boy is happily singing, enjoying a rare moment of warm sunshine in this cruel wasteland. He remains completely unaware that the mutant's razor-sharp claws have already gripped the railing just a few feet away from him. The towering beast blocks out the warm sunlight, casting a dark shadow that seals the innocent child's tragic fate. A loud crash echoes through the apartment. Sensing immediate danger, a terrified father instantly runs toward the sound, screaming for his wife and Xiaoming. But trust me, what lies ahead of him is absolute tragedy, as he watches the monster feasting on his wife while holding their lifeless son. Stick with me, this bloody nightmare completely breaks him, leaving no strength left to fight back. Outside, hordes of mutated zombies swarm the apartment building, hunting down survivors as desperate screams echo through the night. A hideous mutated hand smashes through the glass window, sending 3 men inside into absolute panic as they scream in horror. The beast lunges inside, ignoring their endless screams of terror, as it relentlessly chases down the fleeing survivors. Among them are Ye Bei, former classmates, a terrified boy and girl, running for their lives, with pale faces. Just as the monster's claw is about to grab the helpless girl, a pale, muscular arm of another strange creature suddenly blocks the attack and tightly grips its wrist. A razor-sharp blade resembling a scythe flashes, piercing straight into the mutated zombie's skull as dark blood splatters everywhere. The two stop dead in their tracks, staring in shock at the pale creature pinning down the beast, looking like a mutated zombie itself. This creature rips a glowing red orb from the carcass, letting out a cold laugh. Now, pay attention, because as the dust clears, a very familiar face is revealed, shocking everyone. It is Fong. Outside the apartment building, countless zombies are rapidly mutating under the burning sun. Watching from above, Li Ruoxi, Zhou Bo, and Wang Sheng look on, as Zhou Bo trembles, muttering how terrifying it is. They swarm like school of fish, but move with creepy order, making Li Ruoxi smirk with a mysterious purple energy glowing around her arm. Those days of torture were worth it, she schemes, then asks if they found Ye Bei location yet. Wang Sheng replies, yes, he's currently residing in a hilltop facility that looks like a research lab. Wang Sheng offers to sneak in and kill him, but Li Ruoxi shuts him down with a cold, ruthless glare, saying she refuses to let him die so easily. She wants to tear him apart with her own hands and make him taste despair. She raises her hand, channeling that bizarre power, while wearing an incredibly twisted smile. Meanwhile, at the research lab, just as Zhao Heng and Yu are about to get in the car, the alarms suddenly blare loudly. Zhao Heng quickly grabs his radio, asking Dr. Zhang why on earth the alarms are ringing when they are about to leave. Dr. Zhang replies in panic, telling Fatty Zhao not to go outside, urging him to get Yu back to the lab immediately. His voice trembles, explaining that the city cameras show a massive horde of zombies gathering and heading straight towards their facility. Zhao Heng is shocked, asking how big the horde is, and Dr. Zhang mutters that there are at least 1,000 of them. I know what you're thinking, but Zhao Heng is completely terrified, wondering if they are being hunted as the last survivors or if they angered something. Dr. Zhang admits he has no idea what triggered this, but urges him to report it to Ye Bei immediately. Zhao Heng rushes to find Ye Bei, almost in tears, crying out that thousands of zombies are heading their way and asking what to do. Meanwhile, Ye Bei is calmly staring at his computer screen, saying Dr. Zheng already informed him about the situation. Zhao Heng sighs in relief, but quickly asks if he's ready to go out and fight. But Ye Bei coolly replies, "Not yet. I am still busy." Zhao Heng snaps, asking if he is seriously expected to fight 1,000 zombies all by himself. Ignoring his frustration, Ye Bei coldly points out that he already warned them all to be fully prepared. This situation goes way beyond his predictions, and such emergencies are completely outside his recorded data. He calmly adds that they must rely on themselves now, stating that if Dr. Zhang is truly a genius doctor, he will definitely find a way to solve this. Hearing this, Zhao Heng completely loses his temper, shouting and asking what on earth he is talking about. He snaps that he has no time for riddles, but only receives cold silence from Ye Bei, leaving him utterly disappointed. Swallowing his anger, Zhao Heng bitterly mutters about Ye Bei playing silent games at a critical time like this, before finally telling himself that he can only rely on his own strength. Running up the stairs to the rooftop alone, he looks out and is immediately frozen in terror by the horrifying sight below. Endless hordes of different zombie types are packed like ants, completely surrounding their defensive walls. Cold sweat dripping, he gasps that, no matter how strong the lab walls are, they will never hold against this many monsters. Without hesitation, he rushes down to his vehicle, swearing he cannot let them swarm and destroy the facility walls. Seeing Zhao Heng driving out, Dr. Zheng asks over the radio in total surprise, wondering what on earth he is doing. Fatty Zhao yells back to open the gates so he can stall them, urging the doctor to find a solution or escape if he fails to return. Yu cries out in deep worry as the off-road vehicle roars out, directly blocking the path of the approaching horde. From inside the car, Zhao Heng confidently aims his gun and fires. Boom! A brilliant green beam blasts out, hitting a zombie directly in the heart and triggering a massive explosion that scatters the crowd. Zhao Heng screams in pure excitement, loving how he does not even need to aim. He keeps firing, shouting to turn them to ash as another wave of zombies is blasted into raging flames. And that's where we leave it, as Li Ruoxi watches from above, completely annoyed. "All right, you and I are diving into a brutal fight, where Wang Sheng realizes their weapons are too dangerous." Li Ruoxi just sneers, wondering how long they can actually survive. Outside, after a brutal struggle, Zhao Heng starts losing energy. One shot wipes out a whole horde of zombies, but another massive wave immediately floods in to replace them. He raises his gun, blasting them away, but he is dripping with sweat. Chambering the next round, he curses at the never-ending horde. Suddenly, a blazing fireball comes flying at him from a distance. Zhao Heng freezes, unable to react in time. The fireball smashes right into his front wheel, igniting the tire instantly. Yor panics, screaming through the radio for Zhao Heng as the vehicle flips over, its wheels still burning wildly. Fighting off the dizziness, Zhao Heng grits his teeth, kicks the door open, and stumbles out. Suddenly, he spots a familiar figure. Even without seeing his face clearly, Zhao Heng knows Jobo is laughing triumphantly. He grits his teeth and roars, asking how dare he ambush him. Zhao Heng immediately fires a shot at Jobo, his voice booming with pure defiance, shouting that he is not afraid anymore. Telling him to eat lead, he fires. But the flaming monster is lightning fast, dodging the bullet and spitting fire right back at him. The flames engulf the vehicle instantly. With insane reflexes, Zhao Heng rolls away just in time and fires another desperate shot. Just like that, Jobo vanishes. Zhao Heng screams in pure frustration, calling him a coward and telling him to stop running. Now, pay attention, because a horde of zombies silently creeps up from behind, catching him completely off guard. Wondering where they came from, he quickly shoots the closest ones. A bright blue light explodes violently, tearing the monsters to absolute shreds. Inside the research facility, Zhang Han and Yuer are worried sick. Zhang Han screams through the radio, urging Zhao Hong to run back before he gets completely surrounded. Zhao Hong runs for his life, gasping heavily. Realizing it is a trap, he flees. Suddenly, Wang Sheng leaps down from above, swinging sharp claws straight at Zhao Heng. In a split-second decision, Zhao Heng rolls away and fires, the bullet barely grazing Wang Sheng's shoulder. Without letting his enemy recover, he quickly switches to a longsword, launching a decisive slash. Wang Sheng dodges, but Zhao Heng swings his sword to the right, aiming straight for the monster's neck. The beast dodges again, but deep confusion fills Wang Sheng's mind. How is this fat guy's skill level even faster than Ye Bei? Zhao Heng's eyes gleam as he chambers his gun and roars, firing 2 heavy blasts that force Wang Sheng to retreat. He laughs confidently, shouting that he fears no one. High above, Li Ruoxi watches, her expression turning darker by the second. She raises her arm as a strange, ominous power glows, starting to control the zombie horde below. I know what you're thinking, this is bad. Instantly, the bloodthirsty beasts swarm Zhao Hang, who panics, asking why they are rushing him. The zombies do not hesitate, charging forward with eyes filled with a desire to tear him apart. But Zhao Hang refuses to die here, swinging his sword wildly to cut down the approaching horde. But things are looking bad as he gasps, realizing they are moving too fast to keep up. Fleeing with all his remaining strength, he decides that running away is the best option. Suddenly, a zombie drops from the sky, blocking his only escape route. He jumps in shock, wondering why they are literally raining down. Another one gets thrown down, landing right beside him. Looking up in horror, he sees Wang Sheng literally hurling zombies like pebbles. A massive hand grabs a zombie by the waist and flings it directly toward Zhao Hang. Startled, he immediately aims his gun. With a loud blast, the flying zombie explodes into pieces. The remaining zombies go wild, chasing him down. Zhao Hang practically cries out, screaming for help and wondering what to do. One zombie leaps high, landing and grabbing his leg. Uncle Zhao Hang is absolutely terrified, sweat pouring down his face like a river. The monster bares its filthy, unbrushed teeth, opening its jaws wide, ready to take a massive bite out of his leg. But with lightning speed, Uncle Zhao pulls out a sharp knife and slices its head completely in half. He collapses to the ground, panting heavily with his heart racing, murmuring about how incredibly close that was. But before he can even catch his breath, his eyes widen. A massive, swarming horde of howling zombies charges forward, ready to completely consume him. Panic sets in. Shooting at this close range might blow him up too, and his sword hand is completely exhausted, leaving him without any strength left to swing. Suddenly, a brilliant streak of blue light flashes past, brushing right over the old man. Fortunately, he dodges it in shock. The light sweeps through the zombie horde, incinerating them into ash in the blink of an eye. Standing nearby, Wang Sheng gasps in shock. The surviving zombies still try to advance, but that deadly blue light flashes again, mercilessly burning them to dust. Out of the blinding light, a gleaming robotic arm emerges. It is Ye Bei, arriving heroically to save the day. And trust me, you and I are about to see what absolute, invincible power looks like as he radiates pure energy. All right, you and I are jumping right back in. Uncle Zhao Hang is absolutely ecstatic to see Ye Bei arrive just in time. He cheers out loud, while Yur, Ziyu, and Zhang Han also shout in excitement near him. Ye Bei finally made it. Zhao Hang laughs hysterically, totally blown away by how incredibly overpowered this kid is. Brother Yi, is this the deadly weapon you spent the last few days building? It is insanely terrifying. But Ye Bei replies with a serious face. Stay alert. The enemy is still lurking around here. He adds in a firm tone, if you still have strength, clear out those zombies on the left. I will take the right. Not a single one gets past this wall. Zhao Hang smiles brightly and responds, haha, you got it. As long as you are here, nothing can go wrong. He adds excitedly, I can clear this whole area myself. Meanwhile, Ye Bei finally makes his move. Activating his jet boosters, the mech soars into the sky, diving straight toward the nearby zombies. A massive surge of energy begins charging in the mechanical arm, glowing brighter by the second, ready to detonate. With a powerful throw from Ye Bei, the energy blast erupts, vaporizing the terrified zombies instantly. Without stopping, he charges energy into his right arm again, firing a blinding beam of light that burns another horde of zombies to ashes. Watch closely as Zhao Hang stands there, jaw dropped, whispering, whoa, Ye Bei is so cool. At this rate, we might harvest thousands of those black crystals from these zombies, right? Maybe thanks to him, I can get a top-tier armor set too. He laughs triumphantly. High above, a blonde girl watches the entire battlefield with a cold, piercing gaze. Wang Sheng turns to her. Look, Ruo Shi, Ye Bei has built an even deadlier weapon. With this level of power, we cannot even get close to him. She bites her lip, roaring in pure rage. You think wearing that pile of scrap metal will save your life? Ye Bei, just you wait. Ye Bei's massive mechanical fist sends a zombie flying, and he keeps tearing through countless others. Both of his robotic arms charge a massive amount of energy, blasting the undead army to absolute dust. Old man, Zhang Han, and the little girl stand nearby, witnessing everything. The old man gasps in awe. Ye Bei's machine, or rather, this exoskeleton, is incredibly powerful. This technology does not even belong to our current era, It is hard to believe he built something so advanced out of mere scrap metal. The girl adds, Ye Bei's weapon is actually powered by the black cores taken from the zombie's brains. Zhang Han is stunned. What? More excited than ever, he asks. Cores inside zombie brains? What are they made of? Where are they located? She replies, well, they feel like metal, probably near the pituitary gland. The old man ponders. Can zombie brain crystals really be turned into weapons? What other secrets is Ye Bei hiding from us? How bizarre. Keep watching here. I am heading back to the lab to examine the corpse Zhao Hang brought. She nods. But now, you and I need to look back at the battlefield where a massive wave of zombies swarms toward Ye Bei. Ruoxi channels her dark energy, screaming, Go! Everyone, charge at him right now. The undead army seems fueled by power, charging forward like wild arrows. Zhao Hang panics as another massive horde of zombies approaches. It feels like an earthquake. Ye Bei calmly replies, If there are more, we kill more. Do not overthink it. But right as he finishes speaking, he is caught off guard as a group of zombies lunges directly at him. Suddenly, Ruoxi screams, Ye Bei, go blow yourself to pieces. Instantly, a zombie detonates right in front of his face. Ye Bei is completely stunned. What? One after another, the other zombies begin exploding, leaving him speechless. Since when can these monsters self-detonate like this? Immediately after, the entire undead army turns into living bombs, exploding and painting the sky in a dark, fiery haze. Zhou Bei watches in awe, exclaiming, Whoa, that looks like a clash of gods over there. We are completely useless and cannot help at all, Wang Sheng says with a worried expression. Ruoxi actually swallowed 7 black cores to transform into her current monstrous state. For days, her body has been constantly tearing apart and reforming. No normal human could survive that agony. Her hatred for Ye Bei is incredibly intense. Zhou Bei frowns, whispering. She swallowed 7 black cores but did not turn into a mindless monster, and her power is now several times greater than ours. Does eating more black cores make you stronger? Wang Sheng shakes his head. I do not know how it works, but I never want to experience that torture. Honestly, she might not even be human anymore. Now, Ruoxi, eyes burning with deep resentment, controls her dark powers, forcing the undead to lunge like moths to a flame, detonating all around Ye Bei. He mutters to himself suspiciously. Someone is definitely controlling these things. Ye Bei braces himself, holding his ground against the brutal, non-stop waves of the undead army. His mechanical arm whirs to life, gathering a blinding sphere of energy. He fires the blast directly toward a nearby high-voltage power pole. Ruoxi dodges the attack with lightning-fast reflexes, leaving Wang Sheng staring in utter shock. Ruoxi crashes to the ground in a pathetic stance, but she instantly uses her power to land unscathed. Trust me, you and I cannot miss what comes next. All right, you and I are about to watch her freeze in utter panic as she realizes Ye Bei was waiting all along. He powers up his robotic arm, unleashing a massive, blinding surge of energy like a miniature sun, while Ruoxi desperately commands her zombie horde to charge. The searing blast erupts from Ye Bei, completely vaporizing the entire undead army in the blink of an eye. Using her monsters as a shield, Ruoxi barely escapes the blast, only to freeze in sudden, absolute shock. Ye Bei instantly dashes right in front of her, throwing a massive punch that she barely manages to dodge, before he immediately begins charging up his deadly blue laser once again. Showing no fear, Ruoxi channels her sinister dark power, raising a glowing shield to block the oncoming assault. The laser strikes her shield, and even though she blocks, the sheer force is simply too overwhelming to hold. Suddenly, Ye Bei pins her to the dirt with his robotic arm, making Ruoxi scream in absolute, agonizing pain. Locking her down, Ye Bei asks coldly, Li Ruoxi, that soul bullet did not even kill her. So tell me, how many energy beads have you consumed? Ruoxi grinds her teeth in pure rage, channeling all her dark energy into her hand to counterattack. But Ye Bei instantly brings his heavy robotic foot crashing down. With a sickening crunch, her hand is completely crushed, blood spraying everywhere as she screeches in absolute agony. Ye Bei growls coldly. In our past life, you made me lose an arm. Today, you pay that debt in blood. But suddenly, he senses something, his eyes instantly flashing with deep alert. Wang Sheng rushes in from afar to save Ruoxi, screaming at him to let her go. But Ye Bei quietly charges his mechanical arm with glowing green energy. Beams of light rain down on Wang Sheng, but he quickly and agilely dodges every single shot. Watch this insane move as Wang Sheng leaps forward to strike. Ye Bei grabs Ruoxi and literally uses her body as a human club to smash his face. Ye Bei immediately fires another brilliant blast of energy straight at Wang Sheng. Hit hard, mid-air, he plunges down like a bird with broken wings, leaving a horrified Zhou Bei to cry out that Wang Sheng is dead and Ruoxi is captured. That armor is way too terrifying, he mutters, his eyes flashing with sudden cunning. Time to run and save my own skin. I have to get out of here, he says, quickly escaping without looking back. Trapped in the crushing grip of the mechanical arm, Ruoxi groans in agony as Ye Bei glares down at her, his voice sharp as a knife. Li Ruoxi, you swallowed the black orb and yet you still look human. Are you truly some kind of chosen one? But your existence is far too dangerous, so I must eliminate you now, he says, squeezing her until she screams in absolute agony. The dark energy radiating from her causes the distant zombie horde to start mutating. Shedding their rotting skin, they morph into terrifying, grotesque monsters, roaring horribly as a stunned Ye Bei mutters. Wait, have they already started stage 1 mutation? A young girl nearby panics and screams, Brother Ye, this is bad. More and more zombies are surrounding the research facility. Uncle Zhao is blocking the main gate, but some have climbed over the walls, while a bleeding Ruoxi laughs with a twisted, manic voice. Haha, none of you will survive. Turn into zombies and become my loyal slaves. I know what you're thinking, but Ye Bei has zero mercy. Gritting his teeth, he throws Ruoxi directly into the oncoming horde, crashing her into a monster. Without hesitating, he gathers massive energy in his mechanical arm, unleashing a colossal beam that incinerates the beasts instantly, leaving absolutely nothing behind, as Ye Bei ignites his thrusters and flies straight ahead. Meanwhile, Uncle Zhao Heng completely runs out of ammo, yelling in panic that they are totally surrounded by the endless undead. He swings his sword wildly at the surrounding zombies, but suddenly, a fast mutated creature leaps straight at him. Uncle Zhao spots it, but his body fails to react in time, forcing him to quickly raise his blade to block the heavy impact. The beast growls in his face, leaving him stunned, thinking, what on earth is this? Could this be some new kind of mutation? He slashes hard across its chest, but incredibly, the beast is completely unharmed, and the deep wound immediately heals itself. Uncle Zhao Heng is completely trapped, and his heart sinks, turning cold as ice. The monsters grow in number, morphing into terrifying, countless creatures swarming the area like a broken anthill. And though his sword continues to slash frantically at the beasts, his attacks deal absolutely zero damage. He curses, what is up with these monsters? My slashes only leave minor scratches. Could this really be the stage 1 mutation that Ye Bei warned us about? With no other choice, Uncle Zhao turns and runs for his life, glancing back at the chasing pack as the young girl urgently calls out over the radio, Uncle Zhao, are you okay? She yells that zombies have already scaled the walls, and since Dr. Zhang is busy in the operating room, he has no idea what is happening. Get back to the lab now, Uncle Zhao, she screams, as he answers her in pure despair. I want to, but the facility is overrun. I cannot get in, he says, when suddenly, 2 robotic arms reach down and grab him tightly around the waist. Overjoyed, he yells, Ye Bei, you can fly me up, and trust me, we are ready for more. All right, you and I are diving right into the action, as Ye Bei says. Flying? No way. Get into the lab and take out any zombies that manage to climb inside. They quickly slip inside the base, as Ye Bei warns him about the monsters that have already reached their first mutation stage. Their skin is much tougher now, but enough slashes will kill them. They are way faster than regular zombies, so do not underestimate them. Uncle Zhao Heng gasps for air and wipes his sweat. Whew, that almost killed me. Finally, I can sit down and catch my breath. Take care of the zombies outside for me. With those words, Ye Bei fires up his thrusters and blasts back out. The gates of the base are completely mobbed by zombies, looking like a crowd of crazy fans surrounding their favorite idol. A blinding surge of energy builds in his robotic arms, releasing bright blue beams that sweep across the area and incinerate the undead. But some agile monsters manage to scale the walls, slipping inside. Uncle Zhao Heng is so busy fighting that he blindly yells out, grab me some water, will you? My throat is bone dry. Suddenly, a mutated zombie lets out a roar and lunges straight for him. Now, pay attention here, because Uncle Zhao turns around to find the beast right behind him, its jagged teeth inches away from his face. He draws his weapon and plunges a razor-sharp blade straight into its chest. The monster screams in agony, but he does not back down. Pinning it down, he cleanly slices the hideous body in half with one sweep. He roars in anger. You think you can sneak up on me? How dare you interrupt my break? Let us see how many slashes it takes to turn your ugly head into minced meat. He hacks away furiously until the zombie finally stops moving. Right then, little Yue runs over holding a water bottle in her hand. Brother Zhao, here is your water. She asks worriedly if he is okay, and he wipes his sweaty brow, sighing that he is just glad to be alive. Pointing to the corpse, she says with a trembling voice that she saw this particular monster on camera and it looked different. Uncle Zhao nods, his eyes lighting up as he digs around inside the monster's skull. Suddenly, he shouts, "We got one. It is real, and it is red." A vibrant red gem sits right in the brain, glowing with a strange light. Back in the lab, Zhang Han is just as excited, yelling, "We got it. This black pearl is completely opaque. Yet it somehow flashes with an eerie green light. Could this black metal be the very thing mutating humans, or does it only form after they turn?" Holding the gem with shining eyes, he mutters, "Black metal and black pearls. How many secrets are they really hiding?" He sounds like a man who just struck gold. Outside, Ye Bei is still in the zone, slicing through zombies like warm butter. He fires a massive blast of energy, completely vaporizing the entire horde in a split second. Now, I know you are thinking, is the fight over? Yep, Ye Bei sighs and yells, "Fatty Zhao, they are dead. Come harvest the pearls," as he strides in looking like a boss. Uncle Zhao Heng runs out and immediately showers him with praise, saying, "As expected of Brother Ye, your speed is incredible." Ye Bei calmly responds, "The armor is not even complete yet, or my efficiency would be way higher." The uncle is speechless, pointing to the massive mountain of zombie bodies piled high right outside the base. "How long is it going to take us to clear all this?" He grins and asks, "Brother Ye, once I collect all these pearls, are you going to build me my own suit of armor?" Ye Bei sighs and glares at him. "I am exhausted from the last few days. Let me sleep first, then we will talk." Suddenly, Zhang Han steps out of the lab, holding up a glowing blue pearl with a serious face. "Wait, I have some questions for you." He holds the gem up, staring sharply at him. "Is it finally time you told me the secrets behind this black pearl?" The question makes Ye Bei freeze, his eyes briefly wavering. All around, the piled-up zombie corpses make for a gruesome scene. Uncle Zhao is still busy harvesting pearls from their skulls, grumbling to himself, "I am exhausted. There are thousands left. We should just burn them instead of digging like this. I am suffering all by myself." Inside the base, Ye Bei's heavy robotic armor is currently undergoing maintenance, its metallic surface gleaming under the overhead lights. Zhang Han asks him directly, "Is this black pearl actually the power source for the zombies?" Ye Bei slowly nods and explains in a deep voice, "Yes. Once infected, this black seed forms in their brain. It absorbs sunlight like photosynthesis to store energy inside the pearl." Zhang Han's jaw drops as he gasps, "Wait, zombies can actually photosynthesize? These gems might flash with a green light, but I found zero chlorophyll or matching enzymes. Instead, I discovered something completely new that I have never seen before." Holding the gem, his voice is shaking with excitement. "This pearl seems to be made of a strange metal. When exposed to light and heat, it reacts violently, behaving almost like human blood fusing with metal." Ye Bei nods grimly. "Yes, especially human blood." He explains that the zombie virus spreads through humans much faster than it does in plants or animals. That is why humans turn so easily. After absorbing light for a certain period, the zombies will enter their next mutation phase. And that is where we leave it, with Zhang Han gasping. "Let's dive in." Looking at the cameras before, we saw these zombies acting like wild demons at night, but during the day, they just wandered around, stiff as statues. It turns out they were photosynthesizing to gather energy for mutation. He frowned, wondering why on earth these zombies were suddenly running like crazy in broad daylight. Ye Bei explained with a cold glare that someone with special powers was controlling them. The abnormal ones are the black, spiky beast and the fire spitter. They are manipulating the normal zombies to herd them together. He paused and lowered his voice, explaining that those two mutated after swallowing a black pearl, and the one controlling them is a high-level esper, my former superior, Li Ruoxi. Zhang Han gasped, wondering if they could actually eat black pearls. How could a human body digest that kind of metal? Swallowing black pearls to mutate and gain superpowers, is this some kind of miracle drug? Ye Bei replied calmly, noting that they were still researching the matter. "One thing is certain. Swallowing black pearls causes mutations that prevent them from ever becoming human again. These espers are massive threats, and our main priority is eliminating them fast." Zhang Han muttered anxiously, wondering if level 1 mutants were already this terrifying. Could there actually be a level 2? Swallowing black pearls turns people into espers, and now there are high-level ones. This is way too much information for me to process. Did your superior teach you this? Where did you learn all of this? Ye Bei smiled slightly, a mysterious glint in his eyes. When the time comes, I will tell you, but I think it is better if you discover it yourself. Zhang Han glared at him in frustration, complaining that he still had the nerve to tease his curiosity. Fine then. Have you finished researching that weapon of yours? Ye Bei replied casually, saying he was still using this robot, but the old man could take the rest. Just do not disturb him while he slept. With that, he leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes, falling asleep. Zhang Han cheered like a happy kid and ran off to his lab. Now, watch closely as little Yu quietly looks at the sleeping Ye Bei, her heart heavy. She really wanted to ask him to help find her father, but he had fought all day and must be exhausted. She whispered softly. She gently pulled a blanket over him, then sat down quietly right next to his feet. Tears suddenly streamed down her face as she sobbed, wishing she was with her dad. The sunset bathed the base in gold, making her sorrow feel even deeper. Outside, Zhao Heng threw his shovel to the ground and collapsed, panting heavily, realizing he could not dig any further. If only there was an automatic machine to harvest zombie brains. He daydreamed, eyes shining, but the thought of piloting the robot Ye Bei promised to build for him fired him up to keep pushing forward. Farther away, Zhou Bei stood watching him, looking absolutely miserable with his clothes torn to shreds. He muttered in complete despair, realizing thousands of zombies were wiped out in a single day. With Wang Sheng and Li Ruoxi dead, what was he supposed to do? He panicked, repeating over and over that both Wang Sheng and Li Ruoxi were gone, utterly lost. Maybe he should surrender. No, they would not hesitate to execute him. He was a monster to them, and they would never accept him. You might be thinking what I am, this guy is cornered. Then, he remembered those zombies mutating into bloody beasts. They were completely free from Li Ruoxi's control, and even attacked him, forcing him to unleash his full fire powers to survive. Zhou Bei muttered in a panic, wondering what to do if the mutated zombies became unstoppable. He had to consume more black pearls to gain more power. Maybe he could even turn back into a human. He resolved to do it, but suddenly, a terrifying sight appeared before him. A massive, terrifying beast stood tall on a tree branch right in front of him, staring with glowing red eyes. It flashed a creepy grin that made Zhou Bei tremble. Recognizing the monster, the creature gestured mysteriously, then leapt away, vanishing instantly into the dark night. Zhou Bei shouted in shock, demanding to know where it was going, as he chased after it through the silent darkness. Back inside the base, little Yu was fast asleep, her face peaceful. Zhao Heng's thunderous snoring filled the room as he drooled like a baby, looking like a giant, harmless child. Suddenly, Yu woke up with a start, noticing Ye Bei was gone, and headed toward the workshop. Under the dim lights, she saw Ye Bei working tirelessly on his mechanical armor, sweat dripping from his forehead. Dawn arrived, painting the ruined city in morning light, where a man in a long coat stood alone on a silent street. This was Yuer's father, pushing open a rotting wooden door to enter a completely destroyed house. On the table, he found a notebook reading, "Dad, I am going to find you." Tears welled in his eyes as he whispered, "Yuer, where are you now?" Outside, hordes of the undead roamed the ruined streets. Stepping outside, he ran right into them, but strangely, they only stared. It turns out he had cleverly disguised himself as a zombie to walk among them unnoticed. Back at the base, a massive, intimidating armored vehicle gleamed brightly under the morning sun. With small front windows and sharp spikes on its bumper, it looked like a deadly war machine. Zhao Heng stared in absolute awe. "And trust me, we are all ready to see what this beast can do." "Whoa, you and I are starting off with this absolute beast. Is that a tank? It does not look like junk at all. I love this thing." He turns to Ye Bei with shining eyes, asking if it was made from those black cores he dug up. Could this beast actually transform into a giant mecha? Ye Bei shakes his head, calmly telling him he is overthinking things. "It is just a car. Compared to letting you pilot a giant robot, driving is much safer for you. We fused 2,117 black cores and 12 red cores from first-stage mutated zombies inside. The engine is extremely powerful, so drive carefully." Uncle Zhao Heng grins widely. "Brother Yi, you really get me. You are my absolute brother. Can I test drive it now?" Ye Bei nods in approval. "Sure, it is not much different from a normal car. Get used to it, and we will leave." Suddenly, Yuer shouts, "Wait!" The little girl steps forward, holding her stuffed toy tight with determined eyes, declaring she wants to go too. Ye Bei frowns and snaps back. Absolutely not. The outside is crawling with first-stage mutated zombies. You would just die. And we have no time to babysit you. Yuer argues back, her voice trembling. You told me to wait quietly for a few days, and I did. I have to find my father myself. Ye Bei's expression turns dead serious, his voice cold. When I say no, I mean no. If you keep being stubborn, I will tell Mr. Zhang to lock you in the laboratory. Tears stream down Yuer's face as she starts sobbing, crying out for her dad. Uncle Zhao Heng quickly steps in, scolding Ye Bei for making little Yuer cry like that. Even if you are not her real brother, you cannot treat her like that. Mr. Zhang Han approaches with a warm smile, trying to comfort her. Yuer, do not cry. Look what I fixed. Now, pay attention to this part. He points to a broken drone that he completely rebuilt using those black cores. The original battery could barely fly far, but thanks to the black core, its flight time has multiplied, keeping it perfectly stable. He excitedly adds that we can mount it on the car as a relay, expanding our vision. Yuer wipes her eyes, whispering thanks to Mr. Zhang. The old man smiles. Now Yuer can safely stay in the monitoring room and search for her father. Ye Bei nods in approval, impressed that he figured out how to use the power of the black core so quickly. Mr. Zhang Han laughs proudly, boasting that while he is no official doctor, he still has some skills. Ye Bei climbs into the robot mech cockpit for a final check and shouts, "All right, fatty, let's roll out." Mr. Zhang Han adds that everyone is ready to launch the invincible iron bull. Ye Bei turns to the little girl. Yuer, the aerial view is in your hands now. Keep in touch at all times. She nods with absolute confidence, promising to watch over them and telling them to make sure they stay safe out there. Excited like a kid with a brand new toy, Uncle Zhao Heng slams the gas, sending the armored truck tearing outside like the wind. He cheers wildly as they plunge straight into the forest, yelling that driving down this rough mountain feels like gliding on flat ground. Hitting the highway, he does not hesitate to plow right through the wrecked cars blocking their path. I know what you are thinking. Smashing barricades like tofu is insanely satisfying. We will cross this blocked bridge in no time. Ye Bei calmly states that according to the security footage, Yuer's father was last seen heading toward Xin Shui. Let's search there. They roll into the empty city center. Uncle Zhao Heng looks around in surprise, noting how weirdly quiet it is, with 0 zombies in sight. Did they all swarm the research lab and get wiped out by us? Suddenly, a horde of mutant beasts drops from above, surrounding the truck. The uncle gasps in shock. Speak of the devil. He really just jinxed the whole ride. The monsters attack like crazy, but this armored vehicle stands absolutely solid as a rock, refusing to budge. A monster's hand slaps right onto the windshield. Furious, the uncle roars, "How dare you block my view, you ugly freak." He quickly turns to Ye Bei, asking if this awesome vehicle has some kind of built-in defense weapons. Ye Bei chuckles, saying old-school guns are useless against these upgraded zombies. But don't worry, he has got something much better. He presses a button, unleashing a massive surge of electricity that wraps around the entire vehicle, instantly making the mindless swarm feel a terrifying, invisible threat. The massive shockwave blasts out from the armored truck, instantly burning the entire horde to ashes. Uncle Zhao Heng's eyes pop out as he gasps in shock. Whoa, they literally just turned into dust. He looks at Ye Bei with a worried face, saying if stage 1 mutants are already here, survivors might be gone. Ye Bei remains completely calm, urging him on. Hurry up. The uncle nods frantically, agreeing to hit the gas as the armored truck speeds through the ruined streets, kicking up massive dust clouds. Up on the roof of a towering skyscraper, a mysterious figure is quietly watching them. He is wearing dark sunglasses, a black coat, and black shoes, but his bright golden hair stands out like the sun. He chuckles and mutters to himself about how interesting this is. Meanwhile, our heroes pull over on a completely silent, empty road. Uncle Zhao Heng looks around, whispering that this is the exact spot where Yuer saw her father. The atmosphere is heavy. Ye Bei nods, ordering the drone launch. Yuer agrees, and trust me, you and I are about to find out where her father is next. All right, let's dive into this apocalyptic ride as our drone sweeps through a completely deserted, silent city. Her voice crackles over the radio. The towering high-rises show signs of past life, but they are completely abandoned now. She remembers her dad heading this way, but isn't sure if he stopped. Uncle Zhao Heng turns to Ye Bei and asks, "What do we do now, Brother Ye?" Ye Bei yawns, his eyes half closed, saying, "If you're bored, Go search the ground floors yourself. I'm exhausted from staying up for days. I need to sleep. The uncle chuckles and nods. Staying inside the armored car is definitely safer. Hey, we can drive and honk the horn. If Yuer's dad hears it, he'll run out. No sooner said than done. The uncle blasts the horn, sending deafening blares echoing down the streets. That immediately draws a lot of unwanted attention. Yuer frantically warns them over the radio. Brother Ye, Brother Zhao, I see a horde of zombies heading right toward you guys. The chubby uncle's eyes widen. Huh? Are there really still zombies left in this area? He talks to himself with a twisted face, regretting his massive screw-up. Truly, a stupid ally is far more dangerous than a strong enemy. But watch closely, because our chubby uncle suddenly gets a wild itch to fight and decides to test out all the vehicle's hidden weapons. He hits a button on the dashboard, curious to see what it does. Instantly, razor-sharp steel blades pop out from the four wheels, gleaming menacingly. Overjoyed, the uncle screams, "Haha! Bring it on, you ugly monsters!" As the armored vehicle plows right into the incoming horde of undead. Some zombies are sliced clean in half, while others get crushed flat under the tires. The uncle laughs maniacally, shouting, "Haha! Bring me more." The roaring engine blends with the horrific shrieks of the zombies, creating a wild, chaotic symphony of post-apocalyptic combat. Zhao Heng's eyes gleam as he smashes another button, unleashing two blazing laser beams that tear directly into the massive wave of oncoming zombies. An earth-shattering explosion erupts right in front of them, making the uncle scream in pure excitement. Holy crap, this is the real deal. The blast echoes, smoke fills the air, and the zombies are completely blown to smithereens. But back in the control room, Yuer's worried voice breaks through the radio. "Brother Ye, be careful. Don't blow up the buildings. My dad might be inside." Hearing this, the chubby uncle slaps his forehead. "Oh, right. I need to tone it down. Let's not get carried away." Grinning from ear to ear, he switches the vehicle to meat grinder mode. With a terrifying roar, the armored car turns into a massive blender, shredding the zombies. He happily compares it to a sugarcane juicer. You know how sugarcane gets crushed to pulp? That's exactly what's happening to these zombies. Blood splatters everywhere as the monsters shriek in absolute agony. And look at that, the screen suddenly shows a black pearl collected. You and I are probably just as shocked as him. An automatic zombie brain harvester? The uncle spreads his arms wide and lunges straight at Ye Bei, shouting with absolute passion, "Brother Yi, you are my true soulmate. You understand me so well. You're literally a god to me. I love you so much." Listening through the radio, Yor blushes and mutters, "Wow, Uncle Zhao is having way too much fun. Everything should be fine." But suddenly, she gasps out loud. Huh? She spots something on her monitors. Just as Ye Bei raises a wrench to bash the chubby uncle's head for hugging him, Yor's voice literally saves his life. "Brother Ye, Uncle Zhao, I found it." The uncle looks totally dazed, rubbing a bump on his head. Yuer repeats excitedly, "I found my dad's truck. I'm sending you the location. It's only about 500 meters away." The chubby uncle nods as he drives. "Awesome. Lead the way, Yuer. We'll go check it out right now." Yuer maneuvers her drone to get a closer look at the truck. She reports over the radio with deep worry. The cabin is empty, and both the door and front end are wrecked. Dad might have run into trouble returning with cargo. Ye Bei says grimly, "Check if he left anything behind in the truck. He probably didn't get far." Meanwhile, Yuer keeps searching, her voice cracking. "Dad, where are you?" Suddenly, the little girl starts coughing violently, her body shaking. Dr. Zhang Han panics and screams, Yuer, Yuer, what's wrong?" She collapses onto the desk, completely unconscious. By now, Ye Bei and Uncle Zhao Heng have finally reached the truck's location. The chubby uncle hurriedly checks the cargo crates in the back of the truck, sweat dripping down his forehead. Ye Bei urgently speaks into his radio, "Doctor, how is Yuer?" Dr. Zhang Han replies in a low, somber voice, "She's completely fainted. It seems her illness is flaring up again because she forgot her medication. Thankfully, we still have a little left." He pauses and sighs. Poor kid. Her father went to hell and back just trying to find a cure for her leukemia. Leukemia isn't my specialty, and finding a qualified doctor in this post-apocalyptic world is practically impossible. Hearing this, Ye Bei's face darkens, realizing how critical things are. Dr. Zhang Han asks with a tiny spark of hope, "Do you know where the An City Charity Hospital is? We need to get medical equipment and drugs from there. I'll do my best to treat her." Ye Bei nods firmly. On it. Just then, the chubby uncle runs back, completely out of breath, to report to Ye Bei. "Brother Ye, I thoroughly checked that guy's truck, but there is absolutely nothing of value inside. The uncle continues, sounding suspicious. It looks like he fled in a massive hurry after crashing. He left his gear behind, but trust me, we're about to find some weird clues. Come with me as this chubby uncle holds up a mysterious container, muttering that the vehicle is loaded with these plain black boxes, with no logos or descriptions, looking like they contain sugar or some strange drugs. Ye Bei narrows his eyes in deep thought, asking if his shop really deals in such bizarre black market goods. Maybe it is some kind of special medicine. Ye Bei calmly replies, "Let's bring it back to the doctor to examine." Fatty Zhao nods in agreement and asks with clear worry if Jia Yun and Yuer are doing okay. Where are we headed next? To find Yuer's father. Ye Bei orders decisively. First, we make a run to the charity hospital. The doctor sent me a list of medications for Yuer, so let us move out immediately. With that, both of them slam the gas, speeding towards the charity hospital. Meanwhile, the doctor receives their update, his steady voice crackling through the communication earpiece. Exactly. We must keep monitoring Yuer's condition alongside the ongoing progress of our crucial black gold experiment. I cannot guide the drones alongside you, but we will stay connected through the earpiece, so stay safe on the road. Fatty Zhao sighs heavily, saying Yuer's leukemia has returned, which explains why she suddenly collapsed earlier and why Ye Bei refused to let her tag along with them. Before he can even finish his sentence, Ye Bei snaps aggressively, "Shut up and just drive." Now, look closely. Ye Bei is dreading the future, knowing that in just 2 short years, all local resources will dry up completely, and flesh-eating zombies will overrun the entire area, leaving behind a silent dead zone. With how things are moving now, the collapse is accelerating, and I fear there is absolutely nothing we can change, rather than letting her suffer in this cruel, decaying world. Meanwhile, inside a dark, monstrous lair, a mysterious figure rummages through supplies when suddenly, his shattered arm regenerates in seconds, completely healed without a single scratch. It is Ye Bei, who gasps in pure shock as his arm grows back. As he flexes, a brilliant aura of raw power erupts around his entire body. It feels like my absolute peak power has returned. A man nearby laughs, tapping his earpiece with a smug grin. Aha, so you are the messenger from Red Donkey. Ye Bei says with gleaming eyes. Thank you so much. This medicine is incredibly miraculous. He then asks which organization he belonged to, prompting the man to dramatically spread his arms like a shady salesman, declaring their mission. We are a faction gathering elite espers to build a brand new world where powered individuals can finally live together in harmony. Ye Bei asks with wide, innocent eyes, does such a perfect paradise actually exist? Are you also an esper, big brother? The man replies confidently, of course, and there are plenty of powerful users just like me. Ye Bei asks curiously, can I also transform into an incredibly powerful form like yours? The man flashes a sinister grin, a creepy glint in his eyes. Naturally you can, all for our worry-free and happy new world. Let's see what happens as Ye Bei and Fatty Zhao finally arrive at the creepy charity hospital. Fatty Zhao grips his sharp blade, cautiously approaching the wall to read the messy graffiti, before shouting in anger, "Damn, is this whole hospital overrun?" Ye Bei calmly responds that it is not surprising since this place is a prime strategic location. Grab the gear and we leave, making the chubby uncle stare in pure shock. Saying no more, Ye Bei activates his robotic arm and shatters the glass door with one massive punch. They boldly step inside as the fat uncle looks around, murmuring that not a single soul is in sight. Everything is dead silent, and even the local zombies have completely vanished. He suspiciously wonders if everyone fled, if they are hiding, or if this is actually a deadly trap. Ye Bei barks out orders to split up, directing him to find medicine while he searches for the medical gear, using the earpieces if anything happens. Fatty Zhao nods and wanders down the corridor, complaining that hospitals are easily the second most hated place in his entire life. This heavy smell of disinfectant makes my stomach turn. Then he suddenly pauses, sniffing the air in confusion. Strangely, this isn't disinfectant. It smells sweet, like fresh fruit. And as he speaks, his vision begins to fade. He staggers and collapses to the floor, instantly knocked out cold, while Ye Bei urgently calls out through his radio, "Fatty Zhao, what is wrong? Hello?" Hearing no reply, he snaps angrily, "Where on earth did that damn fat pig go?" Suddenly, a sweet aroma drifts over, making him gasp. Could this overly sweet scent actually be some kind of knockout gas? Ye Bei quickly straps on an oxygen mask, channels energy into his cybernetic arm, and smashes the ventilation shaft, causing a thick, purple, toxic cloud to burst out. He mutters that his suspicion was right, screaming through the earpiece for Fatty Zhao to run from this trapped hospital. But right at that moment, he notices something highly unusual. Ye Bei spins around, raising his cybernetic arm to strike a pink-haired nurse approaching him, but he halts mid-swing as she touches his armor with sparkling eyes, saying how incredibly cool it looks. If I am not mistaken, this heavy plating was crafted using the rare black pearls harvested from monster brains. Am I right? If you let me meet the talented creator of this suit, I would be deeply grateful. As she drops this mesmerizing look to seduce him, Ye Bei narrows his eyes, demanding to know who she is. Stick with me for the next part. Let's dive in as he realizes she is actually an Esper, with a very strange aura. Smiling, she strikes a cute pose. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Tang Tang, the sweet genius doctor. Ye Bei questioned her with a cold voice, asking if she released the toxic gas here and if she ate those black pearls. She replied without flinching, admitting she released the gas to ward off zombies and put any unwanted intruders to sleep. But can you even eat the black pearls inside zombie brains? Ye Bei shook his head, looking at her with prying eyes. The girl grinned playfully, claiming that she was the only princess living right inside this fortress of freedom. Hee hee, are you trying to kidnap me like a demon lord? Ye Bei flashed a terrifying grin, asking if she feared death. She wore a bizarre smile, her eyes sparkling like candy. To her, death was just as tempting as a sweet piece of candy. Dying for what I love brings no regrets. Ye Bei thought to himself, completely baffled. Is she out of her mind? He asked in a low, deep voice what her medical specialty was. Virology, of course, the girl replied with absolute confidence. Feeling an indescribable strangeness, Ye Bei pushed further, questioning how she actually discovered those pearls inside the brains of zombies. Did you use those black pearls to make the gas? Holding her head, she ran around, crying out that he was so annoying. Then she pointed right at his face, snapping at him for constantly throwing questions at her. You still haven't answered my question. Can you let me meet the person who actually made this armor? Ye Bei stayed silent for a moment before cautiously replying that their research facility was by the river, offering to take her there. Hearing this, the girl jumped for joy. But immediately after, she turned back, giving him a sweet, highly suggestive look. But I have one tiny favor you must grant. Now pay attention, because this is where the scene shifts. Meanwhile, on a deserted road, a dark green military vehicle is parked on the shoulder. Inside, Uncle Zhao Heng is speaking hurriedly on his phone. Hello, Ah Kun, have you arrived yet? The guy on the other end chuckled, saying of course he had. Uncle Zhao asked next if Xiao Qi had arrived too. A pink-haired girl with a flashy street style answered over the phone, laughing that she was not someone who stood people up. The glass-wearing guy, Ah Kun, whom the uncle mentioned, laughed loudly while driving his car. Ah, old Xiao said this is our last job. Once it is done, I can finally go back home to marry my wife. The pink-haired girl blushed and cried out in embarrassment, while Uncle Zhao Heng burst into loud laughter. Still flirting at a time like this? You two really are a match made in heaven. He teased excitedly, then added that he saw them. You and I see their arrival matches old Zhao's schedule perfectly, so they decide to move forward with their plan. All three replied in unison, agreeing to wait for the guests and rush in the moment old Xiao gave the signal. Suddenly, the chubby uncle noticed something wrong and yelled into his phone, asking Xiao Qi why she started before the signal was given. But he only saw Xiao Qi get sent flying by a massive truck. The truck then chased Ah Kun, making him scream to Brother Heng that something was wrong and to run away immediately. Uncle Heng only had time to call out to Ah Kun before another car crashed directly into his parked vehicle, making him roar in pure rage. Damn it, how did we get exposed? That vehicle tailed him closely. Suddenly, the uncle woke up in a cold sweat, realizing it was all just a terrible nightmare. Standing right in front of him were Ye Bei and that female doctor, both staring directly at him. Ye Bei teased him, telling him to wake up and work. The uncle looked completely dazed. Giggling, the girl held up a syringe and told him in a mocking tone that he was poisoned by her homemade toxic gas. If you don't get the antibody within 3 hours, you will melt into mush. Shaking, the chubby uncle cried out, asking who on earth she was. Ye Bei snapped, telling him to stop screaming and help load these jars into the car. The chubby uncle muttered, begging Brother Ye to explain first. The girl suddenly changed her tone to sound pitiful. Please, fat brother, those specimens are super important to me, so help me move them. Sighing, the chubby uncle asked why everyone always made things so hard for him. Instantly switching her mood, she threatened that if he broke a single jar, she would throw the entire batch right at him. Terrified, the uncle trembled, calling her a demon before reluctantly dragging the heavy jars outside all by himself. Standing aside, she clapped constantly, thanking both gentlemen for their hard work. Ye Bei thought silently, his eyes growing sharp and cold. Who is she really? The sweet toxic gas she developed feels incredibly familiar. Back during the apocalypse, gang leaders used this deadly poison gas to fight off hordes of zombies and strike down their enemies. This is that famous cloud mist gas that everyone feared. Could the creator of such a weapon really be this young girl? If she is indeed a genius like Dr. Zhang, Ye Bei must protect her from falling into the hands of Yulong. You and I will see how this unfolds. Let us jump right in, as our chubby uncle finally finishes loading the jars and sighs in relief. The girl stares at the armored vehicle and squeals, wondering if it was made from black pearls, calling it absolutely adorable. Mia gazes at the vehicle and mutters to himself that it is truly fit to be the ride of a king. The chubby uncle whispers to Ye Bei, asking if he is sure about bringing her along. Sensing that something is wrong with her, he replies calmly, saying they found the medicine and equipment, and having a doctor means Yor will be much safer now. Suddenly, Ye Bei spots something terrifying right ahead of them, a massive monster, standing on the roof with glowing green eyes. It roars and leaps straight down at them, sending the chubby uncle into a trembling, screaming panic. What on earth is that monster, with green eyes burning like ghost fire, razor-sharp fangs, and drool dripping down like a stream? With an earth-shattering roar, its savage, bloodthirsty gaze locks on to the three of them. Drenched in cold sweat, the chubby uncle stammers, wondering if this is some freak bear dog mutant. Ye Bei remains ice-cold, shouting at them to stop freezing up and get inside the vehicle immediately. Before they can move, the beast plunges off the roof, charging toward them like a literal hurricane. Ye Bei immediately boots up his high-tech armor, blasting a blinding laser beam directly at the beast. The blinding light tears through the air, hitting the target dead on, but the beast shrugs it off like a gentle breeze. Growling with pure malice, the beast lunges at the three of them, but thankfully, the girl and our chubby uncle manage to scramble inside the car just in time. Slick with sweat, the chubby uncle sighs in relief at his narrow escape, turning to scream outside, asking if brother Ye is okay. Without flinching, Ye Bei yells back, ordering him to take the doctor back first while he handles this wild beast. With that, he throws a devastating punch right into the monster's face, while firing his armor's laser once again. Meanwhile, the chubby uncle drives off, muttering in sheer disbelief about what kind of freakish monster could grow that massive. The nurse in the back seat casually replies that it is just a giant dog that has been trapping everyone inside the hospital. The chubby uncle's eyes widen, completely speechless, demanding to know why she didn't warn them sooner. With an innocent shrug, she asks how they could have traveled from the outside without knowing. She confidently adds that since their gear looks so advanced, there shouldn't be any issues, assuming they are the ultimate apocalypse rescue team, humanity's last saving grace. The chubby uncle frowns and shakes his head, saying it's no time to joke, but she smiles and claims she is dead serious. Having deeply studied the global zombie virus, she asks if surviving this long doesn't make them the chosen ones. Now, pay attention, because while our chubby uncle stares in shock, Ye Bei is still out there locked in a brutal clash. The beast lunges with a hammer-like punch, prompting Ye Bei to realize with a sharp gaze that this mutant animal is far ahead of its time. This is no ordinary animal or wild beast infected by the zombie virus. It's a high-tech bioweapon merged with the virus to create a futuristic monster, which suddenly shoots a bolt of lightning straight at him. Ye Bei grins with dark satisfaction, as if cracking a code, whispering that he finally understands. Raising his mechanical arm, he fires a beam of raw energy, but the agile beast dodges, effortlessly deflecting the blast aside. The monster roars, shaking the very air, confirming Ye Bei's suspicion that it possesses some form of attack deflection. Completely enraged, the beast lunges forward, slashing down with its razor-sharp claws. Luckily, he evades in time, instantly grabbing the collar ribbon around its neck and snarling for it to behave. With a powerful yank, he rips the collar off, unleashing a rain of blood as the beast collapses, screaming in agony before turning back with pure hatred. Now watch closely. Ye Bei just smirks, blocking its desperate lightning strike with his robotic hand. With no tricks left, Ye Bei fires up his thrusters, launching into the sky like a supersonic arrow. Positioning himself perfectly above the beast, he strikes with a fatal blow, putting it down before it can even react. Instant death. Catching his breath, Ye Bei stands tall with a cold, piercing gaze, having conquered the deadly trial. With intense focus, Ye Bei uses his mechanical hand to sift through the bloody debris where the beast's remains are scattered around. He picks up the severed head of the beast, examining it coldly. From its brain, he extracts a glowing green core, radiating a mysterious light, raising it high to examine while clenching his other fist. He realizes this core was deliberately implanted into the mutant beast after its modification. With this core in hand, everything gets much easier. On the building opposite, a man in a sleek black suit stands silently, watching everything, muttering that this will be a headache and trust me, you and I are in for a wild ride. All right? You and I are diving into a world where beautiful blue skies completely contrast with the bloody, gore-splattered mess on the ground. Ye Bei grips the dark pearl tight, turning on his radio. Hello? Hello? Fatty Zhao? Can you hear me? Only static answers. Frowning, he realizes they must have run too far and lost the signal entirely. Walking down the ruined streets, he mutters, guess I am going back alone. He activates his mech armor, jet thrusters roaring as they launch him straight into the sky. Suddenly, he stops mid-air, casting a sharp glare toward a corner, where a man in a black suit appears. It is none other than Song Bin. He waves with a creepy, excited grin. Hello there. Nice to meet you for the first time. Before he can even finish, Ye Bei throws a devastating punch. They clash instantly, blue and orange energy exploding across the mid-air battlefield. Now watch this carefully. Why is Song Bin so calm and showing absolutely zero fear? Wearing a casual smirk, Song Bin says, no need to get so worked up. You might hate evolved mutants, but I mean no harm. Ignoring him completely, Ye Bei charges down the stairs, launching another relentless attack. Song Bin leaps back, dodging the strike and landing right on the mech arm. He chuckles, told you, I do not want to fight. But Ye Bei's face is pitch black with rage. He clamps his massive mechanical fist around Song Bin, lifting him off the ground. Unbothered, Song Bin smiles. Fine, fine. If you like this position, I can definitely roll with it. He smirks. You probably already know who we are, right? But allow me to introduce myself anyway. I am Song Bin, representing the Dark Star organization. I was ordered by our technical advisor to invite you to the Northern Industrial Zone as our guest. Before he can even finish explaining that they originally only wanted that female doctor, Song Bin's body suddenly detonates, splattering thick blood all over Ye Bei's mechanical arm. Staring at the bloody arm, he realizes it was just a blood clone substitute. Not very powerful, but incredibly annoying. Glancing at the distant explosion near the small house, he mutters, has the Dark Star already been formed? Preparing for the worst, he remembers the apocalyptic era from 50 years ago, when the Dark Star was the absolute strongest, most terrifying organization on Earth. Controlling massive resources, they gathered all the brightest minds of humanity, including legendary mechanical sages and masters of highly advanced technology. They engineered countless power users, building a world completely ruled by superpowered mutants. Standing tall atop the skyscraper, Ye Bei stares down at the ruins. That mutated beast was definitely Dark Star's creation. They have had their eyes on us for a long time. Let us pause here. The zombie virus just broke out, yet Dark Star is already active. This means only one thing. Someone among them must be a time traveler. Far away, an abandoned, empty compound appears. Sitting right in the middle of the road is a silent tank. Placing a hand on her forehead, she looks around in disappointment. Wait, this is your research facility? Why does it look so basic? Was your high-tech armor and vehicle actually made here? Zhao Heng asks, his eyes full of curiosity. Brother Ye barely spoke to you, yet you followed us all the way here. Impressive. Tang Tang waves with a bright smile. I just have great judgment in people. Hey, Zhao Heng, could you help me carry that heavy canister? Sorry to trouble you, hugging the heavy container. Zhao Heng grunts. Do whatever you want for your sake. Behind him, Zhang Han approaches, looking highly skeptical of the whole thing. Did you actually find a real doctor? Tang Tang enthusiastically waves her hand in greeting. Hello, are you the legendary genius who built that mech suit and vehicle? She rushes over, giving him a warm, energetic handshake. My name is Tang Tang, and I am a doctor myself. I came specifically for you. Slightly embarrassed, he introduces himself. Ah, I am Zhang Han. How did you know? Tang Tang replies playfully. Even though you dress down, you cannot hide the aura of a crazy mad scientist. Highly suspicious. Zhang Han thinks to himself, what exactly did Ye Bei tell this girl about me? He scratches his head, giving a forced laugh. Well, Dr. Tang, I actually know you from scientific journals. The youngest genius virologist. Tang Tang lifts her chin with pride, laughing. Oh, you are making me blush, but I will take the compliment. Zhang Han observes her secretly, She looks like an energetic doll. How on earth did this girl survive the apocalypse? Tang Tang suddenly turned serious. Let's skip the pleasantries and get right to business. I want us to study the black pearls found inside zombie brains. Her eyes sparkle. Since you use them to build that insane mech armor, you must know a lot, right? Startled, Zhang Han's eyes light up. Oh, so those are called black pearls. Wait, did you not name them? Tong Tong asks curiously. Zhang Han scratches his head sheepishly, trying to think of what to say. What should he do? Should he admit he is not actually a doctor? She seems clueless about the pearls anyway. Since Ye Bei refused to reveal the full secret, cooperating with Tang Tang to research them seems perfect. He acts enthusiastic. I am absolutely down to research the pearls. Trust me. You and I are about to uncover some crazy secrets together. All right. You and I are about to watch a wild ride. Starting with Zhang Han asking Tang Tang for a hospital favor. In the ward, Tang Tang is busy recording the vitals of a tiny, fragile girl named Yao Yor. Once Yor steps out, Zhang Han nervously asks for an update. Tong Tong pulls off her mask, sighing heavily as she asks who the girl is to him. Is she your granddaughter? Zhang Han shakes his head, saying she basically is. Tang Tang holds up 3 fingers with a dead serious look, making Zhang Han break into a nervous sweat. She snaps that it is definitely not fine, leaving him to pale as he wonders if she only has 3 years or 3 months left. Tang Tang sadly explains that the girl's weak body cannot handle any more medication, especially with that abnormal virus inside her. Standard treatments simply cannot get rid of the tumor. A panicked Zhang Han asks what they should do, and Tang Tang raises a mysterious, glowing black pearl. Inside the room, little Yuer slowly opens her eyes to the ceiling, having woken up and overheard their entire conversation. Zhang Han asks with a trembling voice if she expects Yuer to eat the pearl, leaving Tang Tang utterly speechless. What are you talking about? She holds up the pearl, reminding him it is metal and completely impossible to digest. Now, pay attention here, because she intends to use this black pearl to craft a cure for the girl. A terrified Zhang Han stammers to ask if that is safe, but Tang Tang calmly assures him she already tested it. Under specific lab conditions, this black pearl can activate and release strange energy, forcing surrounding cells to regenerate into entirely new forms. Zhang Han pales, fiercely protesting the idea. Is that not just turning her into a mutated ability user? We cannot do this to Yor. Tang Tang then snaps in absolute anger. What kind of idiot would actually eat this black pearl anyway? Zhang Han hesitantly replies that he has met a few. After swallowing the pearl, those people actually gained superpowers. Tang Tang grows deeply thoughtful and asks him to share more details about that, warning that rushing into this without proper testing will definitely make the human body highly unstable and dangerous. Honestly, I can only see sudden death as the outcome. She pauses before firmly declaring this will be their next research topic, promising to refine the medicine as quickly as humanly possible. During this time, she needs Dr. Zhang's full support. Zhang Han agrees, but warns her to be extremely careful. I absolutely do not want to see Yor turn into a monster. Tang Tang replies that time is running out, leaving them with no other choice. Meanwhile, Zhao Heng places a model box on the shelf, wiping his sweat with a sigh of relief that he is finally done. He wonders what on earth could be so incredibly valuable about these chopped-up zombie bones. You and I can see Tang Tang approaching with a bright smile, thanking the chubby guy for helping her meet Dr. Zhang. An anxious, Zhao Heng asks Dr. Tang if little Yuer's illness can actually be cured. She confidently replies that as long as nothing goes wrong, there is still great hope. Zhao Heng walks off, glad she will be fine, and hurries to check on his buddy. Ye Tong Tong smiles to herself, thinking he seems incredibly reliable and will be just fine. She suddenly remembers to ask if they went out earlier, specifically to search for the young girl's father. Zhao Heng nods, prompting Tang Tang to seriously request that they make sure to bring him back completely safe and sound. Having him there will significantly help with the girl's recovery. Under the blazing hot sun and bright blue sky, Ye Bei pilots his giant robot across the rooftops of tall skyscrapers. He sighs in pure frustration about the unbearable heat, complaining that the annoying chubby guy is taking way too long to drive that car back. Unable to wait, he revs up his armored suit's roaring engine to search for a cold drink. Suddenly, spotting a building in the distance, his eyes light up at a potential supermarket, and he crashes right through the glass window, shattering it into tiny pieces. Ye Bei lands heavily, the massive impact fracturing the floor beneath him. He looks around in disappointment, wondering why it is just a swimming pool even though he really needs a drink. Looking at the ruined pool with dead beast carcasses floating around, he hears a strange noise, quickly turning around to whisper what that was. Suddenly, a massive tentacle lunges directly at him from the dark shadows. Without hesitating at all, Ye Bei activates his robot to fire a heavy barrage of highly destructive missiles, blowing the ground into shattered pieces. Ye Bei freezes, scanning his surroundings with a sharp glare, when a beast with razor-sharp fangs suddenly charges straight at him, like a raging whirlwind. Using his lightning-fast reflexes, Ye Bei blocks the sharp teeth with his mechanical arm, escaping death by a hair. Sweating, he groans at another mutated beast, and trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action, as Ye Bei wastes no time activating his robotic arm, firing a rocket directly into the beast's mouth, only to get violently blasted back. His body slams hard into a nearby concrete wall, shattering it completely into pieces. Roaring in anger, he tightens his robotic fist, yelling for the beast to die, but the creature swiftly swings its massive tail to dodge his heavy strike. Ye Bei refuses to back down, smashing straight through the brick wall and leaving a massive gap. He charges back in, but the mutated beast is totally enraged now, thrashing its tail to destroy everything in sight, before landing a brutal blow that sends Ye Bei crashing to the ground. Moving like lightning, he recovers and uses his robotic arm to pin down the beast's heavy, thrashing tail. Grimacing as he grits his teeth against the sheer pressure, Ye Bei summons all his strength and slams the massive monster down, shaking the entire area with the impact. Raising his robotic hand, he charges up his energy for the final blow, blasting the beast's underbelly repeatedly until it writhes on the ground in pure agony. To make sure it's dead, Ye Bei keeps firing as blinding energy flashes everywhere. But then, the monster's body begins to fade away, revealing a young girl with vibrant, bright orange hair. But in a split second, her face warps back into a hideous mutant beast, her glowing green eyes burning like a ghostly flame. Ye Bei recoils, shouting in absolute shock. On a completely deserted city street, Zhao Heng drives along, muttering to himself about how unusually quiet the roads are today. Now pay attention here. A drone behind the vehicle suddenly starts up, giving Zhao Heng quite a jump. A sudden voice from the drone makes him spin around, asking if he can hear her. Zhao Heng quickly replies, wondering if that is Yor, who just woke up, revealing it is indeed her. Looking through the comm screen, her sad face appears as she replies that she is feeling much better and asks if they are outside. Zhao Heng gently advises her that she really needs to rest properly in her current weak condition. He tells her to leave the search to them, but she sadly admits she cannot sleep and wants to join the search for peace of mind. Softening up, Zhao Heng compromises, telling her she can join but must not push her limits. The aerial search is now officially in her hands. The drone behind him signals back with her understanding nod before soaring high into the sky to begin its scouting mission. Back in the hospital room, Yor monitors the feed with a puzzled look, suddenly letting out a soft gasp as if spotting something strange. I know what you're thinking. Did she find him? Zhao Heng asks, wondering if she finally spotted Ye Bei. Staring intensely at her screen, Yor says not exactly. I see a pack of zombies surrounding a construction site directly beneath our drone. The feed shows them snarling and tightly crowding around a target. Zhao Heng speaks skeptically over his radio, wondering if there could actually be survivors out there. On the screen, they spot a young woman trapped on a roof inside the construction site, surrounded by zombies. Yao Yuer immediately calls out to him, warning that someone is trapped by a horde of zombies. Looking closer, she spots Lena Jolin shivering on the roof under a thin cloth, telling him there is a girl stranded at the site. Zhao Heng checks his dashboard screen and immediately recognizes the stranded girl. Surprised, he wonders why she is here, while Yura asks if he knows her. As he drives, Zhao Heng explains that she was the one previously locked up in the local tyrant's building. After they took down the tyrant, she vanished completely, and he never expected her to end up here. The drone hovers above to observe the chaos, while Yura desperately begs him to help the girl. Grinning, Zhao Heng replies that playing the hero and saving beautiful ladies is his absolute specialty. His armored vehicle charges straight toward the site, crushing several zombies surrounding the building and sending rotten limbs flying. Watching this sudden rescue, a shivering Lena Jolin gasps in complete surprise from the rooftop. The drone flies lower, as Yor promises to distract the zombies. She tells her to jump down when the moment is right. Down below, Zhao Heng's car acts like a war machine, crackling with electricity as its spiked wheels grind the zombies into pulp. Backing right up to the building, Zhao Heng screams for her to get in, and seeing the path clear, Lena quickly leaps down into the truck bed. Watching through the feed, Yor cheers that she is safe and urges him to drive away. Wrapping herself in her tattered cloth, she climbs inside, asking who they are, as Zhao Heng smiles, boasting that they are the ultimate rescue team and trust me, they are just getting started. All right, you and I are dropping right into the action, where a massive tail strikes with devastating power. Ye Bei, piloting his giant mech, takes a direct hit and gets sent flying, slamming so hard the ground cracks apart. Pain is written all over his face, but his eyes remain razor-sharp as he stares down his fierce enemy. Before him stands a colossal nightmare, a muscular human torso emerging from a terrifying, massive snakehead. Its glowing eyes shine with a chilling blue light, staring down at Ye Bei from towering heights. The blue glare in the monster's eyes grows blindingly bright, radiating an absolutely overwhelming pressure. Facing that blinding glow, Ye Bei can only shield his eyes and grit his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it, he cannot look directly into those eyes. A weak spark of electricity flickers across his armor, and a wave of deep anxiety washes over him. His protective face mask was already shattered in the previous fight, leaving him completely exposed. The gargantuan monster opens its massive mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, charging up a terrifying amount of energy, and suddenly blasts a giant pillar of water straight at Ye Bei. Despite being battered and bruised, Ye Bei moves fast, taking control of his mech's robotic arm. Now watch this carefully. A blue energy beam blasts from the palm, but the beast doesn't even flinch. With a quick, agile movement, it effortlessly dodges every single bit of Ye Bei's counterattack. Its massive snake tail whips out like lightning, wrapping tightly around the leg of Ye Bei's armor. Before he can react, he is yanked high into the air. He grits his teeth, cursing himself for being too careless. The powerful tail whips down, slamming Ye Bei from high up straight into the water. The brutal impact crushes him against the ground, making him grimace in pain. He groans weakly, his pale face tight with agony. The monster's eyes continue to emit that blinding blue glow, shining directly down at him. Even while submerged in the water, the terrifying sight sends a chill right down his spine. His body is soaked in freezing water, his legs still firmly trapped in the beast's grip. That overwhelming blue light keeps bearing down on him, leaving him screaming internally, "Damn it, I cannot move my body." Suddenly, the monster's tail twists under the water, turning into a razor-sharp spear that thrusts directly towards Ye Bei. Despair hits him hard as he thinks, "Is this really where I die?" But right then, a massive, thunderous explosion suddenly echoes through the entire chamber as the far wall is blown to pieces, sending debris flying everywhere. Two powerful blue energy beams crackling with bright electricity blast straight through the crumbling ruins. The energy surge strikes the monster's colossal head, creating a massive, earth-shaking shockwave. And the person showing up to save the day is none other than Zhao Heng. His heavily armored vehicle has plowed right through the wall, leaving a massive gap behind. You and I both see the danger, but while Lena Jolin looks incredibly tense in the back, Zhao Heng just wears a huge grin and shouts, "Brother Yi, are you all right? The Doomsday Rescue Team is here." That previous attack definitely seemed to hurt the monster. It immediately shifts its focus toward the armored vehicle that just crashed through the wall. The beast turns around, ready to charge at the armored vehicle, but then it suddenly stops dead in its tracks, sensing something highly unusual. Unbeknownst to the beast, Ye Bei has already freed himself from the tail's tight grip. Using his mech's giant arm, he grabs the massive tail with an absolutely fearless expression, roaring out, "Don't even think about running away. We are far from done." The mechanical arm morphs into a fist, extending razor-sharp, lethal claws. He unleashes a powerful strike, holding the tail tight with one hand while driving a brutal punch straight into its body, making the beast howl in pure agony. Ye Bei shouts with a serious expression, "Fatty, if that monster looks at me, blast it with your laser." Inside the armored car, Zhao Heng tenses up upon hearing Ye Bei's command, quickly calling back, "Yeah, got it." Immediately, Ye Bei channels every bit of power into his suit, unleashing two brilliant, blinding streams of energy from both arms. The twin bursts of energy slam directly into the monster's neck, sending its massive body flying backward. Its massive body crashes violently onto the hard ground, triggering an intense, earth-shaking tremor. Taking a fatal blow, the beast writhes on the ground in agony. Its eyes narrow as that blue light flares up with pure rage, giving it no time to recover. Ye Bei slams his massive mechanical arm down on it once more. The heavy hand pins the beast to the floor, pinning its thrashing body so hard it cannot escape. With a cold, freezing gaze, Ye Bei demands, "Why is a mutant half-breed like you here?" The monster glares back, its eyes flickering with cold light. Ye Bei presses further, Did the dark organization send you to assassinate me? Even as he hammers her with sharp questions, the creature remains completely silent, refusing to speak. Ye Bei glares coldly, giving her one final warning. Spill it now, or trust me, you and I are going to see her get ended. All right, let us dive into this wild encounter. The monster's eyes suddenly widen, shaking violently as it screams about the dark organization. Ye Bei's giant mechanical arm pins the thrashing monster down, keeping it completely immobile. She struggles frantically, screaming out, "Please, no, I do not want to go back." As Zhao Hang drives the vehicle closer, he speaks up in total shock. "Brother Yi, how did the giant dog you fought turn into a snake monster?" Suddenly, the beast glares at the car, its voice laced with confusion. Hearing her name, Lena Jolin turns around in absolute shock, her eyes filled with confusion. The monster struggles even more frantically, screaming, "Lena! Lena!" Annoyed by the endless yelling, Ye Bei barks, "What is all this noise about? Keep quiet, or I will kill you right now." Meanwhile, hearing the beast call her name repeatedly, Lena Jolin rushes out of the vehicle and runs over. She trembles, her voice cracking with doubt. "Sister, is that really you?" Hearing her, the beast eagerly cries out her name. Lena Jolin steps closer, her voice shaking violently as she calls out again, "Sister." Still sitting in the car, Zhao Heng asks in disbelief, "Wait, seriously? That terrifying monster is actually her sister? Did she ingest the black gold and transform into a mutant?" Lena Jolin kneels beside the creature, her face painted with pure sorrow. She chokes out, "Sister, why are you like this? And get ready, because this beast is actually Annie Joanni, Lena's own sister." Annie weeps bitterly, whispering to her sister, "The laboratory of the dark organization. It hurts so much. It hurts so badly." The mechanical arm continues crushing Annie's head, causing immense pain as her trembling voice breaks up. Staring coldly at this scene, Ye Bei says ruthlessly, "If you are done talking, let me put you out of your misery." Lena quickly blocks him, begging, "Please, don't. I don't know who turned her into this, but she is still my sister." Just then, a drone piloted by Yor hovers nearby. Through the communicator, Yor's frantic voice rings out, "Wait, Brother Ye, stop." Hearing her plea, Ye Bei frowns and snaps, "Yor, get out of here. Do not interfere." Yor anxiously replies, "They just reunited after so long. You cannot simply execute her like this." But Ye Bei ignores the plea, raising his weapon to attack as he tells her, "Do not be so naive. She was mutated into a power fusion beast with a broken mind. She is extremely dangerous and must be eliminated now." On the ground, Annie is still pinned. Lena holds her tightly, weeping uncontrollably as she protects her. Witnessing this, Yor begs once more, "Brother Ye, please, just let them talk. Give them a chance to try." Despite her desperate pleas, Ye Bei refuses to budge, yelling back, "She almost killed me moments ago. I am not letting her go." Zhao Heng, who had been listening to everything, decides to step in and speak up for Yor. "Brother Yi, Yor was the one who spotted you getting dragged underwater by the beast. If she had not led me to the rescue, wouldn't you be dead?" Hearing this, you can tell Ye Bei's cold heart actually softens a bit. Zhao Heng's words actually work. Slowly, Ye Bei commands his massive mechanical arm to release its tight grip on Annie. He turns and walks away, giving the sisters some space while muttering under his breath, "What a bunch of idiots." Finally freed, Annie asks with a trembling voice, "Wait, are you guys not from the dark organization?" Yor quickly replies through the drone, "Of course not. We are a search and rescue team looking for survivors left in the city." Annie explains the truth in fragments. "I escaped from the dark organization, bringing my giant hound along to search for her." Hearing her story, everyone realizes there has been a major misunderstanding. Yuer points out that Annie mistook Ye Bei for one of the organization's agents, attacking only in self-defense. Annie stammers, looking at Lena with trembling eyes, "I was just so scared for her safety." She looks at Lena, whispering, "As long as you are safe, that is all that matters." Lena holds her hand, sobbing out, "Sister." Back in the ward, watching the emotional reunion on her screen, Yer cannot hold back her tears, saying, "This is wonderful. Hey, why don't you two come with us?" Her voice echoes through the drone speaker, explaining that their lab is spacious, with only a few people currently staying there. "Our doctors are researching the zombie outbreak. They might be able to help." Hearing this, hope sparks in both sisters. But Lena is still hesitant, stammering with a hint of doubt. "Really? Is that actually possible?" Yuer responds cheerfully, saying she is happy to help. Over on the other side, Ye Bei turns around and climbs inside Zhao Heng's armored vehicle. He strips off his mechanical armor, carefully packing it away. Yor looks at the vehicle and murmurs, "Though, our car might not fit your sister, Annie." Annie turns to her sister, her voice firm and resolute. "Lena, wherever you go, I will follow." Hearing her sister say that, Lena tearfully whispers her name again. Inside the armored car, Zhao Heng whispers, "Yor, are we really inviting this monster? And honestly, we're all wondering how this ends. Let's jump back into the action," Yor agreed, sensing the two sisters were harmless, while Zhao Heng got the hint and glanced at Ye Bei. Ye Bei was just resting with his hands behind his head, looking slightly annoyed but choosing to stay completely silent. Seeing this, Zhao Heng smiled and remarked that since Ye Bei silently agreed, they should get moving, as their armored vehicle sped off, heading straight back to the main highway. Together, the armored vehicle, the overhead drone, and the massive beast left the high-rise building behind, heading directly into the open. Annie, in her colossal serpent form, slithered smoothly right alongside Zhao Heng's armored car, while Yor's drone flew overhead as the entire group made their way toward the research lab. Driving the car, Zhao Heng watched outside and couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly fast this giant beast of a sister could move. Inside, Lena stared out the window with sadness in her eyes, softly whispering the word, "Sister." Before long, they arrived at the laboratory entrance, where Zhang Han and Nurse Tong Tong stood completely frozen in absolute shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. With cold sweat on his forehead, Zhang Han stammered, asking Ye Bei what on earth was going on, though Nurse Tang Tang seemed incredibly excited instead. Staring up at Annie's towering, giant serpent body right in front of them, she squealed, "How cute." Nearby, Ye Bei leaned casually against the vehicle without saying a word, while Lena stepped forward and introduced herself as Julin from Western and City. When the disaster hit, she and her sister fled south, and right here, watch closely, as Annie's human form slowly emerges from the giant serpent's head. Lena immediately introduced her, explaining that the giant beast was her sister. During their escape, she was captured by a dark organization and brutally experimented on, but seeing this, Dr. Tang Tang's eyes lit up as she cheered. How adorable. In contrast, Zhang Han stood stunned, stammering about what kind of terrifying organization could possess the power to perform such experiments. Dr. Tang Tang, completely fearless and growing more excited by the second, stepped closer to Annie and eagerly asked if she could pet her. Telling her not to be afraid, Tang Tang reached out, but the moment she went to touch the giant scales, Annie suddenly flinched. She quickly darted to the other side, giving Dr. Tong Tang a sudden fright. Annie's massive serpent body slithered rapidly toward a nearby lake, diving straight in and instantly vanishing beneath the ripples. Under the fading sunset, Zhao Heng watched Annie's shadow disappear in the shimmering water, scoffing softly as he wondered why she was so cold. Was she just shy, or was she hiding from the world? Stepping down from the vehicle, he turned to Lena with deep curiosity. Now think about this, why was she hiding all alone at that dry construction site, with absolutely no food or water? Zhao Heng immediately asked her. Lena replied in a flat, quiet voice, explaining that someone had actually guided her to escape the zombie horde, but they got separated on the way, and he told her to wait at the construction site. Seeing her face darken, Zhao Heng guessed the tragic outcome and gently asked if the man never ended up returning for her. Lena nodded sadly, making Zhao Heng frown with curiosity about who this mysterious savior was, brave enough to navigate a city crawling with zombies. She slowly held up the cloth she was wearing, whispering that he gave her this coat, which was thoroughly soaked in zombie blood. Thanks to the smell, the monsters couldn't sniff her out or locate her. Hearing this, Zhao Heng scoffed as a sudden realization hit him, but before he could voice his suspicion, a loud scream from behind cut him off. Lena turned around to see a young girl running toward them, her voice cracking with pure emotion as she recognized the girl as Yor. She had rushed straight out of the clinic room, her body trembling so violently that her legs could barely support her weight as she stammered. Asking if her companion was a short-haired man named Yao Hai, Lena nodded in confirmation, admitting that was indeed his name. She casually asked if she was the girl from that day, and upon hearing Lena's confirmation, Yor choked up, crying out that he was her father. The moment she spoke, she collapsed onto the ground unconscious, sending everyone nearby into a panic as they rushed over, calling her name. Dr. Tang Tang quickly helped her up, sighing with a touch of gentle scolding, asking the silly girl why she had sneaked out of her room. Standing close by, Zhang Han asked with deep concern if she was all right. Meanwhile, Zhao Heng turned to Ye Bei with a determined expression, firmly suggesting they head out to search for Yor's missing father, while Ye Bei stood silently, deeply lost in thought. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice low, warning that night was falling. The outside was getting too dangerous. His armor needed urgent repairs, and the research center's defenses had to be reinforced. Zhang Han stepped forward with a deep frown, demanding that Ye Bei finally explain everything clearly to the group. You know everything, don't you? I don't get what secrets you're hiding, or what terrifying force you are actually fighting against. Even though I don't want to pry, I'm genuinely feeling extremely uneasy. Zhao Heng chimed in with frustration, saying that if Ye Bei got into trouble next time and they couldn't help, they'd be done for. And trust me, you and I are finally about to get some answers. As Ye Bei lets out a heavy sigh, ready to reveal his deepest secrets. Let's dive into this wild scene. Looking at his armor, he suddenly reveals he's a time traveler from 50 years in the future. The entire room goes dead silent. Zhao Heng frowns, muttering to himself. Time travel? Seriously? No wonder he seemed so different. He never seemed normal anyway. Zhang Han's jaw literally drops as he screams out. Time travel? Has that tech actually become a reality? How is that even possible? Is it physical or conscious? Even Dr. Tang cannot hide her absolute shock at this revelation. Can humanity even survive another 50 years? Unbelievable. Ye Bei holds up a small, marble-like object, speaking calmly. Everything started with the black gold. Holding it up to the light, he continues. This thing is the source of all disasters, but also the ultimate key to scientific progress. Back at our research facility, we used this substance to fight the zombie virus. Our greatest achievement was a time machine, allowing us to send consciousness through space and time, powered by the radiation of the black gold. Still highly skeptical, Zhang Han frowns and asks him again. Yes, but even so. Sitting under the dim light of the room, Ye Bei responds in a very low, quiet voice. Right. Even though we can travel back, we cannot stop the outbreak itself. We can only send our consciousness back close to the day the virus first appeared. He pauses, digging deep into his distant memories, before explaining how the doctor once studied the exact composition of the black gold. Now, pay attention here, because this bizarre element doesn't exist on Earth. Lacking proper data, they believed it came from outer space. Hearing this, Zhao Heng, sitting right across from him, gasps out. Does this mean aliens are actually invading us right now? By now, Yu is back on her hospital bed, wearing an oxygen mask. Lena watches over her closely, while listening to every single word. She replies softly with a sad voice. Perhaps. But if so, these alien forces must have completely overwhelmed our entire planet. In just a few years, the virus wiped out Earth. 50 years from now, barely anyone will be left alive. A ruined, apocalyptic world flashes in Ye Bei's mind, engulfed in flames and smoke, with humanity on the absolute brink of extinction. He continues in a haunted tone. Yet, even in that dying world, humans still slaughtered each other endlessly for remaining resources. Every single veteran in my organization was brutally murdered. Ye Bei's expression darkens, but his eyes remain sharper and more determined than ever. I am the one carrying out our final mission, to return to the past and completely rebuild our fallen organization. Zhao Heng nods as it finally clicked. No wonder you are so obsessed with gathering black gold. So, is your actual age over 50? Ye Bei chuckles softly, a weary, ancient soul momentarily showing behind his youthful eyes. 50? I know what you are thinking. 70? Well, his consciousness could only jump back to when he first faced those school zombies. Recalling his future, Ye Bei continues with a hint of deep regret. We simply had zero time left to run any more tests. Right after sending me back, my allies had to destroy the entire lab, burying our time travel machine forever. He pauses with a dark, heavy expression, as if that memory weighs like lead. I do not even know how they fared, he mutters with sad eyes. Although visibly shaken, Zhao Heng tries to crack a joke to ease the heavy tension. That is the most I have ever heard you speak. Seriously. This story is crazy enough to be turned into a top-tier sci-fi novel. Dr. Tang suddenly realizes something and speaks up with a look of sheer curiosity. Since you revealed your true identity, does that mean we will become your future allies? Ye Bei pauses, responding with absolute uncertainty. I am not sure yet, but I truly hope so. Hearing his answer, Zhao Heng anxiously presses further. What do you mean by that? Can the future actually change? Ye Bei nods calmly. It already has. He turns to Dr. Tang, asking, You have researched the characteristics of this virus, right? Dr. Tang nods confidently. Yes, and as I said before, the fact that we are even alive is a total miracle. The zombie virus does not just spread through bites. She pauses, speaking slowly. In fact, it can be transmitted through the air. This absolutely terrifies Zhao Heng and Zhang Han, who scream out in unison, "What?" But Dr. Tang remains completely calm, even smiling. That is why I said we are the chosen ones. The antibodies in our bodies are actually strong enough to fight off the airborne virus. Pretty miraculous, right? Her words bring temporary relief to the group, but her expression suddenly turns dead serious as she continues. However, there is absolutely no guarantee we won't mutate if we get bitten. Zhao Heng's face turns completely pale as he stutters. "Oh, that is terrifying." Ye Bei nods, adding, "Dr. Tang is correct. Our bodies were infected long ago, so even without a bite, we will all turn eventually. We might be immune to the airborne strain, but we are definitely not entirely safe." Zhao Heng shivers. "That is terrifying. No wonder you kept this a secret." Ye Bei falls silent, his eyes flashing with a cold intensity. "Before this, I only had my suspicions. But what happened today completely confirmed my worst fears." He pauses, saying firmly, "Someone is intentionally accelerating the spread and mutation of the zombie virus." The other three gasp in unison. "Who?" He names the Dark Organization as the scene shifts to a cold, dark place. Stick around, because it gets even crazier. Let's dive into a dark world where a skinny hand trembles violently, surrounded by a strange golden glow. As the light fades, it reveals a long-haired young man with two strange horns growing on his head. He mutters in a trembling voice, "It's back. It's back." The horns and claws on his body slowly disappear. Looking down at his body, he stammers in shock and panic. "It's back to normal. My body is actually normal again." Song Bin watches from a corner with a cold, sarcastic smile, saying, "Hey, hey, hey. You are officially a member of the Dark Organization now." Hearing this, the long-haired guy is overjoyed, shouting back at Song Bin with pure excitement, "This is great, thank you so much." Meanwhile, a white-haired girl in the corner turns her head, watching them with a freezing glare. Outside, hordes of terrifying zombies wander everywhere, growling menacingly and releasing skin-crawling noises into the deep, dark night. Meanwhile, at the Research Institute, watch closely as Ye Bei stands up, looking down at the dark scene below. He notes that previously, despite the airborne virus, most people only mutated after being bitten by zombies. But now, zombies absorb sunlight, triggering stage 1 mutation, cutting the transformation time from several weeks down to just a few days. The chances of ordinary humans gaining special powers have also surged. Recalling the terrifying images of mutants he has personally witnessed, Ye Bei continues in a highly cautious voice, stating that today's mutant beasts and fused creatures are all sinister masterpieces of the Dark Organization. Zhao Heng and Dr. Tang listen closely, keeping their eyes locked on him. Ye Bei asserts with cold eyes that the Dark Organization has definitely sent someone back in time from the future. Frowning, Zhao Heng asks, "Brother Ye, if the Dark Organization has a time machine and can control the virus, why don't they travel back to save humanity?" Ye Bei replies in a cold tone, "Unfortunately, that Dark Organization is willing to do absolutely anything except save humanity. They believe mutants are superior to normal humans, wishing to create a brand new world completely ruled by them." He turns, looking straight at Zhao Heng, and says their ultimate goal is simply to destroy all of humanity. Hearing this, the faces of Zhao Heng and Dr. Tang drop, with Dr. Tang quickly curling her lips with absolute contempt. How childish." Having been silent until now, Dr. Zhang suddenly asks if this is related to the pills and energy stones. He ponders and continues, "I actually took a few pills from those black boxes Zhao Heng brought back to analyze. Their components are similar to black gold, which is highly active within the liquid form of this medicine." He frowns as a sudden realization hits, feeling like the substance acts as a direct catalyst for black gold. Let's pause and think about how crazy this is. Did they feed everyone that medicine? Ye Bei nods, confirming they likely poisoned the food and water supply of the entire city. Hearing this, Zhao Heng panics and cries out, "Wait, Brother Yi, those pills were found in Yuer's father's car." Surely not. Ye Bei cuts him off with an icy tone, saying they need to investigate. But if that organization survives, humanity won't last 5 years, maybe even less. Leaning forward, he points at the documents on the table and says firmly, "Dr. Zhang, we need to discuss setting up the defense facilities for this entire research institute immediately. We must also utilize the poison gas Dr. Tang researched. Meanwhile, Dr. Tang, focus all your efforts on treating young Yuer." Dr. Tang gives a charming smile, and tilts her head at Ye Bei, asking, "Little brother, are you my adoptive sister's brother?" Ye Bei frowns slightly, replying with an annoyed tone, "Is there an issue with that?" Dr. Tang chuckles and shakes her head. "No, just a medical question." Ye Bei remains confused, but chooses not to press further. Turning back to the group, he says firmly, "I have no time for idle chat. We must act fast." Waving his hand, he calls, "Fatty, come help." Zhao Heng nods quickly. As late night falls, Yu slowly wakes up inside her room. Feeling exhausted and incredibly heavy, she still forces herself to sit up and remove her oxygen mask. Looking over, she sees a haggard Lena fast asleep at the desk, completely unaware that Yu has finally opened her eyes. Gently stepping out of bed and putting on her slippers, she drapes a coat over the sleeping Lena before quietly slipping out of the silent room. Yu wanders down the dark, eerie hallway, lit only by a few flickering, dim lights. She approaches a dimly lit room where Dr. Tang is sitting at her desk, holding a flask of strange liquid, while muttering to herself, "That little brother seems completely unaffected by everything. Perhaps his crazy theories are actually correct." Downing the entire glass of strange liquid, she slumps onto her desk, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. She thought coming here would solve her problems, but instead, they just keep piling up. Suddenly, Dr. Tang spots Yu standing right there. Shocked, she stammers, "How did you get out here on your own?" "Get back to bed." Yu looks down sadly, whispering, "I couldn't sleep. And honestly, you and I can easily understand why. Get ready, because we're watching Dr. Tang, wearing a thin robe that reveals her body, sigh with a gentle yet strict voice. She tells Yu that health comes first, and that she should go see Dr. Zhang and the others tomorrow." Yu looks up at Dr. Tang, surprised, saying she heard voices and thought everyone was still awake here. Dr. Tang laughs, her voice cheerful, asking if she got caught. She touches a jar filled with fluid holding a terrifying zombie head, and admits it was actually him. Shocked at the sight, Yu gasps, calling out about the zombie, but Dr. Tang sadly looks at her foolish childhood friend. This only leaves Yu more curious and confused, while Dr. Tang caresses the jar with eyes filled with deep, lingering regret. She recalls that he was truly a good man. He was clumsy, weak, but always tried to act tough, failing medical school entrance exams but always sticking close to flatter her. She pauses, her voice dropping low into memories of how only he stood up for her when colleagues tried to steal her research. The image of her friend being torn apart by zombies flashes in her mind, making her voice tremble. Even when disaster struck, he never abandoned her, causing Yu's expression to fall into a deep, heavy sadness. Dr. Tang's voice echoes with bitter resentment, calling him a truly annoying guy. She stares at the head in the jar, explaining that he got surrounded by zombies while trying to help her during gas tests. Even after getting infected, he kept fighting them until he was torn to pieces. Looking at another jar containing a severed hand, she sighs that she couldn't even tell which scraps on the ground were him. Now look at those obsessive eyes as she asks Yu if she thinks he would wake up if she pieced him back together. Those words stun Yu, her eyes filling with pure shock and pity as she looks at Dr. Tang. In the alcohol-scented room, transparent jars sit on the table, displaying a human hand and other body parts under the dim, eerie light. Suddenly, a bright laugh rings out as Dr. Tang, wearing only a bathrobe with a loose shirt, giggles that she was just joking. With a sad face, Yao Yu whispers Dr. Tang's name. Tang Tang quickly covers her mouth, her bright smile still showing as she blushes, saying she talked way too much. Yu hesitates, asking in a soft voice if she really loved him. Dr. Tang sighs, her gaze drifting back to those clear jars holding the scattered human remains. She mutters Nichuan's name, softening her voice as she admits she couldn't help but look at him like a lovable idiot. Telling Yu to rest, she mentions diving down to find Anner, as Yu nods obediently and turns to leave. Stepping outside, Yu stands before the silent lake under the dark night sky, noticing terrifying shapes and deep markings moving beneath the surface. Suddenly, a giant beast lunges from the deep water, and Yu gasps out Sister Ander's name. The monster is indeed Ander, speaking in a low, rumbling voice to her sweet little sister. Yu asks if she is doing okay, while Ander answers that she must stay hidden from the others. Yu steps closer, gently touching the massive beast and crying over the cruel experiments that turned her body into this horrible shape. When asked if it hurts, Ander replies with a sad sigh that remembering the past is terrifying, but she feels no pain now. "You and I can feel the heartbreak here," as Yu realizes her friend has been silently suffering this whole time. The monster nods, admitting she thought she would get used to it, but is surprised Yor can actually feel her pain. Yor sighs that they are still human after all, before collapsing softly within the monster's giant coiled tail. Watching from afar, Dr. Tang screams in terror for Yor, rushing over frantically to ask what she just did. She scolds her, asking why she ran out here when she was told to go to her room. Kneeling, she places her hand on Yor's head in worry, warning she cannot save her. As Yor asks for one last favor, she continues, her voice trembling, begging the doctor to help her complete the surgery. In a nearby garage, two men busy themselves repairing machinery, while Ye Bei turns to stare into the dark, where corpses lay scattered. A voice calls out as Yao Haipeng, looking extremely anxious, wonders where she could have gone. He approaches a house and ducks behind a wall, muttering that zombies normally shouldn't detect them unless they are bleeding. Yao Haipeng steps out onto the main road, staring at the massive tire tracks crisscrossing the dirt, wondering who on earth could have come here. Suddenly, sensing danger, he ducks as a giant flying beast shadows the sky. You and I are going to want to see what happens next. Get ready, because you and I are jumping right into a jump scare as Yao Haipeng hears a sudden, terrifying voice scream right in his ear. Inside an abandoned building, Yao Yor lies unconscious inside a glass chamber, while Dr. Tang stands right by her side, monitoring her closely. Outside, Ye Bei and Zhang Han watch the scene, as Zhang Han asks nervously if they really have to use black gold to treat Yor. He feels deeply uneasy. But Ye Bei folds his arms calmly, explaining that Dr. Tang has already prepared a highly specialized medicine. For now, it only relieves symptoms because Yor needs time to adapt to the black gold energy, which he merged with a mutated beast core. The doctor will perform the surgery using the exact formula I provided. As long as the chain reaction stays under control, she will survive. This makes Zhang Han ask in disbelief if they actually tested this in the future. He asks if Ye Bei helped create those superhumans, but Ye Bei shakes his head, calling this treatment a mere byproduct of that experiment. Some absolute fools even treated it like an elixir of immortality, gifting it to the wealthy elite. He adds coldly that while it cures diseases, whether it grants eternal life remains unknown. Hearing this, Zhang Han gets even more worried. But Ye Bei stays calm. Watch closely here. If this safe plan fails, they have no other options. Zhang Han nods, understanding why Ye Bei sent Zhao Heng out to find Yor's father. Meanwhile, a car speeds down a road littered with corpses. Zhao Heng grips the steering wheel tight, shouting that there are way too many zombies around. He tells her to check the left side since they are nearing the construction site where they first met. Lena stares at her screen, nervously apologizing because she is not used to flying drones or using computers. Nearby, Yao Haipeng sighs deeply and greets Zhang Han after a long time. He apologizes with deep regret, feeling terrible for causing everyone so much worry. Zhang Han sighs, telling him he is incredibly lucky to still be alive. He then urges him to quickly disinfect so he can go inside to see Yor. Yao Haipeng steps inside, his face turning pale, with absolute shock, as he stares at his unconscious daughter. Zhang Han explains that she was completely stable when Zhao Heng first brought her in, but things suddenly took a turn for the worse. She was exhausting herself, searching for survivors and trying to find news about him. Yao Haipeng clutches his head in agony, calling himself an absolute fool for not returning sooner. Zhang Han sighs, knowing he must have suffered immensely out there. Let's pause here, because Zhang Han suddenly pulls out a mysterious object, demanding to know where on earth he got it. Yao Haipeng takes the item, asking if they found his abandoned car, before admitting he has absolutely no idea what it is. Zhang Han frowns, demanding to know who gave it to him. With a heavy sigh, he reveals it came from a dark organization. At first, he thought they were a charity and helped transport their medical supplies, believing they would cure his daughter. But things went horribly wrong. Anxious, Zhang Han presses him, asking if he actually joined their ranks and if he knows the terrifying truth behind that medicine. Yao Haipeng shakes his head, admitting he only knows the zombie outbreak in the city is tied to that very drug. Once he realized how truly monstrous the group was, he fled. He stops, his eyes filled with overwhelming regret. He pretended to work so he could sneak back and rescue Yor. But zombie roadblocks delayed him, and he arrived far too late. Staring at his unconscious daughter, he weeps, remembering how he called to warn her to stay inside, but she still went out anyway. He wonders if this is karma, since he always taught Yor to do good, yet he ended up helping evil monsters commit heinous acts. Yao Haipeng breaks down in tears, filled with pure regret, as he looks at his daughter lying motionless on the bed, calling himself a terrible father. His cries are suddenly cut off by Dr. Tang, who reminds him that Yue is still alive. She introduces herself as Dr. Tang and says she needs a blood transfusion immediately, preferably from her biological father. Yao Haipeng is stunned. Dr. Tang explains that none of their blood types match Yuer's unique blood type. Otherwise, they would have saved her long ago, making him her absolute last hope. Yao Haipeng immediately nods in agreement. He begs her to take as much blood as necessary to save her. But Dr. Tang warns him they cannot use black gold. Surprised, Zhang Han asks how he knows about black gold, leaving Yao Haipeng stammering, unsure of how to explain it. He reveals that the Dark Organization is planning a massive experiment. As Zhang Han and Dr. Tang listen closely, it will engulf all of An City, killing countless people, though Dr. Tang questions who else could die when everyone is already a zombie. Yao Haipeng hesitates, repeating that they must never use black gold. He explains that anything connected to black gold will be targeted, but Zhang Han frowns, since they need it to fight back. With nowhere left to run, Yao Haipeng suddenly panics, grabbing Zhang Han's shoulders and screaming at him to run away. They must flee as far as possible, and seeing this sheer panic makes Zhang Han worry about what will happen to Yue. He screams to take Yue, but Zhang Han stops him since she cannot leave the pod. Trust me, you and I must watch how they survive this. You and I are starting right in the action as Yao Haipeng ignores everyone yelling, "Don't stop me." Suddenly, a wrench strikes Yao Haipeng's neck, knocking him down. Ye Bei, holding the wrench, coldly mutters, "You are too loud." Dr. Tang is shocked. Ye Bei looks at her and Zhang Han, firmly urging them to draw blood and perform surgery without wasting time. Outside, heavy rain pours down as darkness swallows everything. In a small shop, a few men gather around a table. A long-haired member of the Dark Organization asks, "How did you guys end up joining us?" Old Xiao, a heavily bearded man wiping down a glass, replies, "Because all my teammates died, leaving only me behind." The blonde Yu Feng, holding a dart, says, "Because I want to protect my last living comrade." The long-haired guy nods in agreement. "Oh, I see." He grins. "We can be comrades now. That is great. Though I bet more people are coming." Old Xiao smiles warmly. "Of course, they are scattered worldwide right now, busy recruiting new members for us." The long-haired guy is surprised. Meanwhile, Yu Feng, eyes glued to the target with his dart ready, mutters, "I wonder what kind of society mutants will build." He continues, "We do not need food, we transform for battle, and we do not fear zombies. Yet uniting our strength seems nearly impossible." Old Xiao laughs out loud. "Brilliant. That is exactly the problem our advisor is working on. Just listen to her." Yu Feng turns his head, his voice filled with doubt about following someone from the future. "But pay attention," Old Zhao sneers and asks if someone from the future is actually more reliable. He continues, eyes glittering, "Your name is Yu Feng, right? I recall the advisor mentioning you. In the future, you became a big deal. Only the very best get turned into mutants." Yu Feng frowns. "That Ye Bei guy also came from the future. Why did you not turn him into a mutant?" Old Xiao smiles slyly. "That is because he was not good enough. You two were classmates, right? He was weak, useless, and jealous of others, so he used a time machine to desperately change his fate." Yu Feng nods, realizing that meeting him earlier indeed felt completely different from the past. Old Zhao nods. "Exactly. That is why anyone who crossed him back then is paying the price now." The long-haired guy chimes in. "So the future advisor is here to crush that thorn Ye Bei, right? To help mutants rule." A sudden round of applause echoes, followed by a cold, sharp voice. "Well said." The man dressed in black from head to toe stepping in is Song Bin. He states, "The world Ye Bei wants is different from ours, so we must eliminate him quickly." "Now wait. Think about this." Song Bin steps up, plotting to win him over instead of fighting. "He is trapped by outdated ideals, so we must teach him our way." Standing before them with a cold gaze, he adds, "We are born from black gold. Black gold is our entire purpose. We discard our old bodies to begin a brand new life." The group listens intently. Song Bin continues, "We must harvest black gold to empower ourselves and become the universe's ultimate race." The four shout in unison, "Long live the Dark Organization." Inside an old building's massive garage, Zhao Heng yawns amidst shelves loaded with machinery. He turns to Ye Bei. "Oh right, brother Ye, you said you had comrades in the future. Where are they now?" He continues curiously, "They must still be quite young, right? If you find them and they do not recognize you, would that not be awkward?" Ye Bei replies calmly, "I told you, the timeline has shifted. Whether they are alive or dead is unknown, and they might not be where we first met." Zhao Heng is confused. So what now? How do you plan to rebuild your organization? Ye Bei answers with absolute certainty. My comrades do not have to be specific people, but anyone who shares the exact same dream. Zhao Heng is surprised. What dream? Ye Bei stares into the distance. To eradicate every black gold mutant on Earth so society can return to its original order. Zhao Heng is stunned. It sounds so simple. Yet why does it feel completely impossible to reach? Ye Bei remains firm. That is why my group is small. No matter how dangerous, people in the future still rely on black gold. He explains further, to harvest black gold, humans constantly send prisoners, rebels, and deserters into dangerous zombie concentration camps. Despite the brutal oppression, they endure just to survive, and fewer people actually dare to fight back. Zhao Heng falls silent before speaking up. Wait, you want to destroy black gold, yet you use its weapons masterfully. Ye Bei nods. To destroy it, we must master it. Once our enemies are wiped out, we will destroy all black gold weaponry. Zhao Heng sighs. Your dedication to this ideal is truly admirable. Ye Bei grows thoughtful. Actually, I am not as persistent as my comrades. Without them, I would have surrendered long ago. Remembering Yuer, his voice drops. If they had not saved me, they would just seem like stubborn fools beyond any help. Outside, darkness continues to hang heavily, and a gloomy atmosphere grips the area. And, as we leave them in that gloomy room, Yao Haipeng stares outside, wondering why the weather has been so dark lately. Let us dive in. Zhang Han keeps his eyes glued to his handheld device, muttering that at least the rain stopped. Yao Haipeng looks completely miserable and asks if they can ever escape. Zhang Han sighs, reminding him that Ye Bei warned them that the Dark Organization targets the entire world, so running is pointless. He continues, adding that despite everything, Yuer has never even considered running away. Yao Haipeng hesitates beside the hospital bed. He bows his head, confessing in pain that she is far too innocent, completely unaware of the world's cruelty because of how he raised her. Zhang Han comforts him, saying he believes Yuer actually understands, as she has been paying close attention to everything. Remembering Yuer, he adds that she is much stronger than they think, especially since she personally begged Dr. Tang to perform the surgery. Yao Haipeng scratches his head, filled with anxiety, admitting he still cannot feel at ease. Zhang Han understands his pain and comforts him. As a father himself, he gets it, sighing with deep sorrow as he remembers his own past. In the past, he was so worried about his child that he became too strict, which ultimately drove them apart. He clutches his chest in pain, regretting that they never forgave each other before his child disappeared. Yao Haipeng hesitates, then asks, Old Zhang, has the boy still not returned? Zhang Han shakes his head, unsure if his son would even want to see him. Switching the subject, he firmly says the past is behind them, and they must unite to survive this impending disaster first. Now watch closely. While the outside world remains completely silent, Ye Bei sits inside the cockpit of a massive giant robot. Zhao Heng stands nearby, with his jaw wide open, shocked to realize this is the robot's entire completed body. Why does it look so incredibly solid? Ye Bei calmly replies that the Dark Organization's advisor wants to meet him, so he will grant that wish. With cold eyes, he adds that it would be a shame not to completely level their base. The giant mech powers up as its massive hands begin to move. From the cockpit, Ye Bei orders Fatty to guard the research facility and eliminate any intruders with special powers. Zhao Heng laughs wildly, clenching his fists, shouting that if they dare to come, he will give them a very warm welcome. Ye Bei nods, telling him to keep a close eye on Yuer. Zhao Heng quickly agrees, saying he understands. Instantly, Ye Bei fires up the thrusters, unleashing a blazing blue energy aura as the robot shoots straight into the sky. Watching from below, Zhao Heng is stunned as the giant machine vanishes in the blink of an eye. You and I both know the villains are watching. Song Bin stands with hands behind his back, looking up and marveling at how fast Ye Bei completed his mech. He smirks, noting the advisor certainly chose well, meaning their master plan can now proceed without any further delays. Song Bin turns to Lao Shao, asking if he is ready. Lao Shao laughs eagerly, and Song Bin nods, telling him to take the lead. Lao Shao immediately begins to transform, discarding his human form and morphing into an absolutely hideous, terrifying beast. Its massive body is 100 times larger than a human, possessing giant limbs, razor-sharp teeth, and enormous wings. It launches into the sky, heading right for Yao Haipeng's building. Meanwhile, Dr. Tang carefully drips a precise solution into a test tube, deeply focused on his research. Zhang Han sits nearby, and announces that Yao Haipeng's blood test results perfectly match with your. This means the stem cell transplant can proceed. Yao Haipeng is overjoyed, thanking them endlessly for this miracle. Previously, even saving for a lifetime wouldn't have been enough for this surgery. He notes with a hesitant sigh. He wonders how he can ever repay them, but Zhang Han, eyes glued to his tablet, tells him not to worry. Instead, he must monitor the security cameras to prevent any enemy attacks. Yao Haipeng nods quickly in agreement, and Zhang Han continues. Luckily, you taught Yur how to use computers, and she has helped us immensely. Suddenly, a terrifying, massive force crashes into the building, causing a violent, earth-shaking shockwave. Dr. Tang and Zhang Han are shocked as Zhao Heng screams, asking if it is an earthquake. It turns out, Lao Xiao has arrived, unleashing a second attack that blasts a massive stream of energy into the structure. The tremors throw everyone off balance. Panicked, Zhang Han wonders if they are under attack, asking Haipeng if he sees anyone outside. Yao Haipeng quickly checks the screens, frantically reporting that the main entrance is clear, but several security cameras are already broken. Zhao Heng shouts that he sees the enemy, pointing up at a winged beast in the sky hurling fireballs right at them. He notes, his voice trembling, that its fireballs easily penetrate their defenses, meaning this monster definitely belongs to the Dark Organization. Zhao Heng yells with determination, telling the doctor to open the doors so he can go drive the beast away while keeping defenses active. Zhang Han quickly replies, telling him to be careful. Outside the lab, electrified fences activate to block enemies. An armored tank loaded with advanced weaponry rolls out of the garage. Zhao Heng roars from his control seat, daring them to attack his home and telling them to taste his dark gold demonic cannon. He fires a massive energy blast straight at Lao Xiao, but the beast is lightning fast, dodging the incoming attack with ease. Unfazed, Zhao Heng unleashes consecutive energy blasts, but the monster easily dodges them all, and that is where we leave it for today. Get ready. You and I are diving in as Ye Bei rushes toward his enemies. Feeling their signal suddenly cut out, he mutters to himself, the research lab has gone completely dark. Could I have already flown straight into the Dark Organization's territory? He continues flying forward, filled with anxiety, desperately hoping the research lab is still safe. I have done everything I can, but suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy comes blasting toward him. Ye Bei quickly dodges with a razor-sharp glare. Below him, a giant robot from the Dark Organization aims its weapon directly at him. On high alert, Ye Bei realizes the enemy's machine is indeed a time-traveling device. He immediately counterattacks, but the enemy deploys a light shield to completely block the blow. Surprised, Ye Bei mutters, they even have light shields. This is a high-spec model. Without hesitating, he charges forward and delivers a brutal kick directly to the robot's head. It blocks with its arm, but Ye Bei keeps going, unleashing a rapid flurry of devastating punches and kicks. Finally, the enemy robot explodes, but before he can even catch his breath, a swarm of Dark Organization machines appears and rushes right at him. Now pay attention here. Ye Bei is completely surrounded. Just how early did these villains get here? Without wasting a single second, he flies upward, firing relentlessly. The enemy machines blow apart one after another in midair. Meanwhile, at the lab, Zhao Heng's battle rages on. A long-haired member of the Dark Organization speaks up, noting that their ally can handle the fight alone. Should we sneak into the research lab now? Song Bin nods in agreement, but the long-haired guy worries about the electric fence outside. Song Bin replies, yes, and there is poison gas surrounding it. If we charge in now, we will pass out and get vaporized by the electricity. The long-haired man panics. What do we do? Song Bin grins wickedly. I have already prepared a way in. Inside the building, Yao Haipeng anxiously asks, Old Zhang, Dr. Tang, are you two doing okay? It seems Zhao Heng has controlled that mutant. He pauses, his voice trembling. Is Yuer okay? Was her surgery affected at all? As he speaks, he clutches his shoulder in intense pain. Suddenly, a massive wound on his shoulder erupts, spraying fresh blood everywhere. Yao Haipeng screams in agony as blood pours from the wound, soaking his clothes. Within moments, he collapses to the ground with terror in his eyes. Out of nowhere, Song Bin steps right out from that bloody wound with a sinister smile. I went through so much trouble to plant this blood corpse on you. Lucky for me, you control the electric grid outside. Outside, Zhao Heng struggles to hold off old Xiao, yelling in frustration. You annoying monster, quit teleporting around. I can't hit you. He roars, taste my homing missiles. Instantly, he fires a massive volley of artillery rounds straight at the enemy. Old Xiao gasps in horror and tries to run, but realizing he can't escape, he spins around to block. You saw that, right? Zhao Heng's firepower is just too insane, slamming Old Xiao into the dirt. Zhao Heng laughs. How do you like my rapid fire? Even while down, Old Xiao uses his remaining strength to unleash a terrifying surge of energy, punching the ground. The ground shatters as the energy wave surges forward, causing Zhao Heng's tank to violently wobble. Zhao Heng panics inside his vehicle while Old Xiao laughs mockingly. That powerful weapon of yours actually gave me a scare, but that is as far as you go. Reversing the battle, Old Xiao takes control, leaping onto the tank, grabbing it tight, and laughing. Time to end this. He lifts the massive tank, but Zhao Heng refuses to back down, drawing his gun and aiming straight at his foe. Old Xiao freezes in terror as Zhao Heng screams, "Go back to hell, you monster," blasting a shot into his neck that sends him flying. Armed with a sword in one hand and his gun in the other, Zhao Heng steps out of the tank to confront Old Xiao. Despite being down and clutching his bleeding wound, Old Xiao chuckles, "Now I finally know why they brought me here." Zhao Heng snaps, "What are you talking about? What is so funny?" Old Xiao just keeps laughing. "Heng, it has been a long time." Right after that, he reverts back to his original human form, asking, "You really don't recognize me?" Staring at his true face, Zhao Heng gasps in pure shock. "You are Old Xiao." Meanwhile, inside the smoke-filled research lab, Yue remains unconscious in her glass pod. Dr. Tang sighs in relief. Thank goodness, Yue is unharmed. But Zhang Han nearby panics. That blast just cut off our main power supply. We must use backup power now. Doctor, please tell me things aren't getting worse. Looking at the shattered debris on the desk, Dr. Tang's voice drops. The stem cells from Yuer's father have been completely crushed. A normal surgery is impossible now. Zhang Han panics. So what do we do? Dr. Tang answers. Our only choice is to ask him to donate blood again. Zhang Han cuts her off. You don't mean? Just then, Song Bin steps out from behind them with a chilling smile. Too bad, because he won't be coming back. Shocked, the group gasps as Zhang Han yells, "Who the hell are you?" Song Bin bows with a fake polite tone. "Nice to meet you. I am Song Bin, a loyal officer of the Dark Organization. Forgive my intrusion." Zhang Han stammers in pure panic. The Dark Organization? How on earth did you get inside? And that's where we leave it. Song Bin smiles wickedly, confirming that their outer defenses and Zhao Heng have both fallen. Don't think too badly of me. Come with me as we watch this psycho explain he just borrowed Yao's flesh to move 100 meters. Zhang Han screams in shock, accusing Song Bin of killing Yao Haipeng. Song Bin just touches his hat, coldly replying that while he is technically dead, he will soon become a zombie. Sounds perfect, right? Zhang Han roars in pure anger, calling them a bunch of murderous lunatics. Song Bin just laughs gleefully, telling him not to worry since he will not hurt him or touch Dr. Tang. He claims he knows exactly who they are, adding that their advisor ordered them to keep them well protected. Zhang Han screams at him to get lost, refusing to help, which immediately makes Song Bin's expression turn dark and threatening. He mocks them, asking if Ye Bei has been talking too much, and wonders if trusting him is really a smart move. With a sharp, menacing glare, he warns that Ye Bei is actually the type of guy who will do absolutely anything to survive. Meanwhile, outside, Ye Bei is going all out against the Dark Organization's robots, smashing them one by one, yet they just keep coming. He charges forward, casting a brilliant light shield to block the incoming attacks before unleashing precise strikes to tear those machines apart. Ye Bei mutters that these brainless artificial intelligence bots have heavy firepower, but are built like cheap, fragile garbage made from scrap metal. Suddenly, a glowing green light flashes in the distance, revealing a massive, hideous monster, stomping its way directly toward Ye Bei. He smirks, mocking their terrible taste. But pay attention now, because this is where things get dangerous for our hero. The beast roars, lunging forward with razor-sharp claws, but Ye Bei easily sidesteps the deadly strike. It quickly transitions to a second attack, its glowing wings firing barrages of green energy directly at him. Ye Bei easily dodges, but suddenly, a blinding yellow light flashes from the monster's eyes. Ye Bei groans, realizing it is that same annoying freezing light. He finds it incredibly strange that this light slows down his black gold synthesis even without direct eye contact. The monster then charges energy in its mouth, blasting a massive beam of purple light straight at Ye Bei. He lets out a roar, but the purple light swallows him whole, fading his silhouette as the monster and a white-haired advisor watch silently from a distance. Meanwhile, the battle on Zhao Heng's side pauses. Zhao Heng gasps in utter shock, shouting, Old Xiao, you are still alive. Old Xiao collapsed on the ground, replies that he wanted to ask the same thing. Zhao Heng angrily grips his gun, demanding to know what is going on. Why are you working with this dark organization? Did you betray us? Are you the one who got Ah Kun and Xiao Qi killed? Old Xiao hesitates, muttering that he had his own reasons, but he did not do it on purpose. Zhao Heng's fury boils over. Why? Why hurt us when we trusted you completely and looked up to you as a big brother? Old Xiao sighs, sadly explaining that fate is cruel. Their days of stealing from the rich to help the poor caught the attention of corrupt officials. They were set up during their final mission, but he explains that the dark organization stepped in and saved their lives. But when he went back to search for them, Ah Kun and Xiao Qi were badly hurt, and Zhao Heng had vanished. Zhao Heng is horrified. We can feel his sheer shock as he asks if those two are actually still alive in that cult. Old Xiao quickly nods, begging Zhao Heng to join them so their old Fengjing gang can finally be reunited once again. Zhao Heng screams in disbelief. Gripping his weapon, he shouts that this organization destroys humanity and mutates people into horrible beasts. How could anyone live in a place like that? He accuses Old Xiao of ruining his own humanity and dragging his friends into hell. Old Xiao sighs, telling him that while their Robin Hood days of stealing from the rich were glorious, they could never survive like that forever. They were constantly hunted with nowhere to go, but this group promised to rebuild them into powerful mutants, far superior to regular humans. Without warning, Zhao Heng swings his blade, severing Old Xiao's tail. The old man screams in agony. Zhao Heng roars, demanding for the final time to know if their friends are still alive. Old Xiao sighs, calling him stubborn before suddenly flying away so fast that Zhao Heng cannot even react in time. Unleashing his terrifying powers, Old Xiao screams that if he refuses to join, he will send him to the afterlife. A massive explosion shakes the entire area. Inside the research lab, heavy smoke fills the air. Zhang Han firmly tells Songbin that Ye Bei clearly risked his life to save Yuer, warning him to stop trying to drive a wedge between them. Songbin just strokes his chin with a sinister smirk. He chuckles, claiming he knows their history, but wonders how they can explain this current messy situation. Amused, he asks if this is not just a standard mutant transformation experiment, realizing Ye Bei only nurtured those feelings to breed a perfectly obedient mutant pawn. He continues, mocking them for not knowing that Ye Bei had kept his secret mechanic identity hidden so perfectly. Stunned, Zhang Han stammers, asking what he means. Songbin walks over to the computer, explaining that these apocalyptic mechanics are completely insane, using any ruthless method to research dark gold, even experimenting on human bodies. Zhang Han screams in horror. Songbin just laughs, and trust me, you and I can only watch helplessly as he prepares to finish the experiment himself. All right, you and I are watching this creep change her settings to turn her into a mutant for his dark organization. He taps on the keyboard and sneers. One more mutant means another massive boost to our ultimate power. Zhang Han screams in utter panic. You bastards, you've completely betrayed all of humanity. He charges forward, aiming his weapon at Songbin, shouting at him to get out. But a sudden force stops him cold, as a long-haired cultist blocks his path. Songbin laughs coldly. Jobo, you really should be careful when playing with fire in a lab. Scratching his head, he mockingly apologizes, claiming he's just excited about a new teammate. He leans in close to Yuer, whispering, besides, she and I share a special little bond. Songbin asks if the laboratory defenses are destroyed. The long-haired guy responds, yeah, I've already checked everything up top. Ah Feng is checking downstairs, so we're good. Suddenly, he bursts into flames, yelling, too bad, there's nothing left to burn here. On a second floor like this, I really want to burn someone. He points at unconscious Lena. Boss, this girl is useless, right? Songbin nods, telling him to burn her outside. Now, pay attention, because this is where everything gets crazy. Perfect, perfect. Make sure you scream loud for me while you burn. He sneers as terrified Lena lets out a horrified shriek. As he lunges, the floor suddenly cracks open. Annie, now in her monster form, smashes straight through the wall. Her glowing eyes fire a blinding beam, while her powerful tail whips both dark villains, sending them flying back. Zhang Han cheers. Great job, Annie. Kick those bastards out. Dr. Tang screams. Hurry, take this chance to recalibrate the data now. But the black gold starts reacting, causing irreversible energy. Annie immediately shines a pure beam of light directly onto Yuer. Dr. Tang is amazed, gasping. Incredible. This light is working. The black gold activity is actually dropping. She looks at Annie, telling her to hold on just a bit longer to suppress the mutation. Ye Bei said if anything goes wrong, initiate the backup procedure immediately. Out of nowhere, a massive strike hits Annie as a sinister arm wielding a razor-sharp blade suddenly appears from the shadows. Now watch this. Yu Feng steps out, growling that she's the exact test subject their organization has been hunting. He laughs like a maniac, saying his bosses ordered him to kill her if she won't go quietly. He strikes, but Annie dodges and counters. Though Yu Feng easily avoids her blow, glass jars shatter off the shelves, spilling dissected specimen parts onto the floor. Meanwhile, Ye Bei is surrounded by a brilliant violet gold light. The massive beast continues to confront him, its eyes glowing fiercely amidst the swirling purple energy. Ye Bei sighs, realizing he wasted way too much energy on his shield. Standing up, he mutters, "Time to end this quickly." He unleashes a fiery blast straight at the monster, yelling, "You want to test my fire? I won't lose." The flames hit, making the beast roar in agony. The monster counters with a blast of its own, but Ye Bei dodges, launching a barrage of smoke bombs back. Thick smoke blinds the giant beast. Seizing the moment, Ye Bei rushes forward and drives a devastating punch into its stomach, drawing blood. The staggered monster stumbles on the brink of death. Ye Bei leaps high, commanding his robot to stomp directly onto its face, and we finally watch the beast collapse, officially dead.